to the border of Lesotho. And I think one of the reasons I traveled there is to go and understand and see how people in the rural areas, where they live and where they eat and where they produce food. And one of the greatest issues we deal with is specifically the issue that we need to respond to. But I think I want to emphasize that, to say the reason why we talk about this is because the food security industry showed this to us, that there's a massive issue in South Africa. The question is just, as a farmer, in what we can do, what is the enablement that we create in this to make sure that we live the passion that we have, and that's to produce food in South Africa. So this is not something that is out of a textbook, and hopefully you understand I'm just a farmer. I'm just representing farmers in South Africa, but we have a massive role play in South Africa, and this is out of what we practically experience. And I think if Jans is going to read this to us, it's not something that you go and Google somewhere and you put it into here to have an answer. This is what we battle with, and this is the real issues that we need to deal with. And I think I need to say what I do sense and what I do see is, and I appreciate the fact that you also appreciate that we did put a lot of effort into this. For me as a farmer in South Africa, it's a massive issue if people are not food secure, because I've actually missed my passion. But I am not in control, as what I explained, that to all the mechanisms that we have with it.
Can I just, before Janse reads the part, I don't want to miss that crucial point about the apple with a spot on it. Yeah. If I can engage you on that with the indulgence of the panel, help us understand what happens with that apple.
Well, what happens with the apple? Let me take the example of the farmer that I visited in Ceres. He reused that. So what he does was, for the same retailer, he does it, we call it dice and slice. So he literally used that apple, take that piece out. The other piece are absolutely, there's nothing wrong. It's world class. It's export apples. And they utilize that in a salad or wherever we need to have it and resell it. The other side of it is we utilize that and put it through our livestock. So I know he has sheep. I think if the day we can eat the sheep, we're all going to taste apple through the meat. I don't know. But we try to utilize whatever we can through the system. Ma'am, for me, our biggest play is to say, how can I produce food at a lesser cost, safe and nutrition? And what you do is you try to have, we call it a little circle economy on a farm, utilize whatever you have. So we don't want to throw anything away. So if you go and have a look at an analysis of food waste in the world, after the farm gate is actually where we start to accumulate that. So for a farmer, I don't even need to incentivize a farmer not to waste, because anything that I waste is on my bottom line and my profit and loss. So there's a big play for us to be more effective in how we produce food, but thereafter, a difficult one to deal with.
Please proceed.
Thank you. And I'll read AgriSA's response in, but maybe just, from a personal point of view, I think for everybody here, and especially for farmers that are involved in the production of food, nothing breaks a person's heart more to think that a child goes hungry at night in South Africa, amongst the abundance that we have. So with that, I just want to read in AgriSA's response into the record, in response to the question of what systems or protocols are in place within your organization to minimize food loss and waste throughout food value chains, and to redistribute edible surplus food to communities or organizations addressing food security. Again, this is one of the multiple submissions that we've made in response to the questions, but I'll read AgriSA's response into the record. A substantial share of South Africa's food loss occurs after the farm gate, but meaningful losses also occur on farm and in first mile logistics, driven by electricity supply failures that break cold chains, deteriorating rural roads that damage produce in transit, port delays that cost exportable fruit its shelf life, and market access constraints that leave marketable surplus without a buyer. Our members already redistribute significant volumes of edible surplus. Farmers across commodities donate produce to food banks and community organizations, including Food Forward South Africa and church and community networks. This happens despite and not because of current policy framework in South Africa. AgriSA proposes 3 enabling reforms that would materially increase surplus redistribution. First, clear tax treatment that allows donors to recover at least the cost of production on donated food, since current arrangements can make donation more expensive than disposal. Second, food donor liability protection in the form of Good Samaritan legislation, so that farmers and food businesses donating in good faith are not exposed to liability risk that currently deters donation. Third, public co-investment in rural cold chain and aggregation infrastructure, which would simultaneously reduce losses and improve smallholder market access. And then we also we would welcome the Commission's support for these reforms and its findings, and we make a related comment further on in one of the subsequent questions. Thank you, through you, Chair.
Thank you so much. On that, and we absolutely do take note, and we know that the research also indicates that about 70% of food wastage occurs at production and packaging and manufacturing level, and that you've provided us with a snapshot into that before it leaves the gate is not necessarily where the wastage occurs. But the portion that you are able to perhaps assist through your Good Samaritan approach, do you know how it is distributed demographically in terms of where your members are able to assist communities, or do you rely on your donor partners or your I know you mentioned but one of them, I know there are several, but Food Forward South Africa, do you know where these donations go? It's just to understand, from the Commission side, we do receive a lot of information from government stakeholders as well. So we've got a pretty good idea of where the malnutrition, severe acute malnutrition and food insecurity is concentrated. It would just be interesting to measure that against where you are able to distribute, perhaps.
So again, if I go back to the data and the fact that we don't have data on this, there's actually a mismatch between where it happens and where you want to take it to. So I can tell you now, out of who we are and what I know about the farming community, is you serve the community where you are first. So the churches are playing a major role, but that is in the local communities. I think 68% of our people are living in cities today. And if I have a look on where we're going to go to, the problem is, how do you get whatever you have to where we need to have that? So at this stage, the way that we deal with it is through donor companies, which collect and take the produce to where it needs to be. But I would say a lot of if I say maybe a lot, maybe the majority of what is happening is through the farmers themselves. They use their own transport, they use whatever they have, and they take it into their local communities. So I think there's a big play for farmers in the local areas where they serve the local communities, which is fantastic. But I think the gap that we see is you have that produce is not high value as what you have with retail produce, where it is export and it's exported. How do you get that not lesser quality of food and not lesser in nutrients to where you have the actual problems, which is in cities, which is the urbanized areas where we need to be? I think there's a big play to that. I think the value of talking about this is, remember, if you talk about waste, I'm not talking about something fraught. I'm talking about something with value but might not sell in the supermarket, but still would have a fantastic value. But that is not a high value produce then. And how do you get that produce into where you need to be in the urban areas? So at this stage, the way we deal with it is if we talk about Good Samaritan, it's just the way we are, where you serve your own community with something that is valuable to the community itself.
Thank you so much. But I think what you are also agreeing with the Commission, that there's a data mismatch, and that if you are provided perhaps through government stakeholders, through perhaps even the facilitation of the Commission, with the data from the Department of Health and even from COGTA, where the most severe food insecure communities might be, perhaps with the assistance of as you've indicated, a middleman with the cold storage facilities and the distribution facilities, there might be a better coordinated method in how we're going to couple our efforts and say that we're addressing this issue.
There is also a second one. And I think the second one with the Good Samaritan is to say the liability thereof.
Yeah.
So if you take roads, the moment that we intervene as farmers with our infrastructure or our implements to fix a road, we become liable, which is understandable. I don't disagree to that. But how do you want farmers to participate in rural roads if they are liable, and they need to be, none of them want to participate in. So that's also one of the points that we made with the Good Samaritan. And it's the same with food. It's not the same that you have a lesser quality of food when there's a little sting on and you can take it out. But we need to talk about this because the legislation does not allow us to participate, and we want to. And I think there is a way to breach this, but it's not breached yet. So it's both liabilities. It's the sense of not having data and not sending it into a space where you can actually layer data and then being more efficient. But the second one is the liability of, what do I do if I participate in, we have an accident on the road? And as a farmer, it actually excludes me in helping out in a matter that needs to have I would say, a better understanding. So roads is a big one to us. That's one. The Eastern Cape one was also a big one to us. Free State's a big one to us. And that liability is not it's not dealt with yet through legislation and policy.
Thank you so much. And I think how interlinked these issues are just being illustrated again, that once you address a roads infrastructure issue, perhaps you will be able to be a conduit towards food security. It's something that is really taken note of. Thank you so much for that.
Ma'am, so food security the issue of food security is access. South Africa's issue in food security, according to the index that we've done, is access to food. And access to food is logistics. It is not just a willing farmer being able to donate food. We can't get that food to where it needs to be. So I think a big emphasis on, we all talk about food security and we believe South Africa is food secure. We're not. We're food insecure. And that's what Jans also referred back. Is it possible that we have a surplus of food and then we still have people not being able to have the right food at the right time? It's access. And that's why Agri-SA we have such a big push on the roads infrastructure to make sure that this network of roads are well serviced and that we can go there. So I need to emphasize it, that I think a lot of people think that we are not food insecure. We are, ma'am, we are food insecure. And the food insecurity is access to food, of which logistics is a major play into this. And then the channeling of food back into communities where we need to have that. And that's where this Good Samaritan concept, where the liability of what happens needs to be revised. And that doesn't mean we want to put inferior food into a system because people can't pay for that. I just explained to you, you have wonderful food, but it just can't go to a retailer because of how it looks like. But there's nothing wrong with it. And how can we deal with that?
Thank you so much. Before I'm going to my next question, I just want to assure you that the Human Rights Commission is actively engaging on the roads issue, especially in the Eastern Cape. We are monitoring the compliance with our recommendations and findings, and we are on the ground currently to see the compliance thereof. And we will certainly invoke the rest of our powers through Commissioner Thuli and Commissioner Makwasha, as well as Commissioner Kwinana, should the relevant stakeholders be seen wanting. Now I want to step off that question and perhaps refer you to our question number 9. Smallholder farmers, it's a really pertinent theme that is keeps on being tabled at this inquiry, because it also addresses food insecurity at household level. Now, your question number 9, and I would also request you, sir, to just read your answers into the record. The question the Human Rights... Oh, sorry, I thought you were waving. Apologies, Chair. The question the Human Rights Commission posed to you was, what safeguards exist to prevent exploitative pricing of seeds, fertilizer, and chemicals, especially for smallholder farmers? And I would like to invite you to also read your answer and submission to the Commission.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, in response to this question, smallholder and new era farmers face the same input prices as established commercial farmers, but with weaker buying power and fewer opportunities of scale. This reflects the competitive and well-established nature of agricultural input markets, where transparent pricing and effective price discovery ensure that input prices remain market-related and are broadly consistent across buyers. The safeguards that exist today operate mainly through aggregation, cooperative and group buying, and blended finance schemes that reduce the cost of the credit used to purchase inputs. AgriSA supports strengthening these mechanisms rather than administrative price controls. Practical measures include expanding blended finance instruments for input purchases, supporting aggregation entities that give smallholders wholesale buying power, competition scrutiny of any discriminatory pricing between customer classes, and public investment in extension services so that smallholders can optimize input use rather than simply purchase more. Input affordability for smallholders is best solved by giving them the market power and financing conditions that larger farmers already enjoy. These market-based measures operate on top of an existing legal baseline. The Competition Act prohibits excessive pricing and other anti-competitive conduct. The Fertilizers, Farm Feed, Agricultural Remedies and Stock Remedies Act of 1947 regulates the registration, quality and safety of inputs, and the Competition Commission's essential food pricing monitoring boards and fresh produce market inquiry already provide transparency and remedial recommendation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. And I just want to pause on where you say that AgriSA supports strengthening these mechanisms. So are you comfortable with the mechanisms in place? And do you feel that they just need better implementation through the measures that you've outlined?
We support strengthening it at all costs. This is what we lobby for on a daily basis, I think, is making sure that these things actually work. What we don't need is extra plans or extra initiatives on this. The mechanism and the legislative base from which we depart is there already, but implementation is crucial, yeah, and expanding the implementation base of what it is that we're trying to achieve.
So, ma'am, if I may, I think the first thing is I don't believe that we talk about small-scale farmers. I don't think we understand the world of a small-scale farmer well. And the reason for saying that is because the participation of small-scale farmers are not always formal, which is not less, which is not a different channel to follow, but it's just a channel that's different than the formal channel. And to explain that is, if I'm a small-scale farmer and I have 5 sheep and 10 cows, firstly, they are massive contributors to food security in South Africa because they're the owners of the most rural areas in South Africa. And that's the first thing AgriSA would say to you. I think we must calculate the value of small-scale farming in food security in South Africa. And the food index that we developed was an index where we aim to go as deep as we can into the contribution of small-scale farmers into the rural areas of South Africa, because that's where we battle malnutrition, that's where we battle so many issues of food insecurity. So I think one thing that we need to mention before we talk about this is there's very little data regarding this. We know everything about a commercial farmer because they go to formal structures. But we do not have the mechanism of understanding exactly the risks that small-scale farmers need to deal with. And I think if there's one thing that we need to put emphasis on is to say, and that is we push as hard as we can to say, do we really understand the small-scale farmer in South Africa and the contribution of small-scale farming? We have this idea in our heads that the big companies, the big farmers are contributing to food security, and that's the way it's going to be. It's not true. Small-scale farmers are also equally contributing in their way to food security in South Africa. If we go back to what is to understand their world, firstly, they are not geared at this stage to withstand risk because of the scale that they deal with. And if I say that, if I'm a small-scale farmer and I have a loss and we have food and mouth disease outbreak and I've lost 5 cows, ma'am, I've lost my business if I only had 5. If I'm a man of scale and I had 50,000 cows or 5,000 cows and I've lost 50, I still have a business. So do you understand that we do not understand the impact of risks they need to deal with? So one of the first things we need to talk about is we do not understand the world of small-scale farming, and we underestimate the contribution of small-scale farming in South Africa. The question is, how many do we have? I do not know. And none of us can put a number down. We should know. So my previous life, I was a pig. I was in the pig industry. 375,000 people with pigs in South Africa. They actively participated in a concept we had in social media and putting information back into their space because of African swine fever. Nobody knows about them. So we talk about this, but we're actually talking about people we do not understand, and an industry that contributes has a massive impact, specifically on rural food security. And we actually don't understand that industry. One of the things that we said here, and that is how it happens, is, and it goes all over the world, buying power is through scale. I can remember as a little boy, I couldn't buy the whole packet of toffees. I could only buy one. And I knew if I bought the whole packet, it would cost me 5 cents. When I bought one, it was 7 cents. So, and that reality is for them there. Now, how do you deal with it? Agri-SA's view is to say that there are mechanisms, and they regroup themselves in co-ops. But even that is not that easy to deal with. We need to find mechanisms out of the understanding of what would actually lower the risks. And I think one of the risks is what you just referred to, is the buying power. And the fact that they always pay more because they only can buy one or buy a little sachet instead of a whole bottle. That is the problem. But the problem is we do not understand that because we don't have the data. So I want to emphasize the concept of data being a lack, and of which we push as hard as we can to get this data in, because then we would understand how to deal with it. The examples I gave you is out of a commercial perspective. And to be blunt, that's the way that we understand as commercial farmers. And it does work. We all understand that. But there must be something more. But we don't have the concept of understanding their data and their world and then minimizing their risk.
Thank you so much. You are not the first organization that has referred to a lack of data and a need for better data management. And it's certainly something that we have. I think Grain SA yesterday made the same call upon the Commission to say that there's a lack of data on these issues. So we've certainly taken note of that. And also your submission that there's the small-scale farming community does not necessarily have the resilience against the risk that the larger communities have. Now, I want to perhaps just piggyback on that, no pun intended, sir, but to say that in terms of climate change, would you agree with me that the risks are the same to the small-scale farmers? And are you aware of any active engagements with these communities in terms of climate change, as you would have superimposed the risk, albeit foot and mouth disease or swine fever, etc.?
I think they're more prone to climate change than commercial farmers because they're less prepared. And in saying that, is one simple concept of dealing with climate change is to understand what is coming. So the models that's run, and it's free models, it's open models, is we kind of understand what is going to happen tomorrow and the day thereafter. I believe if you go to Cape Town, I assume you all just go into the web and understand how the weather is going to be tomorrow. Do I need to take a jacket or not? Small-scale farmers don't have the means and end for all the tech. And if there's one thing in South Africa that South African farmers and commercial farmers with greater scale took up is tech. We are, in the world, we are one of the front runners of taking up tech to mitigate our own risk. The unfortunate part is tech comes with a cost, and tech is expensive. And one of the things that small-scale farmers are exclusive, or they excluded out, is tech, because of how much it costs. So what we do as Agri-SA is to process, to understand how you can bring tech into a space where people have access and they can mitigate their own risk. So your question about specifically climate change has a greater impact on small-scale people because they could use less tech. How do you push that back, and how do you put it back into their space? It's the cell phone. And what we as Agri-SA, our motto is on data, is to say data should be free for everybody. Intelligence is something you can sell, which you kind of gather out of data. But how do I put that data and then intelligence back into even the small scaler's hand? And that is through tech on a cell phone. So there's a big play for us to push beyond borders. And beyond borders is, I don't do it for commercial farmers. I do it for farmers. I think one thing I need to emphasize and say from Agri-SA side, If I look into a farmer, what is the definition of a farmer? Anybody that works with soil in his hand, livestock, whatever you want to put in that space, is in my mind a farmer, and that's somebody that belongs to the farming community in South Africa. So tech should be, to a certain extent, pushed into that space so that even the people without the means and end to pay for tech would have the ability to mitigate their own risk. So more prone, less available tech to small scaler people, purely because of the scale of what their financial world looks like.
Thank you so much. And I'm almost going to wrap up. I just want you to, there are a few questions that you do refer to the business model and the profitability, but I do think your answer in terms of question 14 will be helpful. The Commission posed a question where there is a conflict between profit maximization and food affordability, which should prevail. And I would like you to read the answer into the record because it also cross-references previous answers you've given in terms of where the competition after it leaves the gate perhaps plays a big role in the question that the Commission asked. So I would like you to read that into the record before I will be wrapping up with my final question.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, the question stated where there is a conflict between profit maximization and food affordability, which should prevail? And our response is for primary agriculture, the dichotomy is false. Farm profitability is not in tension with food affordability. It is the precondition for it. A farm that does not earn a return does not moderate its prices. It exists in its production exists with it, and its production exists with it. Every hectare that leaves production tightens supply and raises prices for exactly the consumers this inquiry is concerned about. The countries with the most affordable food are those with the most productive and best capitalized farm sectors. The genuine tension the question gestures at between margin extraction and affordability is a question about market power, and market power in the South African food system does not sit at the farm gate. Farmers are the least concentrated, most competitive segment of the entire chain. Thousands of producers selling into markets served by a relatively small number of processors and retailers. Where the Commission finds pricing conduct anywhere in the chain that generally conflicts with food access, competition law provides the remedy, and organized agriculture will support its application. Sustained affordability is produced by profitable farms competing hard. It is destroyed by unprofitable ones giving up. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. I'm going to leave that statement there. And then I just want you to lastly read into the record the constructive recommendations you've made to the Commission. I also want to highlight that AgriSA also committed itself to a few elements that we are really encouraged by. And if you want to highlight those, you're welcome to do so as well before I'm going to hand over for any further questions perhaps that my colleagues have. The particular interest from my side is the commitments and then the constructive recommendations to the Commission. I know we've touched on it during our discussion, but these are quite on the nose, and I would like them to be read into the record as well.
Thank you,
Thanks
Chair.
so much.
It really is a privilege to make these commitments. So the question is, what binding time-bound commitments are you willing to make to the Commission? Again, Agri is a voluntary federation and cannot bind its members to commercial undertakings. Within our mandate, we make the following commitments to the Commission with dates and deliverables. First is participation. We commit to full and constructive participation in this inquiry and its follow-up processes, including making appropriate representatives available for oral evidence and responding to reasonable further information requests within agreed timeframes. Second is data transparency, which we've spoken about before. We commit to developing and publishing farm gate and production food side security indicators through our Food Security Index initiative. We will engage with the Commission on the design of those indicators by December 2026 and target first publication by the second quarter of 2027 so that the national debate on food affordability is anchored in evidence. For completeness, we record that AgriSA cannot commit to, because these matters fall outside its mandate or would be legally inappropriate for a federation to undertake. 1, commitments to set, limit, coordinate, or influence prices, margins, output levels, or commercial terms, commitments to reformulate products, or alter product ranges, since Agri-SA does not manufacture or market food products, commitments to provide confidential member pricing, marginal revenue data, commitments that would purport to assume the state's constitutional duty to fulfill its right to food, and commitments to bind members of commodity organizations without their own mandates and governance approvals. And carrying on, chairs, it's the recommendation that we make to the Commission is that, firstly, the recommendation that we make relates to protect and strengthen primary production. Findings from this inquiry should recognize that the first pillar of the right to food is the ability of farmers to produce. Farm viability, water security, infrastructure, energy reliability, biosecurity, and rural safety are food security issues in their own right. Then, secondly, address household access directly. Where food is available but households cannot afford it, the remedy lies mainly in employment, income support, social protection, school nutrition, transport, and local access measures, which are primarily state-led. Third, reduce avoidable system costs. The Commission should recommend urgent action on electricity reliability, road and rail infrastructure, ports, municipal fresh produce markets, cold chain infrastructure, export certification, veterinary and laboratory capacity and water infrastructure. Fourth, support smallholder and emerging producers effectively. Producer support should be coordinated, properly funded, technically credible, and linked to markets through extension services, blended finance, CASP, LETSEMA, land tenure, security access, and aggregation infrastructure. Fifthly, I think use existing coordination structures, the Agriculture and Agro-Processing Master Plan, value chain roundtables, and broader food and nutrition security coordination mechanisms should be used to identify value chain constraints and track implementation responsibilities rather than creating new parallel structures. Next, strengthen competition enforcement where evidence supports it. Existing competition law is the appropriate tool for collusion, excessive pricing, or abuse of dominance. Generalized assumptions about farmers or organized agriculture as a class should be avoided. Next, ensure evidence-based public health regulations. Measures such as the health promotion levy, extensions of and/or reformulation targets should be based on updated independent evidence, including verified dietary intake data, and must assess rural jobs, farm-level impacts, consumers, substitution, and unintended consequences before being adopted. Next, reduce food loss and waste through infrastructure. Food loss will not be solved by exhortation alone. It requires reliable electricity, logistics, market access, storage, cold chain infrastructure, and safe, low-friction pathways for donating edible surplus food. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, sir. That's about it from my side, Chairperson. Can I hand over?
But can I respond still?
Oh, yes. We are not done yet, sir.
Yeah, I will respond to what you asked. So I must be honest with you, the first time in my life that somebody spoon at me, I thought I was married, and then why didn't you just ask and I want to contribute? I think one thing, and that's what this whole thing is all about. Man, we want to participate. And Agri-SA's view as farmers is we have a massive role to play in South Africa. Social economic stability in South Africa is going to come through agriculture. And this is who we are. And I think for a long time we've politicized agriculture and we've put people into brackets and into certain spaces. Agriculture needs to be a national asset to this nation, which I believe we are. But if there's one thing that I want to emphasize is that we want to participate. I don't believe you go into the government, you go into the Eastern Cape where the roads are horrendous and you start to criticize. You participate into a solution and an outcome-based evidence concept out of data. The second thing is the food security index we developed was something that we said, but what is our reason for existence? But as what we indicated here, so many things are contributing, and it's so complex to be in agriculture. If I don't have electricity, my food price is going to go up. My waste is going to be there. If I have infrastructure issues, it's good to sit here and mention that all, but we said we need to contribute even to the factors that I don't have a direct play into. And one of the things that we did was food security. And the food security index we did is so finely tuned that we go into provinces, we go into districts to say that they are not food secure. So as a farmer, And as what we are speaking about now, and that is, and I want to emphasize it again, we want to contribute and we want to participate in anything that can speak into it. And I think even if Janse read all the formalities in what we wrote, I think if there's one thing I want you to understand today from the farming community in South Africa, and that is representing anybody being involved in farming, we want to contribute and participate. And we see this as a massive opportunity to speak into the problems that we deal with, that needs to be dealt with. And we want to practically have a solution to whatever happens. So I'm worried that you see many a times we wrote about the electricity issue, because it is a massive issue to us. Infrastructure. I'm not criticizing it. We took stock and say, well, that there is a major play into this. So if I go and deal with the Minister of Public Works, I don't go as a farmer. I go as a citizen and say, sir, do you understand your plan to food security in South Africa that goes through your roads? Let me show you how it contributes to food security. So I want to emphasize the participation, and I want to emphasize the way that we bat this whole concept is out of food security, because that's the reason for existence for me as a farmer.
Thank you so much. Chairperson?
Thank you so much for emphasizing the fact that as a farmer, you want to contribute and participate in the solution of food security in order for you to fulfill your mandate. And you said it's a privilege to provide food, and we acknowledge that and we're thankful for that, but we also thank you for availing yourself. We'll have other discussions about how do we engage. There is certain reports that the Commission is working on in terms of electricity as well, and load reduction and how it impacts those who are in the country. So please look forward to those, and do outside just these conversations, let's participate in ensuring that we all meet not only our constitutional mandate, but our moral obligations to those we live with. Then we are able to then say one day when we're no longer here that I've done something to give back to the people. So thank you for that. And thank you for not only your written submissions, but also how you've also provided us with your oral submissions. I don't know, I saw some of the evidences were stretching, and I wanted to check if they wanted to have questions. If not, then I'll just come to the panel. Okay, I see that Ms. Mlombo has questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you. My name is Security Mlombo, for the record. I just have a few questions to build on the conversation that you were having with my colleagues. I think maybe firstly, for me, what I just want to clarify in terms of the membership of your organization, the number of members you have, the demographic representation of membership of your members, and also the spread between your large-scale farmers as well as your small-scale farmers, because you were having a conversation with my colleague about that. But to the extent that you may not have the exact figures readily available, you can indicate, but it just will help us just orientate the discussion by understanding how much of the food production sector you actually represent as an organization.
So I think if we take the demographics of farmers in South Africa, I don't think there's so let me go to data. So we've done per square meter 122 million hectares in South Africa. That is the whole of South Africa. So we did a land audit ourselves on data. So we literally mapped the whole of South Africa. So I don't think there's a square meter in South Africa that it's vacant and nobody is there. Somewhere you're going to find a farmer. So I think the first thing we need to understand is the whole demographics of South Africa is covered by farming. And what I mean by that is we don't own the land, we don't own the whole of South Africa, but it's all over South Africa. So if you go to the uttermost part in the north, you will find farmers. And if I say farmers, small scale, large, medium, all of them. So if there's one custodianship we don't always understand is farming is a custodian of land all over South Africa. I'm not just concentrated in one specific area. That's farming. So we have about 15,000 farmers being members, which means they are voluntarily paying a fee to Agri-SA on the provinces. So Agri-Eastern Cape or it would be Agri-Mpumalanga. And then Agri-Mpumalanga then winds up into Agri-SA, which is in Pretoria, in Tshwane. So that's the 15,000 farmers. Now, the estimate in South Africa is 40,000 farmers. Some people push it down to 30,000 commercial farmers. Do we have data regarding that? Well, the way we deal with that is these farmers are all belonging to Agri-SA, and we have certain centers of excellence which we advocate policy on, which is natural resources. Janse is our technical specialist on water. So for that farmer, we take care of, say, the water policy to make sure we are still in an environment where they are enabled to farm if they are water users. If you go beyond that, and I think that's what we do not always state clearly, is the commodity houses or the commodities like the pig industry or the fruit industry, the farmers all over South Africa representing, say, for instance, the whole of South Africa, they all tie up into the citrus industry in South Africa. So he's a citrus farmer. He lives in the Western Cape. He belongs to Agri-SA because of his community where he's situated. But then he also belongs to an industry which he belongs to, which is now the citrus industry. So that we have 23 industries in South Africa. So I would be, let's take a farmer in Mpumalanga. He would be a grain farmer. He belongs to Grain SA as a commodity. He also belongs to Agri-SA. But if he farms with sheep, he also belongs to the RPO, Red Meat Producers Organization. So the structure is actually like a net, honing all the people involved in agriculture. Your question about small-scale farmers and people farming that are not in formal structures like this, and people contributing to food, as I said, it's so difficult to understand how many do we have. I could remember in the pig industry, there was a time where classical swine fever was in the Eastern Cape. And the former Minister Toko Dadisa had the awful talk of just eradicating the classical swine fever in the Eastern Cape. I can't remember what the estimate was, but the estimate was exceeded. There were more informal pig farmers in the Eastern Cape than formal pig farmers, of which nobody knew.
Yeah.
So the take of small-scale farming and the data on small-scale farmers are not available. We have a lot of estimations regarding the data, and I think what AI helps us to do is through satellite, through what you utilize, you can start to predict to say, but this is the amount of people that you have in certain areas being small-scale farmers.
Okay.
We do. It depends on what you define as small-scale farmers.
But how do you define a small-scale farmer?
We don't. We define it as farmers. So somebody living in Springbok,
Yes.
having 5 sheep and being a member of the community, which is Agri-SA on that space, and he is then a member, he's a member of Agri-SA.
Yeah. But you would appreciate that a small-scale farmer, however is defined, may require more support, even from yourself, than a big and established commercial farmer. So, if that is accepted, then there must be some system that you can use to identify those who may require more support than others. And just to clarify my question, I'm not asking for data about South Africa. You've already answered my first question to say you have 15,000 members. So the demographics or disaggregated data I'm requesting is on your membership, your 15,000. What is the provincial spread? As I've indicated, if you're not in a position to provide it now, you may, as part of your supplementary answers, in terms of the 15,000, what is the provincial spread? also demographics, how many of that in terms of race, in terms of gender, in your membership. I'm talking about the 15,000 and those that you may consider with whatever matrix you use as being small scale farmers or farmers who are a special object of your attention and support. If we can please just get that data even at a later point.
If I may, I would rather submit it later with the factual data.
That's fine.
Can I just make one comment?
Yes.
Okay, so what we need to understand is the demographics of South Africa is also determining the scale of the economy for a farmer.
Yes.
So, okay. So if I take a sheep farmer in Springbok, he needs to have 10,000 hectares to have 1,000 ewes. If you go to a more dense place like the Free State, where they utilize some of the rests after the grain harvest, he needs, for that same 1,000 ewes, he needs 200 hectares. And if you go then to a place where the fodder is good and the density of the farm is different, he might use only 100 hectares. So who's the small scale farmer and who's the large farmer? So the difficulty is, and I think that's the beauty of agriculture in South Africa, that person being a farmer on 10,000 hectares with 1,000 ewes is actually a small scale farmer if you look into commercial sheep farming. And that's where we sometimes miss the point. He's a custodian of 10,000 hectares. That man's income is not more than a teacher, but he's a custodian of 10,000 hectares. So now, so that's why you ask me the question: why don't we define small scale farming or large or medium? We want to get out of that spec and we want to get into farming. We want to get into custodianship, and we want to understand that concept a bit better. That's the one concept. The other concept is we want to get out of the political nuance of where we are, because and I hopefully you did understand that I said to you, and it's meaningful in my heart, small scale farmers and even people with small scale, which means 5 cows and three sheep or whatever, they contribute to food security in South Africa. So the moment that I focus on food security and I nullify all the perceptions I have about small scale and large farming, I get to a point to say, but how do I mitigate the risk? So my take to your answer would be, we need to define risk, and the risk does put into it the scale of economy and does define if people are small or large. And if we start to talk about the risk, we're going to get to the end goal of being more food secure.
No, that's why I think in our discussion, I did not proffer any definition, but I'm sure as Agri-SA, as part of the submission, you can address this. This is what we call small-scale farmer, because I understand that there are many terminologies that different organizations use. Some, I think yesterday, we were called emerging farmers. Basically, we're just interested in those farmers that require support. So we just want to understand how many of those are part of your organization, and then equal to, and then maybe as a follow-up, the special programs or support programs that you may have as an organization, if any. But by that, I'm not saying you must have, but if there are any, if you can just be addressed on the special program for what you call small scale or emerging or developing farmers, and you can assist us with how you define that group as an organization.
I will do a submission.
All right, thank you. And then also maybe the discussion linked to the demographics, if we can be provided then with the additional information to the extent that there's data available, the market share of your members in the different categories of where they operate. That is to the extent that you do have readily available data. I'm not sure if you track that as an organization. You don't track that information.
Remember, the question you also asked me is very commodity specific.
Yes.
So there's very good data on the commodities itself. So the citrus industry will tell you exactly who's farming with what where, of which we have access. Excuse me. But I think the question you raise is commodity-based concepts that we need to deal with, and then you will see where people are farming and dealing with it.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah. Now coming then to the substantive issues, the conversation you were having regarding the right of access to food, and as you've rightly indicated in your submissions, that the role to take measures to ensure access to food primarily reside with the state, not the private sector. But you would agree with me that farmers or food growers or participants in the food system do have a negative duty not to impede, access to that right. You'd agree with me when I say that?
Yes. I think we fully subscribe to the Constitutional Court of South Africa's views in that regard as well, that the Constitution has primary vertical application, obligations on the state, but then there's a concomitant right, obviously, for citizens of the country to also abide by the Constitution and also to give effect to the fundamental rights that are enshrined in the Constitution as well. That is the lawyer answer, obviously,
Yes.
me coming out on that. But this is our organization's aim, is to ensure that we have that and fulfill that role as a custodian of food security and production, particularly in South Africa. So that I think we fully subscribe to and agreed with the statement.
All right. Thank you. In the first leg of the inquiry, we received many submissions, particularly from civil society organizations, in which they allege the ways in which they see growers and retailers impeding on the right of access to food. And I think now that we are here, it will be important to also get your perspective on, some of the issues that were raised or accusations, so to speak, that were leveled against the food industry in South Africa. And one of the issues that came out in many of the submissions is the issue of the use of pesticides, particularly the highly hazardous pesticides, which negatively, according to the submissions, impact on the right of access to food. I just wanted to understand from your organization, do you agree with the submissions that the use of highly hazardous pesticides impede on the right of access to food? And if so, what is your position as an organization on the use of highly hazardous pesticides in the food growing process in South Africa?
Yes, certainly. It's difficult to get my head around the question. Obviously, we have legislation through Act 36, the Fertilizer, Farm, Feed, Agricultural Remedies and Stock Remedies Act, which is highly technical about what is allowed and not allowed to be used as pesticides, herbicides, a number of other issues, the registration, health and safety considerations as well. And obviously we have to deal with what the law allows for us. Our organization is fully committed to a rules-based and a law-based approach by all our members. So we don't counter that. It's an interesting question, and probably a little bit more complicated than I want to stop myself with. But the use of pesticides and herbicides, and it goes even into the question of genetically modified organizations, is highly contested. We don't make pronouncements about whether this is good or bad. We make pronouncements about whether you should abide by the law or not. And added to the dimensions of what you're asking, and there are many dimensions and facets to this question, is that we know, for instance, that the use of pesticides is a great enabler with respect to food availability, the avoidance of crop losses and harmful things happening to producers on the ground. And we also realize that there's a groundswell of opinion about their viability, their legality, their appropriateness for use. But ours is a rules-based approach to make sure that our members successfully or constructively engage with government to make sure that those those legal issues are one addressed and fully complied with then by producers first of all, and then to make sure that where that law develops, that it develops at such a pace and at such a scale that it doesn't harm the food production capacity and ability in South Africa. So it's a multifaceted issue which a person can't commit to. And you read about all these things in the media about the harmful effects or potential harmful effects of certain pesticides and herbicides. There's international conventions about that, and maybe just as a last thought on it is that, again, a person mustn't neglect the fact that a farmer is very dependent on his market. And if the market dictates, such as the European market, that we can't use certain pesticides or herbicides, and there's new scientific evidence suggesting, for instance, the use or the not to use certain things, then farmers will abide by that because that is their market. They're simply in that position where they don't dictate about whether they use things or not. They have to abide by what the laws require and stipulate for them.
That was the lawyer speaking. So if I may, ma'am, no farmer produces food to kill people. That's never our intent. And I think your answer is a highly complex. I think the answer is highly complex. Just one concept. Regenerative agriculture is a major play for us. And I think there's a lot of debate regarding that. You spoke about the demographics. Somebody farming in the Sandveld and the West Coast needs to have a completely different concept of how to deal with soil and soil management than somebody farming in, say, the northern Transvaal with whatever, Limpopo, with a different soil structure. So I think what we sometimes miss is we venture into a space of you can't use anything without understanding the complexity. So the take for us is to go back and say, what do we want as farmers? As farmers, we want to produce the most safe food for people to eat. And that's the starting point. And then you say, but there's a lot of complexity in what we need to deal with. How do I deal with it? And I think if I go into the ecosystem that we live, the moment I go and kill one thing, I've harmed the whole ecosystem and it's going to be out of sync. Somewhere, I'm just going to fall off it. So my take is with your question is, and I think that's my heart to come with that first. We do not produce food to harm the consumer with that food because we want to make more profit. And by saying that, is there a lot of work to be done? A lot of work needs to be done. Act 36 is a big play for us because there's so much new legislation that we can push into that space in helping us in the questions that you ask that is not there. So, but I think the same with sustainability. I think sustainability, and I'm talking about the biodiversity in South Africa. My father never ever did something to think, I'll never use you again, little stream flowing, passing by my farm. He always had this being mindful to say, but what about the generations to come? Maybe just a concept to make you understand actually who we are as farmers. It's a generational business. It's not a business where you quickly get in and then you get out. So whatever I do, and whatever I farm with, and the way that I farm with, it's going to have an impact on the generation that needs to come and take over from me and go forward. So I think many a times we push this far back to the primary producer. And we kind of look at him and say, but you're a killer. That's not who we are. And I think and that's what I said, by participation, that's why we're here. And even if we look into it and there's a gap, how do we fix the gap? How do we go through this gap? So maybe a bit of a different angle, but just an angle to say that even the small-scale farmer, without the ability to go through all the processes, is not producing something to say, but, well, I'm doing it to kill people. It's with this passion which we have to say, how can we feed a nation?
No, thank you for that response. I think, you refer to a nice phrase. You say your heart, the intent, sometimes, there's a saying to say, the road to hell sometimes is, what do they call it? Is filled with good, is paved with good intentions. So as indicated, there is that contestation, but we understand that the intent is not to harm. But there are these allegations that despite the intent, in practice, in some instances, there is harm. But I understand the response being the lawyer answer to say, our position is we will use what is permissible in terms of the law. Will that be a right summation of your position on the use of highly hazardous pesticides in South Africa?
Yes, again, sorry, at lawyer qualification, highly hazardous is a defined term. You know,
Yes.
those are the really dangerous stuff, which we have no question about will sooner or later be moved out as they consistently change in legislation as recently as earlier this year as well. But your point is right. We can only operate and we can only speak about operating within the limits of what the law allows for and what is permissible. We can't make a different undertaking as far as the use of pesticides, and I'm not going to name them, but we know that these debates are around them.
Mm-hmm.
But sometimes there's a very good reason for them being used, and sometimes a very good reason for not immediately or overnight stopping or prohibiting their use. Just a last thought too is, remember again where farmers find themselves in the value chain. A farmer that willingly flouts the law or willingly even flouts the industry norms about use of highly hazardous pesticides or so, will not find himself being in business very quickly. They'll very quickly find themselves not having a market anymore because market dictates what it is that what is acceptable to be delivered to the market.
Maybe then I almost said a final follow-up because I don't know what your answer will be, which may call for another follow-up, but there were also calls then, as you've rightly said, the law is what it is. And some of the calls from the first leg was that the current legal regime does not offer adequate protections to the general public, in that it does need to be revisited, especially the process by which hazardous chemicals are identified, because from the regulatory body, they've admitted that there's no public participation. The public does not have a say in terms of what they find acceptable or not. And that was the admission from the regulator, that and that mostly the input of what is, and that their major consideration in terms of allowing pesticides is effectiveness, and they've not really affected other issues. And I just want to have a sense then, with these calls and from your response, you are aware of some of the debates, whether the organization has a position in terms of the proposed legal reforms around how highly hazardous pesticides are being regulated in South Africa, to the extent that there is a position already.
We're in constant, our organization and through its representative, well, through the organizations that we represent, is in constant engagement with the registrar in terms of Act 36 in particular. And there are, as you say, developments taking place there that are beyond what South Africa can control. These are very often international forces at play with respect to specific pesticides and herbicides. Our position is, of course, we would like to make sure, as Johannes also said in the beginning, is that food is safe and as safe as possible to reach, from where it leaves the farm gate to where it reaches the consumer ultimately. The Act has served South Africa reasonably well for a long time, and it is undergoing constant reform and is probably going to undergo a major reform in the coming months and years to come. To get to the exact point is, we can't simply say we'd love to be a regenerative only organization, or an organization that can simply tolerate or allow our members to only do regenerative or sustainable agricultural practices without the use of any pesticides or herbicides or whatever the case might be. We can't do that. We're not in a position to make a commitment as far as that is concerned. We can commit to being lawful, informing our structures and our how to act lawfully and to maintain their vigilance as far as that is concerned, and then to participate constructively in finding alternative solutions to to these things and developments as they take place. I think that's the best answer I can give. Obviously, I can't speak for everybody. Also within our circle of influence is also the manufacturers of some of these pesticides and herbicides as well. And we take best scientific advice. And this is also important, sorry, as a last closing thought on that, not to be defensive about anything at all, is that we need evidence-based decision-making as far as changes to the use and usability of pesticides is concerned. So that obviously it's a much larger question than a simple yes or no answer or a simple answer, but that is the best I can give at this stage.
All right. I now want to come to the issue then of food labeling, given that we currently do operate in a space that rightly or wrongly allows the use of, legally so, allows the use of what others consider to be hazardous, highly hazardous pesticides. Would you as an organization then support a call or reforms that as part of the food labeling regime, there should be clear labeling where highly hazardous pesticides were used in the production of food in South Africa?
Yes, we would. I think transparency in our food systems is crucial, for its viability, for its long-term sustainability altogether. So, yes, as a simple, straight, obviously there might be nuances to this, and I don't want to qualify anything as a lawyer often does, but the answer is simply yes.
Yes, no, you are being paid a day fee to qualify. So we do appreciate that.
It's a month fee, it's not a day fee. Okay, so we did speak about it in the yes. submission. And just one thing on that is, so food labeling, we're all for food labeling. Now, all I want to say is, if you go back into the practices that we utilize, traceability is one of the greatest assets that we have. If we have a look on one of the biggest pushes we have on food, on the foot and mouth issue is traceability. So if you go into the fruit industry and you can go back, that traceability goes back to the day that little seed was planted and what was planted, or that tree that was planted. So I think your answer is rather, I would love to say to you, why don't you come and have a look on what we do and how we do it? Then you will find that the labeling is actually it should be there, and we should label more than what was labeled, but it's actually talking to what the farmers are doing. If you think that we are a world leader in exports and fruits and citrus, and if I say world leader, I think we're the second largest exporter of citrus. Go and have a look on their traceability systems and hazardous whatever used in this process. The word you use is, it makes me, I want to sit back. But we also need to understand, in the world that we live, if you don't use that in the right way, in the right manner, we won't have the world that we live in. I think the last time I tasted petrol, it wasn't that good. The more I can eat salt, up to a point where I die, but it has a role to play. And I think if there's one thing I plea for as being a farmer, as to say it needs to be evidence-based, it's scientific. We need to put that down, because I wish the world was like Adam and Eve, where we never needed to use any pesticides. Do you know how little my bill would be? I could produce for less than what I could. But we also need to get to a point to say you need to be rational in the way that we reason regarding this. And this is what we ask as farmers, to push this into the space to say, and I started with the extreme to say, ma'am, as a farmer, I don't produce to kill. But the other radical way is also, because I'm also an off-taker. I don't know if you know, but farmers also eat. We also use. So we're the same category as what we produce for. So I also have 3 daughters and little children. So what do I want for them? Exactly what you ask. But what we do ask for is, and that's where Janse comes in, to say, let's look at the legislation and make sure we're in good standing with that. But there's always a voice of reason regarding this. And that voice of reason is, we live in a world where we might need to use that. But there is a practice that needs to be followed that's not going to be hazardous for the end consumer. There's a retraction period. Or let's scrape it. Let's take it out. So I think the farmers are not against this. What we are for is for the process that we deal with. So we deal with a radical concept of I'm a farmer with the good intentions that's paved, and even that people are going to hell sometimes. But that is reality. But then we also sit with reality to say, but the consumer, they need to be safe at the most. How do we get to that? And I think that's where the legislation plays a major role in being a voice of reason. I think we might then say to you, Act 36 need to have a lot of eyes and ears into. And I think there's a big push from our side, and that's what Janse has referred back to. As Agri SA, we play a major role in Act 36 to make sure that we are in good standing with the intent of producing food that is safe for our consumer.
No, thank you for those submissions. And for me, maybe just to contextualize why I'm raising the issue of also labeling, as a consumer of food as well, and everyone knows, when I get to a shop and it has fruit and vegetables, I get so excited. I can buy the whole shop. But I've never seen any of the fresh produce say these pesticides or fungicides were used in the production. So even the debate that it is being had on food labeling has been limited, maybe to your processed foods, to say what goes into it. So hence I asked the question whether there will be that support, because as council has indicated, there's contestation. I understand your view, but others also equally hold a strong view that they may not want to consume certain things. And I think then food labeling can bridge the gap so that consumers then have a choice. Those who have comfort levels to consume certain foods, they can consume. And maybe those who don't have those comfort levels, they can seek out alternatives that may align to their own personal comfort levels. But I think the submission as received is that your organization does support transparency, and perhaps then it can be part of the recommendations to say the food labeling debate has to be extended to even fresh produce, so people know exactly where is my food coming from, what was used to grow this food, so that consumers do have a choice. Unless there's any other comments, I'm just going to move to another question, but you may comment on, just because I was just trying to contextualize the question I had put forward relating to food labeling specifically. No further comments. Okay, if there are no further, on the food labeling. Yeah, on the food labeling.
Can I just ask that the food that we import in South Africa needs to have the same labeling?
Oh, yes.
They need to go under the same restrictions as what we go as farmers.
Yes.
Because in my mind, that's fair.
Yes.
So many of the stuff that comes in comes without.
Yes.
That's not okay, ma'am. And the reason is not to be fair to farmers. The reason is to be fair to the end consumer.
To the consumer.
So I can't emphasize more to say to you, ma'am, we agree to what you say about labeling, because we did the submission. And labeling is actually, I can tell you how we think. As farmers, we sometimes also go and utilize social media to go and book a place to stay. Do you know how many times I got to the place and I argued myself, is this the place I saw?
Yeah.
I don't want you to have that when you buy my food.
Yes.
I want you to understand exactly who we are. And that it is who we are. But do you understand why we are saying that we're participating on platforms to deal with this matter? And one of the issues we deal with, we bring inferior food into South Africa without labeling.
Yes.
And then we want to be held accountable to the behavior of farmers. And then they say, what's happening here? Come on. It's actually deteriorating this whole value concept, the value proposition of food being a national asset to South Africa.
No, certainly on my side, I don't know what the panel will say, but I will certainly concur that any regulations should apply across the board and not just target South African farmers, as is the case in Europe. I mean, they regulate everybody. If they say they don't want certain things, they don't accept exports that don't comply with their standards. So now I just want to move to the issue of the nutrition, food nutrition. we have, I think it was also part of your discussion with one of my colleagues, and we've received inputs, I think, to, is it Grain SA, about, the extensive use of technology in the industry to improve yields. And I just want to put, the same question that I've put to Grain SA, because you also represent growers, to say, since there is this investment in technology to improve food yields, have we seen like equal investment in technology to improve the nutritional outcomes of what we actually produce? Because from the conversations we are having, it seems that much of the investment in food technology is just to increase yield, but I'm not sure then if there's equal investment on how we can use technology to improve nutritional outcomes of the food that is being produced in South Africa.
You actually need to ask the prof next to you. She has all the answers to the question. Yes, it's a highly technical question you ask us. I can maybe respond on. So if I may, ma'am, the technical issue, can I just park that one, and can I answer you about the technology we utilize in efficiencies? For the past 30 years in South Africa, the way that farmers contributed to the economy of South Africa is through efficiencies, production efficiencies. So we produce today more with less. What I mean by that is higher yields, and there's a good reason for that. And it contributes to food security big time. So the technology enabled us to overcome a lot of risks by putting better technology into the system and utilizing and be more efficient in our production methods in dealing with it. So your question is, if you really want to have an answer, I need to get back to you and submit the answer. And then I would go to the professor next to you and ask her to help me with the answer. She's laughing. to deal with it. It's a highly technical question.
Yes.
When you ask that, I need to get my mind around the question of the answer to what you ask us. So as a farmer, I know the answer because I'm married. I don't know, ma'am.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. So maybe to simplify it, obviously you can't speak for the whole industry. I'm just asking from your position as the organization. It could be, are you or your members looking into research? Because if the sector has been able to achieve so much success in terms of efficiency because they invested.
I can tell you how I would approach this.
Mm-hmm.
So out of the food security index, there's an outcome on data on where we have gaps, of which nutrition value would be flagged.
Okay.
So let's say, for instance, it's flagged in KwaZulu-Natal, in a rural area. The first thing we do is you go back and have a look at the dietary, the basket of what they eat. And then out of that, you would be able to see, but we're lacking nutrition value here. Now you start to talk, because now you can trace it back and say, guys, if it is maize, let's then go and do research on maize and say, how do we deal with it? So if you task me today, the way I would do it is to go back to the outcome and the gaps, which we are so scared to understand because it feels like we're failing. And then out of that, you go back and you build back on it to say, you go back to the maize industry and say to them, there's a high dependence on maize, but it looks like the nutrition value of maize is not feeding them or not supporting them well enough. Is it something that's prone to the maize industry? Is it something we need to look into? And then you start to build on that concept, if I may. So that would be my way of dealing with a matter like this. I think what I can say is, and not to defend this, is to say that that's why we are so driven to have a database that could feed us into a concept to say what's reality and what do we need to deal with, of which nutrition value is a big issue.
No, I think you will then wait for your further submissions on that. But also for me, to the extent that there isn't that investment, it's just a plea to say really it is something that needs to be looked at, particularly in our context. And you've rightly indicated maize. We know that the majority of South African, the most they can afford is maize in South Africa. So one can only imagine what can be achieved in terms of nutritional outcomes if we just focus on ensuring that Millie Meal offers the best nutrition, because the average South African cannot afford what we call 7 colors to balance the spinach. So, but if we can utilize and harness technology to improve that, it really can go a long way in addressing the challenge of malnutrition in South Africa.
I think a response to what you said was, I think we need to define if we say technology doesn't to a certain extent contribute enough to nutrition value, because I think they do. If you have a look at the genetic companies we have as world class, and there's a big focus towards that. If you have a look at the seed technology that we have, I think what we need to say is, and I think you just said it, why can't people afford the 7 colors? So why can't people afford? And that is, I think, where we need to get to. So it's one thing to look into the nutrition value of one specific product, but we also know I wish I could just eat biltong. I would live on it. But I know my hairs are going to fall out more if I eat more biltong. The take is just, it's the complexity we need to speak into. And I think if there's one thing we need to do is show the gaps, but then have a look at the complexity. And I think what is worrisome, and we spoke about it many a times, one of the greatest worries we have as farmers is people won't be able to buy our food anymore because people are getting poorer. And how do you deal with the poverty issue? And then the question is, can agriculture play into that poverty issue? Of course, we need to produce more affordable food. But there is something greater to that. I need to stimulate an economy where people can buy food and eat food. So if people are working with us and working for us, do they have enough money through the economy that we stimulated as farmers to buy that food? So I think it's a simple concept to look into, to say that needs to be more nutritious. We also need to say that people need to buy different food categories to make up for the nutrition. You can't just have it in pop. That's
Yes.
And how do we speak into that? And I think the complexity needs to be kind of have a focus on. But that complexity needs to be shown out of the data from the Food Security Index, which you push into this space. So the first question I'm going to ask is, but why are they just dependent on pop? Something is wrong here. You cannot be dependent just on that.
Yes.
And poverty is one of the biggest issues we need to deal with, of which I think we have a play. We're not the answer for poverty. I think many people think that agriculture is like a plug-in. My phone is flat, so I just plug it in and all of a sudden I'm charged. I think agriculture has a role to play in uplifting this. And I think specifically the rural economy, where we create an economy by producing food and getting an economy, a slow economy to a greater extent, to a higher level. So I think it's a complex matter. Nutrition is a complex matter. And I think there is a play of technology in it. But it's greater than that, ma'am. And I think my take is, I think poverty plays, a massive role into the malnutrition of people. And I think Agri-SA and fruit farming, I say that is one of the things that we say we can contribute to. And it happens in our rural areas. That's where we want to produce. But then we need to have infrastructure. We need to have electricity, because that's the means and end we need to have to produce food to people.
Okay. Maybe if I can just understand the response, is it a withdrawal of the earlier response that you will provide us information.
No, not at all. I think
Okay.
it's more putting it into
Context.
And I think the complexity thereof is greater than just one thing. To say
Yes.
technology is going to give me more nutritious food.
Yes. No, and certainly if maybe that's how my proposal landed, that's certainly not what I'm saying, that people can just survive on PAP. I mean, it's the same conversation that we'll be having around fortified food. Of course, it doesn't mean that people can only live on that fortified food item, but it recognizes that in the current context that we live in, every little bit that can be done to improve nutrition will help, because the reality is, whether we wish it to be so or not, is that a lot of people cannot afford to have that balanced meal. So anything that can be done from the growing side to improve the nutritional value, to the production side through food fortification that can improve nutritional value, in combination with other efforts, is something that can go a long way in improving nutrition outcomes in the country. So it's just to qualify then the.
So I'm not retracting it.
Yes.
I'm showing you the complexity thereof. And the other thing is, remember, I'm not even the pop guy. I'm just the maize producer. I'm the primary producer. I'm not putting food together when we have when you go to a retailer. My take is, and that's what the commitment is, yes, we are committed as primary producers to make sure that we supply as far as we can, as good as we can through technology, nutritious food. I think my plea is just we need to look into the complexity of what we deal with.
Okay, thank you so much. The last two questions is just around food affordability. You do address it in your submissions, where you indicate that from your perspective, from farm gate, you try to keep the costs as low as possible, and that much of the food costs, will be between the farm gate and consumer. And I think a similar submissions we received yesterday. And the question that I wanted to also, just to give you an opportunity to indicate whether as an organization or as an association, is there an engagement between yourself and the retailers to look into this issue of why do food prices jump so much from farm gate to retailer? Is there any such discussions that are happening at an association level? And also, given also the reports that have come out from the Competition Commission that also suggests that some of these retail prices really are not justified, by the costs, the input costs that go into that food. So I just want to understand whether you've had that engagement at all.
I think just firstly, I think we also need to understand that there's a constant tension between the producer and the retail sector.
Mm.
I think the farmer wants more as much as possible, and the retailer wants to pay him as little as possible. I think that is not a debate that we engage with on as a fixed agenda item for our meetings or anything like that. But I think that tension between affordability and viability, affordability of food for the consumer and what the retail sector charges versus the viability of the farmer who produces at a certain cost point to be able to be viable, is actually where the real crux of this matter lies. So direct answer, no. I don't think that is something that we talk about. This is a complex food system that has so many facets on that front only, that I don't foresee that is something that Agri-SA constructively engages with the retail sector as such. Again, also remember, this is a whole long value chain. At each point there's a additional cost that's added to the final price that ultimately gets paid for by the consumer. And in that, there's a very constructive role for Agri-SA to play as well. Water, a big issue, with respect to dwindling resources, fertilizer prices, transport, diesel, all these things all add into that conversation. And I don't want to belabor that too much, and I don't want to get into it too much, but it's not something that Agri-SA as an organization participates in an engagement with the retail sector as to the prices they charge for food.
Okay. And
So we have a lot of debate on the free market. So I've never met a retailer or a buyer that said, sure, this is too little. I need to pay you a bit more. And I've never met a farmer who said, this is too much. I'll give it to you for less. And if they have a good price, they always say to me, you need to understand all the gaps that I never received good money. I need to fill that up. That's history. So as Agri SA, we do not participate in setting price or negotiations to price. But what we do is make sure there's a transparency in the cost of what we deal with. Say, for instance, the fuel price, what the effect of a fuel price is going to be on the production cost of a maize farmer or a wheat farmer. So again, the Food Security Index, which we developed, put a lot of emphasis on the farmers themselves, on their profitability. So what you then do is you are transparent in the cost of production that you need to put in. So if you have a look, BFAP did a study, Bureau for Food and Agriculture Policy, on the price of food. And the price of food in South Africa is actually going down, not up. Now the question is, how did we survive as farmers? Production efficiencies. Instead of producing 9 tons, we're more effective in the way that we plant, we're more effective in the way that we harvest, lesser losses or waste. So we did it from 9 tons to 10 tons. So Agri SA will never get involved in advocating price or advocating the farm gate price up to the retail price. But what we will do is we literally advocate transparency in the costing structures of what we deal with. Because if the price of the retailer is too much for our produce, we won't be able to sell it. So, but we can never get involved in fixing or to a certain extent predicting or even demanding what that price should be. We get involved in factors that we have control over to make sure that the price is fair and is less than what it could have been, like reducing of waste or the logistic errors that we deal with, and you have a lot of waste and on that road. So just one thing again, you do not negotiate with them on behalf of farmers. We never do that. And we also don't intervene in that space.
I've run out of time. I'll just put 2 last questions and give over. I will not have a follow-up. And yes, but I can see that you are enjoying the conversation. We can go on and on. But unfortunately, my chairperson of the inquiry, said my time is up. But just the last 2 questions then. Just a follow-up on your answer, because I just want to ask then maybe a more pointed question about the food prices, given that there's no real conversation between yourself and retailers. As an organization, do you have a view on whether the current food prices at the retail level are justifiable, given the input cost that goes into producing food? Because there is a view, like I said, from Competition Commission that not all of them are entirely justifiable. Do you have a view on that as an organization? And secondly, and the last question, you engage my colleague on the issue of food waste, and you did indicate that some of it you do donate. But just as a follow-up, whether you do have data on the amount of waste that is produced by your members, if you are tracking that, and other than donating it, or if you have the data, how much of what is considered food waste is donated, and then how do you deal with the other food waste on the production side of things? So those are just my last 2 questions. Thank you so much. And if you cannot give the exact figures at this point, as part of your written submissions, to the extent that they're available, you can just provide us with the data on the quantity of your food waste, how much of it is donated, and how you deal with the rest that is not donated. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Good afternoon. I just have one follow-up question. I've been impressed by the detail in your submission, your written submission, and also by your transparency here in the oral testimony. But there was one detail that you seemed to be evasive about when you were engaging with the other evidence leaders, and that was about your membership. So I went back to your submission and I've looked carefully, and nowhere do you state the number of members that you have. So I went to the website, and on the front page of the website it says, at present, AgriSA serves some 70,000 large and small-scale commercial farmer members. Can you confirm that that's accurate? 70,000. I thought I heard a different number earlier. I thought I heard 50.
15 and 70. Okay.
But yes?
I will respond.
Okay. So the first question is about the total number, and the second is about the fact that you do identify large and small-scale commercial farmers as two separate categories. So I'm not sure why you were asking my fellow evidence leader to define a small-scale farmer when surely AgriSA has their own definition. Please.
Yeah, so in the past and where we came from, the muscle was how many people belong to me. The new economy is about the influence that you have, the impact that you have. So I can take it up to 100,000 because I can calculate it through the structures that we have. So if I take 15,000 farmers through my provinces, you take 15,000 farmers. If I go to Grains SA, that number belongs to me. Really? Is that what it's all about? So, and I'm saying it to myself. So the actual thing where we need to go to is what is the impact of agriculture in South Africa through AgriSA. So we're serving 70,000 farmers through the various industries that we deal with. But I've been here 3 years with AgriSA. We want to shy away from membership in our minds and get to a point where we say, are we influential? Are we influential in changing the structure of the food structure in South Africa? Mm-hmm. And I think for too long, we've been bound by politics, which put me in a category of color. That's why I said to you, a farmer is not a white Afrikaans-speaking commercial boer. That's not how we define it. And it's not defined by the membership, because it's so easy to go on social media and find new members. It's about the real impact of what we deal with. So I can put the real numbers down in the sense of if I calculate 23 industries and add all that numbers to mine, it would even be greater. But we intend not to go there. The reason why I want to talk about small and large scale farmers, our farmers is based on economy. And that's why we said we have small and large farmers, and I can tell you why we defined that. Because their needs are different. The need of mitigating risk for somebody being a large farmer is far, far different than somebody being a small scale farmer. But I'm worried as a representative of agriculture in South Africa that we defined farming in such a way that we're actually missing the point out of where we want to be. And that's why I asked the question. There's no malicious intent from my side, and I don't think there's a difference. I think the point I wanted to make is to say everybody being involved in farming in South Africa contributes to the food system in South Africa. They are valuable. And because of our past, we defined certain people and we put them in categories, and they were superior and the others were nothing. And AgriSA tend to go to say no. Everybody being involved in farming, even the ones that are not members with me, I want to serve through data. I want to serve through the way that we deal with the matter. In the past, and it might come out of our history and it might be fit for the time being, it was very based on membership. Our view is to say, how do we grow agriculture in South Africa?
With respect, I think that's still evasive. And I'll tell you why. It's because of what you just mentioned about the history. Given South Africa's history and given the very problematic history of commercial agriculture in South Africa, you surely accept that this commission and the general public has an interest, a legitimate interest in knowing, for example, how many of your members are commercial large-scale farmers and how many are small-scale emerging farmers. How many are black? How many are white? We have an interest in knowing that. So my question is, under oath, do you not collect this basic information about your members, so you can't tell us? You don't have that basic data? Or you don't want to tell us that information?
No, the basic data we have, and the basic data for us is, I never defined a farmer being black and white in my data.
So you don't know who's black and who's white of these 50,000 or 70,000 farmers?
No, I
You
can't
don't know.
tell you it's 10% or 5%. What I can tell you is per province. I can tell you exactly per province how many farmers we have. And again, there's no black and white. In the province, it's 20 or 50 members.
I think I'll leave it at that, and maybe the commissioners would like to take that issue forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you to the evidence leaders. I'm going to start with Commissioner Kwinana. Do you have any questions? One or two.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Chairperson of the session. In fact, I also got worried that you are not willing to tell us the demographics of your members and also the definition you provided regarding small-scale farmers vis-a-vis what you have also termed established farmers. Because truth be told, in South Africa, we're grappling with the inequalities that were presented by apartheid, and that's the reality of our country. It's 30 years into democracy. When you talk about farming, it's clear that we don't have a number of black farmers. One of the people that came to present here, who was from Limpopo, he yes, gave us a number of things that he thinks should be done. But he says the support is not there. And that's the reality of our country. So if you put in the human rights lens, which says to you, let's go to the Constitution that says that we are all equal before the law. There should be no discrimination. The fact that we are all supposed to enjoy dignity. And if you even go to the principle that a number of government sectors go by, the Batupile principle, Ubuntu being at the center of it, then it is important for us to understand that as for Agri-SA, who are you really representing? Who are your members? In order for us to understand if there is room enough created for black farmers to occupy that space as well. Because from what you have been saying, I don't really see how an enabling ground has been created for that. And not just black farmers, the marginalized, the women, persons with disabilities, older persons that are of the view that ageism should not be applied to them, saying we still want to be able to contribute economically in terms of into our country or into the spectrum of farming. So are those voices also amplified? So whilst you talk to demographics, are you also able to equally ensure that you then speak to these categories and say, this is where they are located, the youth? You actually, you made a very profound statement to say, in fact, your father is the one who instilled this into you. And I'm thinking you probably also drumming it into your children. You spoke about a daughter, in fact. I think you said something about your daughter, which is a very good thing because you said farming is generational. And that's a great statement. But equally, whilst this could be located in families, we need to be able to come out and also open this space for others that would like to also enjoy these same rights that during apartheid time, they were only enjoyed by the few in the country. And we still see that the land, and that's what the minister even said, even yesterday, that the land is still not in the hands of the majority of our country. We still have the selected few. And I think you said the same thing in terms of occupation. In fact, I had written something on it to say, the numbers that you gave in terms of where you are located. And you said there's a farmer everywhere. But who are these farmers? That question becomes very important. Can I pause there, Chairperson? Chairperson is saying, those are all my questions. I suppose maybe I just need to look at what else did I say then. I think this can also just accommodate it. Just the reason behind access, you said, infrastructure, the road and so forth. But access for me, it's also more than that. Who is occupying those spaces? There are farmers, ladies that testified. They're saying to us, it's very difficult to be in the farming space. In fact, there are periods when there's no income. And I would like you to please speak to that. That what are interventions that you are doing, as Agri say, to ensure that during those periods, during those
we're probably not the best placed people to talk to the implementation of the policy because ours is limited to National School Nutrition Program.
So, just in the last instance, that of my last question is that you're talking about a reform that you state in the submission that there's a reform direction in the pipeline for strengthening procurement and delivery. What are the timelines for cabinet approval and implementation? I would just like to know that for clarification.
Look, I mean, I think obviously the cabinet processes will, as I indicated, I think to the colleague a little bit earlier, we're looking at the next couple of months in terms of approval by cabinet. But of course, remember, it would be remiss of me to put it down a date because cabinet is not only just going to stamp an approval; it's going to go through a rigorous interrogation. In fact, it's not the first time that the policy has gone to cabinet. It's gone to cabinet twice already. And we've had to go and refine and rework with other departments. And so we anticipate that we have to get cabinet approval before this year is done because we want the implementation will start in 2027.
Thank you. Commissioner, over to you.
Thank you so much. I'll start with panel member Commissioner Kwinana. Any questions from your side?
Good morning, Minister and your team. Minister, I think most of the questions have really been asked, but I think I just want to engage you on the amounts that have been submitted with regard to daily spend on children. I think an amount was submitted is 960, and which it was also said that for primary it's over by 4 rand and 3 rand. So, Minister, when you take those amounts into consideration, vis-a-vis what is also spent in other departments, would you say that that is amounts that are befitting of children, considering that we want to ensure that they have nutritious food, and we want to ensure that they are not subjected to stunting, and also because we want to make sure that they'll become the best of, of whatever version that they are, considering that we still have a pass rate of 30% in the country, which is not really a good thing because if we want them to perform at their optimum, then we definitely need to invest more in how we are ensuring that they.
Apologies, Commissioner, for interrupting you. I note that there was a discussion and one of you is under oath and the other isn't. And once you're under oath, you're not able to be assisted. So can we please just respect that process? Thank you. Thank you. Apologies, Commissioner Queen.
Thank you, Chair, for also coming in there. So, Minister, maybe let me pause there. Do you think that those amounts are fair, considering all those instances that I've alluded to, whether it's nutrition, whether it's because we are concerned about early development, which, should not be that it's probably, it should be the case to ensure that there's proper development of any child in the country. It doesn't matter where you're located. It doesn't matter that you could be in Northwest, you could be in the far-flung areas of Eastern Cape, or you could even be in KZN or Northern Cape, wherever you are. Wherever you locate yourself, that development needs to be there with the nutritious food. Do you think it's fair?
Thank you, Commissioner. I think also, perhaps for context, I mean, I think there's economies of scale that are involved, and so I think it's important not to view it necessarily as just what can 3 rand buy you, but of course, if you're buying things in bulk, and as we showed here, what are we serving in schools? We are trying to make sure that there's starch, there's vegetables, there's a fruit that is involved on a daily basis. And now, of course, in all our primary schools, making sure that there is porridge that is involved. Of course, I think if you ask any department if they would want additional funding to be able to do more, we would certainly want to. But I think we also make sure that we are utilizing the economies of scale based on what we're able to negotiate, considering the fact that we're a big buyer. And so that, I think, then does bring down the cost. But I think also the involvement of small scale farmers is really going to help. And the involvement of schools, more schools, making sure that they've got their own gardens is also going to really assist us. Because I think, for instance, I mean, I visited a school in a coastal village in the Eastern Cape. And one of the things that I asked the colleagues is, instead of, why should the children in this area be having sardines when they could essentially, they are small scale fishermen in the village. So the point I'm trying to make is that even in our reform, we have to think about how do we drive the economies of scale harder, and how do we make sure that we utilize the local context in the provinces to drive the cost down, because there's a lot more children we still want to reach.
Thanks, Minister. Just to add to what Minister has just presented is that like all of us will agree, we will want more, but based on the budget that we have, we are not focusing on only the quantity in the plate, but the issue, or maybe the focus for us, is more on the nutritional value of what is, because that is what is going to address issues of stunting and all the other issues. As the program evolved from being a feeding scheme to a nutrition program, hence we have these menus that are specified to provinces. We have province-specific menus that we assist province with to ensure that the quality and the nutritional value of what is in the plate addresses some of these issues. Not necessarily there's the quantity of the plate, where you can have a plate where you have a starch being 2/3 of the plate and a small protein. But the reason why we ensure that we have standardized menus is so that in every province, every school in the country, the learners who are consuming this food will get the same nutritional value on a plate. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that. So I suppose you do have the data in relation to what is being fed to the children. Do you have that information? And what processes do you follow in monitoring that, ensuring that indeed there is that fruit on a daily basis for that child? Is there a mechanism that you're using? Is there data that you can provide? So that as human rights commissioners, you know, from time to time we do unannounced visits to schools. We can also then be able to say, but this is what was provided to the department, vis-a-vis some of the information that we get when we go into these spaces. Is the data?
Thank you, Commissioner. As I indicated to say, through our monitoring systems, yes, we do have data. I spoke about the MRR, the monitoring, reporting, and response system that we use. And part of the indicators that we are monitoring is when we go to the schools. Is there starch in the plate? Is there protein in the plate? Is there a vegetable in the plate? And also, is food provided as per prescribed in the menu? As we said, we have a 5-day menu cycle. True, Commissioner, as we also indicate in terms of reforms to say, as we monitor, we have come across some inefficiencies where we say, we look at the plate, we don't see the vegetable. We are doing very well in terms of starch and protein. However, in terms of like the vegetable, that is where hence some of the reforms is to address those issues. Thank you.
Can that be provided, DG?
Yes.
All right. Do you also agree that one death is just one too many? And of course, as well as issues around development, if we don't have children that are properly developed, we are not investing in our future as a country, because we'll have children that would not be able to occupy certain professions. And then we will have to find ourselves being assisted by others, whereas we are supposed to be investing more in our country. So, Minister, for me, that's one of the takeaways when you go and engage with Treasury to say it's about the future of our children. We can't have a situation where, Minister, you're going to say, no, we'd like to, like all the departments, we need to be intentional about this. We need to be deliberate where it is concerned. We cannot be shortchanging children. I usually say to people, they speak from privileged positions because they have had a better life. But for that child in Marukweng who yearns to have a space in a school where they've got food that we have just talked about, it's a violation of their human right. Because in terms of our constitution, which I will still say it is well written, it does guarantee that right. But whether it is realized, Minister, it's another thing. It's definitely another story. And it's not just for that child in Morupeng. It could be even other areas as well that possibly I'm not able to mention now. And because the other day I was chastised for mentioning Kuno. But there are many other areas where, children are yearning to just also be recognized. And Minister, I want you to please acknowledge that. Because a child in Gauteng, vis-a-vis that child who's in Bray, almost next to Botswana there, also wants to experience the same opportunities. Same opportunities that are experienced in Gauteng, same opportunities that are experienced in Western Cape. So let us be intentional when it comes to that, Minister. Let's do that for our children so that we can ensure that there's development. And because the chairperson is looking at me funny, I'm just going to leave it at that, Minister, and say, let us be solution-driven, Minister, and I hope you do have this intervention. I appreciate that you have just come in, Minister. As they say, what do they usually say when they say you've just arrived? So I appreciate that, but I think you've made a number of inroads, and I still think that there's improvement, but there's room for more improvements. Thank you so much.
Minister, any comments in terms of what Commissioner Kunyana has stated?
Thank you. And I think just to take the opportunity to thank the Commission. As I indicated in my opening remarks, we recognize the constitutional responsibility that the Commission has. And to be able to have to account is important for government. And I just want to agree with the Commissioner that every single child, I think one of the things that we really try to do in the department is to be led by the rights of the child. We may not always be popular when we have to uphold the rights of the child, but that really has to be our guiding principle. And so, even when we make an investment as large as this one, it's really in pursuant to saying no child, regardless of where they are, should be denied that opportunity. And I think one of the things that I think is our responsibilities, as I indicated earlier, is that every single department that interfaces with children or vulnerable people needs to ask themselves, are we doing enough? And this is why I'm incredibly passionate about making sure that ECD centers themselves are also being able to provide food for children, because we can make a difference from those 3,400 deaths. We can make a dent. We can improve the lot of children. And the truth of the matter is, Commissioner, is that stunting is irreversible, and it will impact learning. It will create learning losses for years to come. And so we have to deal with the problem at source. And so when I say we would want more, it's really out of saying the fiscal situation in the country is tough. But I do think that as a government, we have to also ask ourselves, where are our priorities? And where can we shift monies to really service the priorities that we need to service? And I think that is as a government-wide conversation that ought to be had. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Minister. I'll hand over to Commissioner Ntuli for her set of questions. Commissioner?
Minister, good morning. Your colleagues, good morning. Firstly, Minister, let us acknowledge and congratulate you for the reasons you've been in the news for the past few days on your achievements on the eradication of pit latrines. Of course, we understand there are various debates and some instances where there are challenges, but the acknowledgement is that there are significant improvements that have been made during your tenure. The Commission has been concerned for a number of years around the condition of sanitation in schools, particularly in primary schools with reported deaths of children. And given our interest in the food systems, we cannot consider the quality of the food that is ingested without also acknowledging how that digested food is released. So there's a direct link between our interest in the food systems and acknowledging the work that you've done on sanitation. So thank you very much and well done to you and your team. Commissioner Kunana is correct. Many of the questions we would have had are covered, but there are some few clarity seeking questions that I have, and I'll start with your engagement with Evidence Leader Mlambo on food storage. We acknowledge, of course, that there are still budget challenges, particularly with regards to infrastructure in kitchens. But it's still not clear whether there is specific data that is available on food poisoning incidences and their effect on then the number of days that children miss, for example, as a result. So the question then is, does the department keep such data? And if so, are you able to give us any information on safety incidences in schools, for example, associated with the program and the quality of food as a result of storage, foodborne illnesses, and so forth? So that would be the first question. Have there been investigations, reported incidences, and monitoring data?
On the data aspect, thank you so much, Commissioner. On the data aspect, I'll hand over to Dr. Whittle. But I think when I indicated when we had the spate of foodborne deaths, particularly amongst children, last year, we were very much obviously concerned that we need to look at the the food that we provide in schools. Because of course we've got a captive audience there, and it would be catastrophic if any of the foodborne illnesses were being essentially were being spread in our schools. So we really were vigorous in saying, can schools need to look into their storage systems, and even with the reported deaths, the majority of them, if I'm not mistaken, I don't think that there was a death that was reported from the school nutrition program. Majority of the deaths that we saw in the foodborne illnesses issue was around children who were buying particular snacks from tuck shops in the community, and then of course they would either go to school and share with other children. But we were really, really obsessive about making sure that our own food that we provide is not in any way impacted. But perhaps, Dr. Whittle, you can talk around the data specifically.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Yes, provinces are required to report those incidents to us. We have a process where once the meal for the day is served, the school must keep what we call a sample plate. And that sample plate is then, if we do pick up that children are getting sick, is then provided to the Department of Health. The analysis is done and that is fed back to us. What perhaps we don't have is the second part of your question, is how many days do children miss when they do become sick as a result of food poisoning? Certainly something that we'll pick up with the provinces, but we can make such a report available to you.
Would appreciate that very much, and the team will note that for further correspondence with yourselves just to obtain that information. Now, Minister Didichi Whittle will tell you that one of my interests is the interface between the Department of Basic Education and the Department of Agriculture, and much has been said during this engagement in regards to that relationship. So the rest of my questions are concerned with that interface. And perhaps we can begin with the local food systems. In your engagements, you have briefly mentioned the procurement of fresh produce, and you've mentioned one program in Jozini, which is an area we work a lot around, and that PPP program, which we are also quite aware of. Now, given our focus on food systems themselves, we are interested in the proportion of that program's food budget that is currently spent on procurement from small scale farmers. This PPP program that you have made reference to does not directly procure from the small scale farmers. There's a middle person who we assume is a middleman. And we also understand that the small scale farmers, in the majority, are women. The program procures from the middle person and not the small scale farmers. So our interest is the proportion of the budget of the nutrition program that procures directly from small scale farmers. And of course, we are also interested in the gender dynamics that are implicated, given that many small scale farmers are women, particularly African women.
Thank you, Commissioner. Yes, in terms of like the budget, we have 10% of the total allocation of the conditional grant that we direct provinces to procure from smallholder farmers. And we are aware, Commissioner, of the challenge of the middleman, as you indicated, to say maybe the main reason why we don't get the vegetable on the plate is because of the delays in terms of getting the product from the farm to the plate. Hence, in terms of like the reforms that we are proposing to meet with agriculture, we've already written a DG letter requesting a meeting with the Department of Agriculture. Part of the issue that we want to look at is exactly how the 10% is used by the provinces in ensuring that they comply, because this is part of the conditional grant. We have included it in our framework, and we need to account on that 10% to Treasury. So we have met with a HEADCOM subcommittee 2 weeks back, where we were specifically requesting information from provinces to say how far are they with their own engagements with agriculture in terms of the ensuring that 10% of their conditional grant goes to small holder farmers. It is work in progress, but we are committing to continue to support provinces. We have provinces that have reported that they've already had engagements with the Department of Agriculture, and they are making ground in terms of procuring from smallholder farmers. However, other provinces are still struggling. We are supporting them as the national department. And in terms of our engagement with National Department of Agriculture, these are the issues that we are trying to resolve.
Thank you, Kajeni, for that response. Now, one of our obligations in terms of Section 1843 of the Constitution is to request government departments to provide us with reports that provide information on the extent to which you would have advanced in delivering on basic human rights. And one of these would be key to those reports. So perhaps as part of the supplementary submissions, you could indicate in writing a commitment to when we can get data on the use by provinces of that 10%. Because the central key concern is the food system and the manner in which we can transition the food system away from apartheid patterns, it becomes very important to ensure that quote unquote low hanging fruits, such as the procurement by the Department of Basic Education from small scale farmers who are mainly African women, is something that does happen. Then I'd like to move to.
We can commit to that, Commissioner. We can commit to it.
Thank you,
Providing in the supplementary. Yeah.
Thank you, Minister. We appreciate that. Then my second to last question relates to the school food gardens. You did speak briefly about that, but we would be interested to know what is the current status of the school food gardens nationally, Minister, in terms of the data that is available. How many schools still maintain productive gardens, and why has this component apparently diminished over the years? This is an engagement we had with DDG Whittle before, and we still don't have clear data on one, how many schools we have nationally, how many of those schools have food gardens, what enables those schools with food gardens to maintain those gardens, and what are the challenges that are being faced by the schools without food gardens? Because we understand the schools that do have, and research shows the schools that do have food gardens enable the children not only to be fed during the school, but also to be able to cultivate the food. Because the children who depend on the nutrition program come from poor backgrounds. Many of them, the food that they eat at the school is the only meal that they enjoy. And the food gardens enable them to be able to also feed their families. So are you able to provide that data?
On the data question, I'll defer. There's something wrong here. On the data question, I'll defer to my colleagues, Commissioner. But I want to pick up on a question that you asked and a comment that you made. You are absolutely correct in that. Firstly, I think in my engagement with the former Minister of Agriculture, one of the things that they are committing to doing is because one of the line items in what they need to do is to establish community gardens. And they've indicated an interest to say, instead of just building community gardens somewhere in that community, in fact, targeting schools is a great way because essentially schools are fenced off. And they are able to provide schools with the tools that they need to be able to cultivate those gardens. So I'm really looking forward to making sure that that happens because they already have a budget line item that speaks about provisioning of community gardens. So if we can really place them into the schools, that helps us, because the question that you raise is that in many schools where the gardens are successful is because of the involvement of parents. It's about the involvement of parents. When parents take accountability and making sure that they're cultivating that garden, it thrives. And you are absolutely correct. In many instances, the school will say, we can't even get through this produce. So we give it to particularly poor children, so whether it's spinach, whether it's cabbages, and they'll take it home. So I agree with you that this is the low hanging fruit that I really want us to pursue with the Department of Agriculture, where they move community gardens instead of just being in communities. They can be in schools where it's a safe environment, it's fenced off, but also you've got parents that are accountable to making sure that they are cultivating those gardens. But on the specifics around the data, can Dr. Whittle perhaps come in?
Minister, maybe not a satisfactory answer, Commissioner. You know, maybe 10 years ago, we made the decision to de-emphasize food gardens as part of the school nutrition program. And so when we introduced the deworming program nationally, we redirected some of that funding to actually be able to run the deworming program. And the reason for the decision was that it was fairly expensive for us to try to maintain food gardens in schools. Like Minister says, you need a dedicated, passionate individual to continue to drive the implementation of the program. At the time, we got some funding from the EPWP to pay for food gardeners. That obviously also helped. And then the biggest challenge that we had at the time was the availability of water in schools. Just made it very, very difficult for us to maintain those. The last time I saw data of food gardens in schools, it was just over 800. I will work with a team to see if we can find you that data. But like Minister says, we also have. I mean, we went to a school just outside Worcester in the Western Cape, and it was a massive, massive garden. They had like 5 or 6 people that feel
Find a higher likelihood if volunteers in gardens, given that they may be compensated in other ways that may not be monetary. So this is a program that we would encourage, and it's something that we are going to monitor very closely to request plans from yourself, Minister, but also then to request reports on the implementation of those plans. And perhaps it might be of value for the department to consider a policy framework on school gardens that can be rolled out nationally. 800 food gardens out of how many again?
24,000 schools.
24,000 is absolutely inadequate. So thank you for that. The last question then relates to food literacy and agricultural education, which is also something that is very important. Many children leave school, particularly primary school, knowing very little about nutrition, about agriculture, about where food comes from. They are just consumers. If about climate change in particular and its effect on food. Yet South Africa faces simultaneous crises of hunger, obesity amongst children and youth, unemployment. Given South Africa's growing food insecurity and unemployment challenges, is the department considering a stronger integration of food literacy, nutrition, and practical agriculture into the curriculum, particularly from primary school? Many of the farmers that are now adult farmers and own farms, it's because they learned about agriculture at primary school level. So when you do away with that opportunity at primary level, then you limit the opportunities available to children to understand food and to understand the food systems.
Thanks, Commissioner. I think just maybe perhaps linked to your previous question about how do you scale the issue around food gardens in South Africa, in South African schools, and the 800 figure. I think, as I indicated a little bit earlier, I think our collaboration with the Department of Agriculture is going to be absolutely critical, because if they can provide the funding that they already have, which is to provide communities with equipment to farm, seeds, all the things that you need to create a flourishing food garden, if they can then allocate those to schools, there's absolutely no reason why more schools can't be having thriving food gardens. And I take your point where you say there may very well be a lot more people prepared to go work on in those gardens because of the circumstances that they find themselves in. And as I said earlier, it's the involvement of parents that we see what makes one successful, what makes one not successful. So I think we will be able to scale up those numbers with our collaboration with agriculture. And then, with regards to the issue around food literacy, we take the point. I mean, I'll defer to you just now. I know that we have a very good working relationship with the Department of Fisheries and Forestry in some of the work that we're doing around, particularly climate change, climate resilience, and introducing that to our schools as a program. So we're very much aware of the fact that this is not just about teaching kids what's in the textbook, but it's also about making them responsible citizens that are aware and alive to what it is that is happening around them. But perhaps I can just ask you to come in on the curriculum aspect.
Yes, thank you very much, Minister. Uh, Commissioner, this is one of the focus areas of the program. We have a budget that's allocated to it. We do a lot of work in schools. In fact, one of the projects that we've concluded towards the end of last year was the strengthening of our life orientation textbooks, where the commissioner, where the Human Rights Commission is a partner. I think in that project, your responsibility was a lot on human rights and uh, discrimination, etc. But we've actually strengthened in what we call nutrition education component quite sharply across the various grades. Like Minister says, we've also initiated a program of curriculum strengthening at the moment that's kind of emanated from the COVID period. And one of the cross-cutting task teams that we have focuses on education for sustainable development and climate change. And there's a huge agriculture component that we've built into that. If the Commission has an interest, we could certainly share some of that.
Absolutely, would appreciate an opportunity to um, consider those inputs into the curriculum. Now, Minister, the very last question is an invitation for you to identify areas in which the Human Rights Commission can assist you in strengthening the program, but also in making meaningful interventions in the problem of hunger in the basic education system.
We'd really, really welcome that, Commissioner. And I think perhaps what we can do is once we get our working relationship with agriculture off on the ground, we can invite you to some of the schools, and just perhaps just looking at the impact and the ripple effect it has on communities. I agree with you. It's not just about the hunger of the children in the school, but it's also about families who are indigent families who can be beneficiaries to that. So once I think we've got the scalable solution already starting to tick up, then we would really invite the commission to come and see the impact of the school nutrition program, not only just as what it provides in the school, but how we can essentially get that to expand in communities. And so we would really appreciate that intervention from your side.
Thank you, Minister. Perhaps as opposed to inviting us only once the program is established, let us perhaps invite you to consider inviting us at the planning phase between yourselves and agriculture so that we can make meaningful, substantive inputs into the program itself so that we are partners as the program is being rolled out.
Absolutely. Point taken. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. Thank you, Minister.
Thank you to the panel members and the evidence leaders, Minister. As the chairperson, I always have to respect time. So I would have loved to engage you on certain questions, but I think your request for assistance from the Human Rights Commission to lobby in terms of lobbying National Treasury, and as the commissioner responsible for the budgets and how budgets need to reflect socioeconomic rights, I hear that cry and we will further engage. In closing, these stakeholders in terms of the private sector have come here and said, we are available. Yesterday we had Agri-SA saying we have a surplus that we're able to provide, but we don't have the transport, but also infrastructure prevents us for accessing those schools. And perhaps we need to look into that and make recommendations. How do we then, when we have private sector saying we do have a surplus of food, but we don't know which schools to get it to, we're reliant on organizations that come to us with the list. How do we then ensure that the Department of Education, who has the data, is able to access Agri-SA? So perhaps in this aspect, use this as an opportunity. So thank you so much, Minister, for coming through and providing us with a robust discussion in terms of your department, as well as your openness to have a transparent and ongoing conversation with the Commission. So thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, and Honorable Minister, I must acknowledge the presence of the Chairperson of the Human Rights Commission, Commissioner Chairperson Reverend Neeson, who is here, which must emphasize the importance of this inquiry to the Commission. Chair, please just stand and we acknowledge you. Thank you, Chair. Honorable Minister, you are duly excused. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, I know we've gone a bit over time, but I'm going to give you a 10-minute comfort break, and thereafter we'll then have our next stakeholder coming through. Thank you so much. So we'll reconvene at 12:12. Thank you. Nanduli as well as Commissioner Quinana. Just for brief introductions before I go through the formal process, introductions as well as the role you play at Bayers. Thank you.
Sorry. Introduction from us. Okay. My name is Le Hlohonolo Majoro, Hloni for short. I'm the Public Affairs and Sustainability Manager for Bayer in Africa. What that entails really is to help protect the organization's license to operate and just connect, help expedite our social transformation strategy by engaging with key stakeholders and partners and helping connect our corporate assets to the right partners. In a nutshell, I think that's what I do. But I'll pass on to my colleague.
Good day. Good day. My name is Parusha Pillay. I am the Policy and Social Transformation Manager at Bayer. I'm responsible also under the Policy and Social Transformation. I lead the BBBE transformation for Bayer and lead the overall social transformation across Africa. Very pleased to meet you and happy to engage today. Thank you.
Thank you so much for those brief introductions. May I just ask, in terms of the presentation, will one or both of you be making the presentation, and alternatively then, once questions are asked, will one or both of you be answering the questions?
So I wasn't I wasn't aware of the fact, or rather made aware of what the process would entail. Hence, I brought my colleague. I can, I suppose, make a submission based on the responses that we've made. But when it comes to taking questions, I will take questions, and then I'll also invite my colleague to take questions where I cannot be able to provide a response.
Thank you. So the process is that you'd make an oral submission based on your written submission.
Yes.
Thereafter, the evidence leaders will then ask clarity-seeking questions based on your written or oral submissions. Then the panel will ask you a set of questions, also clarity. Therefore, based on that, you understand the process, and you then state that both yourselves will be assisting in that process.
As much as we can.
Okay, thank you. So can I ask you then, you can just stand so that I can formally swear you in.
Okay.
Once again, so full names for the record.
Lehlohonolo Majoro.
So we'll be taking the prescribed oath or affirmation.
Which is which? I stand to be guided by you, ma'am.
So there's an oath
Yeah.
where I ask you, do you swear to give the evidence, and then you swear to God, and then there's the affirmation where you affirm that the evidence you're going to present before the commission is the truth, and then you just confirm.
I'll affirm.
All right. You consider the affirmation to be binding on your conscience?
Yes.
Do you affirm that the evidence you're about to present before the commission is the truth, nothing but the whole truth? If so, say you confirm.
I confirm.
Thank you so much. May I pass to your colleague? When you pass to your colleague, you may also then duly sit. Full names for the record once again, ma'am.
It's Parusha Pillay from Bayer.
Will you be taking the prescribed oath or affirmation?
The affirmation,
You consider the affirmation to be binding on your conscience?
I do.
Do you affirm that the evidence you're about to present before the commission is the truth, nothing but the whole truth? If so, say I confirm.
I confirm.
Thank you so much. Over to you to make your presentations. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. I'll perhaps lead with an opening statement that we prepared. And commissioners and colleagues, my name is Lehlohonolo Majoro, representing Bayer in my capacity as Public Affairs, Science and Sustainability Manager for Bayer in Africa. Thank you for the opportunity to participate in this engagement and to further elaborate on Bayer South Africa's written submission to the South African Human Rights Commission's National Inquiry into Food Systems. Our participation today reflects our commitment to constructive dialogue and to contributing within the scope of our expertise to South Africa's efforts to strengthen food security and sustainable food systems. At the outset, I would like to note that our remarks today will be guided by the written submission already provided by Bayer and by information that is publicly available. We will seek to remain within the scope of that submission and may not be in a position to comment on matters that fall outside of our mandate, involve commercially sensitive information, or require additional verification. Consistent with our internal governance processes, we want to ensure that any information shared is accurate, vetted, and suitable for the intended purposes of this inquiry. We also respectfully request clarity regarding the intended outcomes of today's engagement and confirmation that the Bayer information presented during this inquiry would only be shared with bona fide third parties. Our internal data governance practices also requires that Bayer should be afforded an opportunity to review or provide input into any reports which may be generated pursuant to the representations made by Bayer during this inquiry prior to disseminating published material, public announcements, or media releases. This is important not only from an accuracy perspective, but also to ensure that any confidentiality considerations are appropriately managed. Bayer approaches food security through the lens of our mission: health for all, hunger for none. As a science-based company, our role is to support farmers with access to technologies, innovations, and agronomic solutions that help improve productivity, strengthen resilience, and contribute to a more sustainable food system. We believe that improving yields, reducing losses, strengthening farmer resilience, and expanding access to innovation are important elements in ensuring that food remains available and accessible to communities. As reflected in our written submission, we recognize that food insecurity is a complex challenge that cannot be solved by any single actor. Meaningful progress requires collaboration between government, the private sector, civil society, research institutions, and farming communities themselves. Bayer supports this collaborative approach and welcomes opportunities to contribute constructively to policy and practical solutions that advance food security in South Africa. We look forward to engaging in a transparent and productive discussion today and will endeavor to answer questions within the scope of our submission and expertise. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let me just provide clarity in terms of your opening remarks, as well as the issue of confidentiality. In terms of the written submissions, the Commission will only publish information that is related to this inquiry. In terms of bona fide third parties, the Commission will release relevant information that assists in the recommendations. The review will always provide an opportunity for stakeholders to then make additional impact in terms of the report before it's finalized. So those concerns need not be raised. The Commission has a constitutional mandate to ensure that we provide members of the public with the relevant information that is required. I will then hand over to the evidence leaders. You've not primarily summarized your written submissions. You sort of asked a question and then followed up by what Bayer's looks like and the role it plays. Perhaps to the evidence leaders, you will then provide a substantive response in terms of the written submissions. I then hand over to the evidence leaders. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you for your submission. I do find it very brief. So maybe I will ask for supplementation to certain points. So first of all, on economic accessibility and input cost, the submission notes that the right to food includes economic access and that Bayer aims to improve affordability through farm efficiencies over time. How does Bayer ensure that the high cost of advanced seeds and crop protection does not create an immediate barrier to economic access for resource poor farmers?
Well, I would. I think what Bayer does really is to be well, or rather, let's start by maybe looking at the whole food security definition, right, which has about 4 pillars, including availability, access, and all of that. I think with regards to access, I think we are cognizant of the fact that that's more of a socio-economic issue. But where we, I suppose, make a contribution is with regards to how we enable the farmer to have the right technologies which aids in their productivity and therefore making food available, right? So we ensure that the farmers have the latest technology or the right innovations to be able to ensure that they can have the right amount of yield to enable them to provide food, to make food available. And then I think if you follow it from an economic point of view, is that by food being available, it should follow that it becomes therefore affordable, right? And maybe just to look to contrast it with what happens in the rest of the continent, where you don't even have food availability, right? South Africa happens to be a net exporter of food, and that's largely because of the fact that we provide inputs that enable farmers to produce at higher yields, which enables that food productivity versus the rest of the continent that is a net importer of food, which leads to several other consequences or rather has consequences for the state who has to either subsidize or import that food, would create an import bill. Yeah, I'm not sure if I've adequately answered your question, but like I think I've set the framing around the question.
Yes, perhaps in the next question you can again just refer, but I will put it to you, but it will take you back to where I don't think you really answered that about the resource poor farmers. So the right to food includes access to the means for its procurement. So you mentioned that some high performance seeds are designed for annual purchase. Does this model risk undermining the long term sustainability of food access for smallholders by making them permanently dependent on external commercial inputs rather than traditional seed saving?
It's a very structured question that you're asking. Could I ask that you perhaps allow me to refer to the written submission, but let me also ask.
So I think when we referring to those farmers that are economically strained, um, I think what we can mention is our investments in specific programs that support smallholder farmers, but not just smallholder farmers that are farming on 1 or 2 hectares, but farmers that are starting on 1 or 2 hectares in their backyard right up until pre-commercial stage. So we've supported in quite a few programs, specifically with Grain SA. They have a farmer development program where we invest on an annual basis, and we have been investing on an annual basis for the last several years, where we provide access to inputs to these farmers, where they can then see the impact of the technology on their farms, which results in then that higher yields. With that, then comes the consequential what the onward sale of that grain, and then that then allows them to have sufficient um, w- uh, farming produce for themselves, for their home, for their communities. And if I can just say, farming on conventional seeds yields about 1 to 4 hectares per 4 tons per hectare. But with the seeds that we have, or the technology that we are giving these farmers access to, they have then almost more than 10 tons per hectare, which allows them then to sell that, and the income that they receive from that, we've actually had reports coming through that they can actually purchase more seed for their inputs, and then the program that they are on also gives them that support in terms of how they then save for the next season, how they then use their income um, in a way that allows them to think more on the longer term for their farming enterprise. That is one part of the program. Then we have other partners who support along the value chain. So where the farmers plant, we give them access to agronomic best practice, and then also in terms of market access, various other input provider access for the farmer, and so forth. So I'm just going to pause there. I'm very passionate about that. I can continue talking. Yeah. But I hope that.
Thank you, Commissioner. Then through you, could we ask for that in the supplementary? Because I think it is a better reflection, perhaps, of tangible inputs that you provide to small scale farmers and the benefits that they can also foresee, and that you collaborate with other non-state actors to actually expand that in the country. I think that is quite important, because that leads to better livelihoods for young and emerging farmers. And then on nutritional adequacy, where you spoke about malnutrition, you do say you recognize South Africa's dual burden of malnutrition, and that your contribution focuses on the production side, including supporting cultivation of crops that contribute to nutritional diversity. That's, of course, the range that you provide that is available on the market. And then the second one, in which I'm particularly interested in, is the advancing innovative variety crops that enhance nutritional value. Now, my field is nutritional value, and I'm very passionate about that, as you're passionate about your program. So I would really would like to ask you if you would provide the evidence of where you have invested in producing crops with enhanced nutritional value, because I cannot find that in the document that you provided, and I will look with interest at that. Thank you.
I think that's something we can obtain from our teams and then share that along with the other reports.
Okay, thank you. And then on availability and climate resilience, so to ensure that food is available at all times, we know resilience is key. And how does Bayer prioritize the development of climate resilient technologies for indigenous or staple crops that are central to food security of the most vulnerable populations, rather than focusing only on high value commercial crops?
So I don't think my colleague or I have that answer at this moment, but I think that's something we can endeavor to also provide to you.
Thank you. And then my last question is on corporate responsibility and market power. Bayer recognizes the responsibility to avoid adverse impacts. In a market where few large players exist, what transparent mechanisms does Bayer use to ensure that its pricing and intellectual property protections do not inadvertently limit the inclusive access to innovation needed for the collective realization of a right to food?
I think again, even with that question, I think it's subject to various what you call it, multiple flag factors, right? The inputs, pricing, whether it's global research and developmental costs, currency fluctuations, supply chain and manufacturing costs, and local market conditions. I think we're not in a position to give more detail at this point, but we are more than open to share at a later stage.
Thank you so much. Then we will provide the letter with the list, and my colleagues may identify more. But thank you. I will provide that to you.
All right. Thank you so much for the presentation. My name is Shirley Mlombo for the record. For me, it's just to first just understand more about who you are as an organization and what you're about, because this is a public inquiry. I know you have made written submissions, but there are those who are also following online, and I don't believe just listening, without even the benefit of the written submission, they will really understand the work that you do as an organization. And even myself, I do have, having read your written submission, I still really don't know much about who you are and what you do. So that's what the first set of questions really are about. In your written submissions, you indicate that you are Bayer South Africa. And I know when an organization say they are Bayer South Africa, it may mean that they operate in multiple jurisdictions. So can you just confirm, is Bayer a multinational company?
Yes.
Okay. Can you confirm the different jurisdictions where you operate?
It's quite a lot. It's quite a lot. Well, just in Africa, I think we are registered here in South Africa. We're registered in Kenya. I think we also have a registered entity in Cote d'Ivoire and a few more in North Africa. But it is quite extensive. But like that information is available on our website.
Okay. And you originate from which country or continent?
It's a German company.
It's a German company, okay. Also, you okay, and also in your I think also in your submission, you've indicated that you you're a crop you offer science-based solutions for agriculture and health. And also in your submission, you further outline, I believe it's paragraph 2, what you consider to be your main contribution to the food system. And you indicate, I'm reading for the record, providing seed and crop protection solution that enhance agricultural productivity and yield stability, supporting farmers to manage climate and pest risks, investing in innovation and research to improve performance. So, is this your main service offering to the food system in South Africa?
To the food system, yes.
Okay.
So we're an input provider. We sell seeds and crop protection.
Okay.
And other I suppose digital technologies as well that help that help farmers have access to inputs and yeah.
Okay. So by providing, you produce, for example, the seeds yourself. You're not just a middle person. Starting with, you said you provide seeds to the market. You produce them yourself as a company. Don't nod, please, for the record.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. And the type of seeds that you produce?
it's a combination of technologies that we use, from hybrid seeds to GMOs to is that about it? Vegetable seeds, grain seeds.
Okay, so your GMOs, your hybrid seed, okay. And in terms of your crop protection solutions, what specifically is your service offering in terms of that?
So from a crop protection perspective, so we offer protection from pests and weeds, which is an herbicide.
Okay, so you're a producer of pesticides, herbicides, fungicides. Is that fair to say?
That's correct.
Okay. You also say you support farmers to manage climate. I think the pest risk we've already indicated is mostly your herbicides and your, sorry, I don't know. Yeah. But in terms of your offering, in terms of managing climate risks, what are you providing to the market?
So our seeds have the technology which support during drought, for example, a drought constrained season. So the seeds would then allow farmers to produce while still experiencing environmental conditions that challenge farmers. So that when we say technology, it's the technology in the seed.
In the seed itself,
Yes.
okay. And also, you speak about the investing in innovation and research to improve crop performance and resilience. And in your discussion with my fellow panel, I'm a fellow evidence leader, you spoke about your intervention in improving the nutritional, nutritional quality of the food that is being produced. And it's something, is a question that I've asked to others before you, and no one was able to indicate what those interventions are. So I'm really excited to hear that there is actually investment in improving the nutritional quality of food. Are you in a position to tell us more about that program? How is it rolled out? Is it also just in the seed, meaning it's only available to those who buy your seeds? Can you just unpack the nature of that program that you're referring to?
So the program or the nutritional value that's spoken of in the submission?
Yes.
Okay, no, so that I think also then relates to the question that was asked previously. So we don't have that information. at
You
the
will
moment yet.
provide.
We will
Okay,
provide,
thank
yeah.
you. All right. I think maybe lastly, in terms of understanding what you do as an organization, can you just confirm what is your relationship with CropLife as an organization? I know CropLife is an association of other organization. Are you a member of
Yes, we are a
CropLife?
member.
You are a member of CropLife. Okay. They will be coming in, I believe, later today, which is why I just needed to get clarity. Now that I do have a better understanding of who you are, what you want to do, the first clarification question that I want to explore with you is, given that you operate in multiple jurisdictions, I just want to get a sense, particularly in. I do apologize. Whether in terms of your practices, do you have differentiated practices depending on the jurisdiction where you operate, or you have one operating framework and standard that you apply in all the jurisdictions that maybe Bayer operates?
I think it's mainly one, but I suppose markets and contexts may differ there and there, and where markets or conditions differ, we may be adaptable to those certain contexts. Yeah.
Okay, but you have it generally this similar operating philosophy across your different jurisdictions.
Yes.
Okay. No, I needed to put that because from engagements we've had with other stakeholders, particularly civil society organizations, there is a critique against multinational companies to say that, particularly when they're dealing with South countries, they will do things that they know they cannot do in richer countries. And this is particularly the debate around the use of pesticides, for example, where Europe is saying we cannot allow the use of certain pesticides because it's not good for our people. And you find that the same company then will not provide or will not use those pesticides in that particular jurisdiction, but the same company will use pesticides which are found to be harmful in other jurisdictions, for example, in other jurisdictions. So that is the critique that has been leveled against multinational companies, and I needed to test, in fairness to yourself, whether is that critique also applicable to Bayer as a multinational company?
So I think from a regulatory perspective in South Africa, we have quite a robust regulatory system when it comes to the regulation of our technology, our crop protection, and so forth. And obviously, I think from that perspective, we operate within the bounds of that regulatory system. So if I think if I can say if something that is not good for South Africa has been tried and tested and is not good for the general population, I think in that way we will not be, you know, um, letting it out there for general consumption. If I can say that we operate within the bounds of our regulatory environment, and I think that's maybe my input.
Okay. But then do you then foresee a scenario where something is not good for one population? We're going to come to the regulation. It's not good for them, but it's good for another population. Do you foresee such a scenario?
No, but also just maybe to go back a bit, I think it's also about the context, right? Some like from how I understand it, and maybe like the context of Europe, they might remove ban or rather certain active ingredients for whatever purposes that they may be banning it. But like for us in Africa, you find that we're still dealing with certain crop or rather pests and insects that could be that could compromise the yields for farmers, right? So I think those active ingredients that might be banned in a certain context may actually be desirable in a different context. But like I'll leave that question to be answered more what you call it competently by crop life later on.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, we will have that engagement with crop life, but let's use that as an example because I think Europe has not been ambiguous about the reasons why they've banned certain active ingredients, as you've rightly said. They are saying they are harmful. That's so you don't have to say they've banned it for whatever reason. When we talk about highly hazardous pesticides, they said they are harmful. And as Bayer, unless you are saying as Bayer, we don't believe they are harmful. We're just complying because they say we must comply. Because I understand the business, you may have your position to say, you know what, I can't fight this battle. I may as well comply. So that is one scenario, right? Why you have then, as a organization, also complied with the regulations in Europe regarding the use of highly hazardous pesticides. But and that's a generous view to say you're just complying because you have to, right? But as a company, you believe they are not hazardous. But the more sinister view could be that you actually know they're hazardous. But because in South Africa you have identified a regulatory gap, you are still going to provide those highly hazardous pesticides, even knowing that they are hazardous. So these are two separate scenarios, and I'm not sure what is the position of a Bayer. And of course, there may be a third position in relation to highly hazardous pesticides. Do you believe those banned in Europe are actually hazardous or not?
Like my colleague said, I think South Africa has a robust environmental laws and legal framework, and we operate within that framework as a company.
Yes, but that's not an answer to my question. My question is your position on those pesticides that have been banned in Europe. I'm sure as a company, you said you're a technology, crop science company. That means you do research. You've actually mentioned it. Your own research, what is it telling you about those substances that have been banned? Are they hazardous or are they not in Europe?
I can say that based on, like, I'm not a scientific expert as well.
Mhm.
So I think from just having engaged with our scientific leaders and researchers on that, um, most certainly not. If they are hazardous, based on our research, based on what the regulatory environment then dictates, we can confirm that if we know something is hazardous, we are not exposing the public to that.
Okay. Okay, so is your view then that they are not hazardous? Is that the view? Those
No,
substances that have been banned
I'm
in
saying
Europe?
maybe then perhaps I could invite you to pose your question and we can get our scientific team to then respond more appropriately.
Okay.
Then I think then my colleague and I
Yeah.
can at the moment.
Yes, that would be most helpful because the issue of whether something is harmful is it is beyond an issue of regulation. I think you'll appreciate that. It's a scientific question, but if you are saying your scientists will give us their own research to say whether they found, whether in their view, those substances that the European Union is saying are hazardous are in fact hazardous from your own research. And perhaps as a follow up with that, depending on what your own research says, right? You can also then address us on if your own research is saying they are also hazardous, why do you keep providing them in the African market, notwithstanding the regulatory framework? Because if you know something is harmful, surely there is an obligation to prevent harm. And that is required in terms of Section 27 of the Constitution to say, while you don't have a direct positive duty to provide food, you do have an obligation to prevent harm. So perhaps then that will be the related question that you can address us on, depending on what your internal research is telling you about the nature of those substances.
Yes, we'll endeavor to provide that. If you just indulge me to grab a notepad and a pen so I can make detailed notes on what we need to revert to the commission on, then I can quickly do that.
That is for the chairperson. I don't know, you have to ask for indulgence from the chairperson.
So what we normally do is once we have completed, then the commission will send you a letter with the questions that we've asked, and then you'd have to then respond. So you don't need to have a notepad, you just need to attentively pay attention, and then we will then finalize it from there.
All right, I'm just checking if I have any further issues I wanted to clarify. For me, also, I think it can be part of your further submissions. You referred in your submissions to your human rights policy. I'm very much interested in seeing the contents of that policy. If it can please be provided to us as part of your further submissions. Commissioner, I believe those are the issues I wanted to clarify with Bayer. Thank you.
Prof, I see that you have questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for attending. Just a couple of questions in addition to those already asked. Bayer Crop Science holds 77% of South Africa's genetically modified maize seed market. So the majority of maize farmers in South Africa are dependent on a single multinational corporation. How does Bayer justify this concentration of control over the primary food staple in this country? And would you agree that such a level of market dominance is a threat to South Africa's food security and food sovereignty?
If you're unable to answer now, can we please be provided with written submissions? Because that question is very important.
Yeah, we are unable to answer now, but like we can make a submission and I suppose also bring in our commercial facing team to be able to answer that question.
Understood. I have two more questions which are quite technical, and I assume therefore that you will also need to provide written answers, but let me at least pose the questions. The first one is about glyphosate. Glyphosate is the active ingredient in Bayer's Roundup product. The World Health Organization has classified glyphosate as a probable human carcinogen. The African Center for Biodiversity has formally requested a national ban on glyphosate use in South Africa. Can you please explain Bayer's position on glyphosate's safety profile and what regulatory measures Bayer believes South Africa should apply?
So I think with this question as well, we would get our teams to respond appropriately. Yeah.
I have one last one that you're not going to like either, but here it comes. Bayer and Syngenta together are responsible for about 90% of neonicotinoid pesticide exports to developing countries, with South Africa being a major destination. As you know, neonicotinoids harm pollinators of nutritionally essential fruits and vegetables. What justification does Bayer provide for continuing to sell neonicotinoid products in South Africa after they have been banned in the EU?
I'm going to also refer this to our teams to provide a written submission.
Thank you, and thank you, Chair.
Thank you for your question.
Before I hand over to the panel members, I just need to state something. My disappointment in the type of submission we've received from Bayers, not only in writing, but also your oral submissions. And when you were making your opening remarks, you spoke about confidential information. Neither have you provided us any, in your submissions, anything of substance that would assist the Commission in its inquiry. Again, when you're making oral submissions, everything you're stating is not assisting the Commission in fulfilling our constitutional mandate. So while I note that you'll provide us with supplementary submissions, I'm quite taken aback that in your opening statement, you made it seem like you would provide or be of assistance to the Commission in a very transparent way. However, the information you're providing to us at this particular moment is not going to assist us, which would require a far more substantive submission instead of the 6 pages we have received that say little to nothing to assist the Commission. So I'm going to put on record my disappointment in Bayer's approach to this. So I'll hand over to panel members. I won't have any questions because I could not, one, understand your role in the South African market, in the African market. Understand you talk about seed technologies, but you just, it's very vague. And it's very important that the commission, when we are applying our minds, and you made it, honestly, I'm so disappointed in this approach. And I would have asked, based on your interaction with the evidence leaders, that the panels don't engage and ask any questions, because you're still going to not provide us with the relevant answers. But we ask you to substantively provide us with adequate answers to the questions we have provided, and you then provide us with that, and then the commission will engage with you on those submissions. Currently, there is nothing for the commission to interact with. Commissioner Ntuli, you did say you have questions. Let me let you go through your questions, and perhaps we'll take it from there.
No, thank you, Chair. The first question I was going to ask was a comment that is quite closely related to the comment of the Chair. So to ask it more directly, are you both members of the executive of BEA?
Oh,
This is information that should have been provided prior to your swearing in and your testimony. South Africa faces a crisis, a hunger crisis. Public organizations are incredibly strained in terms of financial constraints. So to hold an inquiry of this nature takes away from resources that are already not available. For BEA to then bring to us staff members who are not members of the executive, who are unhelpful to the extent that the inquiry seeks to understand the food system, is, more explicitly, Chair, a waste of the Commission's time. So it would be of little to no value, Chair, if I do pose these questions, because the answers can be predicted. I would propose that you do proceed to perhaps then thank the staff members of BEA, but then to communicate more strongly with BEA that what we seek is an engagement that is more constructive with the executives of BEA. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Ntuli. Commissioner Kwinana?
Thank you, Chair. Earlier on in one of your answers, you spoke about technology in a way that you were actually advocating for it. So as BEA, even though I note that you compromised because it looks like you are unable to speak to strategic issues because of your positions in BEA. But it was something that you said that made me more interested in what is it that you're really saying about technology, because from where I'm sitting, it would seem technology is another form of gatekeeping for small-scale farmers. Whilst maybe it might be an enabler for those that can afford it, but it might just also be negative for others. So what is the position of BEA, the way you understand it, insofar as technology is concerned?
I think first, commissioners, just as a disclaimer, the communications that was sent to us, it wasn't clear what level of representation was required. All we were sent were questions which we then responded to. Even with regards to our attendance, it was only communicated to us on Monday that we need to be present here to give verbal responses to the commission. Granted, our leaders are always traveling and have other commitments, and they to be only made aware on Monday, it was a difficult choice to make in terms of who would be able to come and represent BEA. And we were the ones readily available based on the fact that we are based here in the office, in our offices here in Waterfall. So we do actually do take this inquiry seriously, and we are opening ourselves to further engagement wherever we can. But I just felt we needed to put out that disclaimer that the communication wasn't really that clear in terms of what was expected of us. And with regards to that question again that you ask, it may be difficult for me to answer that. But like I said, we do have technical team members who would be readily available to answer those questions for you.
So with the submissions that you have made, so none of the 14, 15, yes, items are you able to speak to?
I feel like we have spoken to some of them. But what's the question?
Yes. As Bayer, you probably have a strategy insofar as technology, seeds, or whichever way you use them. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, but I don't sit at the level where I can speak to that strategy.
Mm. And the lady next to you, is she able to engage?
So I sit in the same team. We sit together, and so we're not from the technical team to respond to the.
Where do you sit? Where are you located? At Bayer.
So we are.
No, let's start with you. Please give her the mic.
We are in the public affairs team.
Public affairs.
Public affairs team.
Which deals with what exactly?
Engagement with on public affairs matters, on policy matters.
All right. So is there a policy around pricing?
So in as far as then that goes to now the commercial team, and the commercial team then manages that component of it.
So
And
what is it that you communicate to the public?
I think it's very curated information that we are allowed to share. And I think given the time frame that we had, we put together the available information that we had. And I think anything beyond that, beyond our ability to respond now, we will then
Who
seek
do you communicate with? The farmers.
the farmers,
The farmers.
NGOs. Yeah.
Yeah. We really take exception to this. The manner in which Bayer has decided to engage the commission, it looks like you're not taking us seriously. Because we can't have people that will come here. There's a presentation in front of us. We want to engage you so that we can elicit more information. We can't. Because clearly you are not able to give us answers. And you say, so what is your role in Bayer?
Same role,
Same role.
Commissioner. But again, Commissioner.
You speak to the grassroots level.
Yes, Commissioner.
Mm.
But again, Commissioner.
That's very sad, Chair. This is a very sad state of affairs. Bayer does not take us seriously. This engagement is very important for 65 millions of South Africans who want to understand why food systems in our country is in this compromised position. And then Bayer decides to send people that cannot engage meaningfully or even at all. Because even the questions that you claim to have answered, you couldn't. Half the time you kept saying that you submit, and you were referring to either commercial or that department. And we have learned a lot about a lot of departments that exist in Bayer. Say for what you really do yourselves, because you don't do much, as it would seem. Chair, that's how far I can take it. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much to the representative from Bayes. You're duly excused. A detailed letter from the Commission will be sent to Bayes, and we expect again full cooperation from Bayes. Thank you.
Thank you.
life. Minister, I would like to thank you for your patience. I know that we're running quite behind with our program and you stayed just to accommodate us. Thank you so much, Minister. For the record, I am Commissioner Sandra Magwasha, who is the chairperson of the inquiry. I'm joined by Commissioner Pili Lintuli to my left. To my right, I'm joined by Commissioner Nomahlubi Kwinana. We form part of the panel. We are joined by our 4 evidence leaders who will then introduce themselves as they engage you and your team. So that is the aspect, Minister. Those who don't know you, for formal processes, your role in the department, as well as your names.
Hello. Oh, sorry. Yes, yes, thank you very much for the opportunity. I am Aaron Mutwaledi, the Minister of Health. With me is the Acting Director General of the Department of Health, Professor Nicholas Crisp. I will allow him to introduce him.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Nicholas Crisp, and I'm the Acting Director General in the National Department of Health. My substantive job is Deputy Director General for National Health Insurance. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Minister. May I ask, before we just proceed with the formal aspects, in terms of the presentation as well as the answering of the questions, would it be yourself as well as the Acting Director General, supported by any of your other team, or is it just the 2 of you?
The Acting Director General will give the presentation. We will join in during the questions, and the other team members, I don't know why they were not introduced.
Okay, sitting, I'm going to let them introduce themselves so that you hear their voices and you can speak to them. Thank you. Reboni, you go first.
Yes, thank you.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable Commissioners. My name is Roboni Nziye, and I'm the Chief Director for Health Promotion, Nutrition and Oral Health at the National Department of Health. Thank you.
Good afternoon, honorable commissioners and the chair. I am Zandile Kubeka. I'm in the National Department of Health in the cluster Child and Youth Health. I'm the deputy director responsible for nutrition.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Well, the process would be the swearing in of yourselves and the colleagues. Minister, may I start with you? May I ask that you stand? Just the minister, then we will, yes, because it's a per individual. Minister, your full names for the record.
Bagishe Aaron Mutwaledi.
Will you be taking the prescribed oath or affirmation?
Oath.
Do you consider the oath to be binding on your conscience?
Yes.
Do you swear that the evidence you're about to present before the commission is the truth, nothing but the whole truth? If so, raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you. Can I ask then the acting chief there?
I'm Nicholas Gilmore Crisp.
So you'll be taking the prescribed oath or affirmation?
I'll take the affirmation.
Do you consider the affirmation to be binding on your conscience?
I do.
Do you affirm that the evidence you're about to present before the commission is the truth, nothing but the whole truth? If so, state that you confirm.
Yes, I confirm.
Thank you. May we hand over to the other colleagues? Full names for the record, ma'am.
I'm Pauline Roboni Nziye.
Ma'am, will you be taking the prescribed oath or affirmation?
I'll take the oath.
Do you consider the oath to be binding on your conscience?
Yes, I do.
Do you swear that the evidence you're about to present before the commission is the truth, nothing but the whole truth? If so, raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you. Full names for the record, ma'am.
Marion Zandile Kubeka.
Ma'am, will you be taking the prescribed oath or affirmation?
Oath.
Do you consider the oath to be binding on your conscience?
Yes.
Do you say that the evidence you're about to present is the truth, nothing but the whole truth? If so, raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you so much. Minister, I'll hand over to you to delegate in terms of the presentation and we'll take it from there.
Yes, thank you very much. The presentation will be made by the Acting Director General, Professor Nicholas Crisp. he will take you through the presentation and will join thereafter during question time. Professor, please.
Okay, thanks very much, Honourable Commissioners. Greetings again to Minister and everybody else present. So we'll, in this presentation, the purpose is to answer the 4 key questions that we were asked by the Commission regarding the role of the Department of Health in addressing food systems, nutrition and health in South Africa. And what we'll do is we'll try and answer each of these questions. What is the impact of food insecurity on public health outcomes in South Africa? What interventions has the Department of Health implemented to address child nutrition and stunting, and what progress has been made? And what regulatory policy measures has the department implemented to promote healthier food environments, and what evidence is there that these interventions are effective? And how does the Department of Health contribute, in collaboration with other stakeholders, to improving South Africa's food system and nutrition outcomes? So I'll address just a number of issues. One can spend a lot of time just looking at statistics, but it's important that we talk about the issues because this relates to everybody's everyday life. We have a triple burden of malnutrition in South Africa, and there are key drivers of those. I'll go over that briefly. Then why food systems matter for health, the government's response to child nutrition and stunting in particular, regulatory measures to promote healthier food environments, the evidence that that regulation is having an impact and works, and then we'll talk about the life course approach to nutrition and health that we are promoting, and we'll talk very briefly at the end about some current challenges. So when we talk about the triple burden of malnutrition, it's actually quite strange that what we have undernutrition and overnutrition at the same time, simultaneously in our population. Undernutrition, we're experiencing children who are stunted and obviously go into their adult life stunted. We see wasting, where you lose body mass as a result of not having the necessary nutrition to be able to sustain your body. And there are a lot of underweight, both children and adults, but particularly children. Simultaneously, we are seeing overnutrition. A lot of overweight. We are now one of the heaviest nations in the world. We see a lot of obesity, and I'm talking morbid obesity now, where it's a serious problem to people's health, and diet-related non-communicable diseases. And that includes, I'm sure you're aware, diabetes, a lot of renal problems. Renal problems are becoming an even bigger and bigger problem every day, all related to overnutrition. But there are also incidents and pockets of micronutrient deficiencies. Everybody is aware that we need iron in order to survive and make our red blood cells in particular, but our whole bodies need iron as part of our building blocks. And it's easy to become iron deficient, both through loss and through not taking in enough in your diet. Vitamin A deficiency, and I'm not sure that everyone understands, vitamin A is not just about being able to have night vision. It's very important, integral to our eyes and our eyesight, but also to our skin. Folate deficiency, there are pockets of areas in South Africa where there is just not as much folate in the food that people are eating. And of course, we burn and use folate, especially pregnant women will have a higher intake, a higher need for folate. There are lots of other micronutrients, but iodine and zinc are two really important ones. We need zinc to be able to make our cells to fight off particularly viral infections, but all infections. So all of this and these 3 different impacts that we are seeing are driven by interconnected social, economic, commercial, and environmental determinants. They are quite complicated how they interact with one another, but each of those 4 main determinants are driving why we see malnutrition. So the key drivers are, I'm sure everybody has reported this, are poverty and inequality. So that's why you're seeing some people with plenty and some people with very little. That inequality, and particularly for those who really don't have anything to survive on, poverty is driving malnutrition. A household food insecurity happens very quickly. Just need small things to tip a household from being food secure to being insecure. Of course, rising food prices, the lower cost of food of poor nutritional quality. So what happens is people buy food because they can afford it and not because it's necessarily the best food for them to sustain them. There are many commercial determinants of health. The way food is marketed, the way it's packaged, the way it's presented, distributed, and so on, has a very direct bearing on health. And then in many parts of the communities across the country, there's limited nutrition literacy and knowledge. So we might have a small pocket of people who really do understand and work hard on really understanding what they're putting into their bodies and why they need that nutrition. But the majority of the population is not food literate, and they don't really understand what it is. It's just they know they need food. Of course, there's also inadequate access to safe water and sanitation, and that means that a lot of food is spoiled and you don't get the necessary value out of it, and or you get sick as a result of the water and the poor sanitation. And of course, we're now seeing climate change. People will plant their own food, and it might wash away or be damaged because of various climate events that happen. So I think this is at a very basic level, but just to remind ourselves why food systems matter for health in general. So when we talk about food systems, we're talking about our ability to collect, gather, and consume, prepare and consume the food that we need to sustain ourselves. And that is impacted on by food security. It turns into the nutrition that we need. And without that nutrition, obviously, we are not able to repair our bodies, and we can't live healthily. Even though you might think that you're eating well, you might be missing micronutrients or other essential parts of the food that you should be putting into your body to sustain your health. And if you compromise your health, then you're unable, especially if you're a child, to learn and develop. And there are parts of a child's life where they are extremely vulnerable. If they don't get proper nutrition, your brain doesn't grow properly and you're not able to have the cognitive development that is necessary to engage in the economy. And that's the last one. You become unproductive. You're unable to participate in economic development, and that then means you're now vulnerable in the food systems again and the food chain, and this cycle continues. And it's generational, which is part of the problem. So it matters in particular, there are certain food insecurities that are precipitous and make us very vulnerable as society. The first one is child stunting. And this is one that we should all be taking very seriously. We'll talk just now about what do we do about it from the health department. Because if you are unable to grow in the early stages of childhood development, you're never going to catch up. And whatever that physical stunting is happening is also happening in your brain and your ability to have cognitive development, to go to school and so forth. If your body systems are compromised, you don't even absorb micronutrients in the way that you should be absorbing them. So you become more and more deficient. So it's both taking in the micronutrients, being able to utilize them and absorb them into your body. And then, of course, if you are constantly sick, you are losing those micronutrients. If we have bad nutrition, but too much of those things that are bad for us, then that also leads to obesity. So if you are not getting a balanced diet, of course, you end up with a body mass ratio that compromises everything in your system. And that leads to diabetes, it leads to, as I said, renal disease and so forth. We see more non-communicable diseases now than we've ever seen before, and they are beginning to take over completely from the communicable diseases, which have been our biggest problem in the past. Of course, then, as I said, the poor educational outcomes and then reduced productivity are reasons why one needs to have your nutrition. So what is our sort of approach to child malnutrition and stunting in the health department? There are essentially 4, but we've broken them here into 5, and I'll explain them in the big, as I go through them. The first one is that before conception, in other words, well, we hope this is adolescence and not just from childhood directly into pregnancy, but through those early stages of adolescence, nutrition is really important to prepare the body, especially of a woman who's going to fall pregnant, but even in young boys, young men, and adolescents. And so we concentrate on trying to educate people in communities, coming to clinics, coming for engagements with the health system, and supplementation is given depending on who the community is and what the demonstrable shortages are. We will give supplementation. Pregnancy and the first 1,000 days of a child's life, so basically 2 years from the beginning of conception all the way through to the second birthday, should really be seen as one. That's the 1,000 days we talk about. But just for purposes of illustrating here, antenatal care is a massive part of the programs that we run in the health department. Big focus on getting women to book early, to get advice on not only on nutrition, of course, but looking after their bodies and monitoring the health and well-being of both the fetus in utero and the mother. There's a lot of nutrition counseling that's given at this stage because if a pregnant woman doesn't have iron and folate in particular and calcium for bone strength, they are compromised when they then do go into labor and then subsequently have to look after a newborn. And of course, the body mass index is important. Also in the sort of the latter part, from the time of the birth, so not only during the conception and the pregnancy, but during the period of birth and immediately after that, we have infant and youth policy. We have a lot of concentration on breastfeeding. Fortunately, it's not as big a problem as it used to be in the past, but breastfeeding is definitely proven over and over again to be far superior to any other forms of feeding of infants. There's close monitoring of growth of the infants in particular, but also then watching the mother and the mother's response after the birth, because especially if she's breastfeeding, she needs the nutrition to be able to feed the child. We have a big push on immunization. It's been compromised during the time of COVID, and we've been playing catch up for some time. But childhood immunizations are a huge part of what the health department does in our primary healthcare system. And we have a Mom Connect app that's available to all pregnant women and after their birth to be able to get advice from the health system. So those are big parts of the up to the first 1,000 days. Children become quite vulnerable after that because there's such an emphasis on them up to the second birthday. But then the next time that they have huge inputs from the state machinery is only when they get into early childhood development. As I'm sure you're aware, we're pushing and are happy that children are being looked after better in early childhood development now, and that'll be a focus going into the future. But the gap between the second birthday and whatever age they are at about 5 that they go into early childhood development, there aren't specific programs, but we do concentrate on continued vitamin A supplementation, deworming. This becomes a problem because these children are crawling around on the ground, they're playing outside, scratching in environments in which animals are and so forth. So getting worms is a very common problem for small children of this age. So deworming, and then of course the integrated management of childhood immunization and the integrated programs that are available for these small children are there, but they're not they're not as impactful as in that first 1,000 days. Then once children get into school age, the school health program is screening all children. And now what we're doing is we're shifting the screening program in schools to early childhood development, not to the grade 1s anymore. And a lot of that focus is on nutrition, but we're also looking for things that make it difficult for the child to engage with their education, such as not being able to see and hear, and then more concentration now than ever before on dentition and ability to eat and assimilate that food. If a child's got problems with their mouths and teeth are falling out at that stage of their lives, they get gum diseases and so on, then they don't eat properly, and they then are unable to engage in the classroom programs. There's a focus at school right from early on nutrition education. So the health department is the one that puts those programs together, and then teaching children at school about healthy food environments. So there are cross-cutting programs that pick up on these. The first one is the community health workers. That's a program that's called the ward-based outreach teams, where we have community health workers going door to door in households, particularly in poorer communities, helping the families, mothers, households, grandparents, and other caregivers to know how to look after themselves and their families. Of course, we continue with growth monitoring and promotion right the way through this period, certainly at least till the end of 5 years. It's a big emphasis. And then family programs as well. In terms of regulation, the health department is responsible for regulating certain things in food, and you can see here in this slide 9, since 2003, some of the key regulations that have been published. First of all, on food fortification. I know not everybody is very happy with us for food fortification always, but Regulation 504 and Regulation 1206 from 2003 are where we started with food fortification programs. The first food labeling and advertising regulations were from 2010. Trans fat elimination regulations were the following year in 2011. And then in 2012, foodstuffs and infants and young children, Regulation 991. And sodium reduction in 2013. This is a big issue for hypertension control. That's in Regulation 214. The health promotion levy was published in 2018. And now we are busy with the front of pack labeling and marketing restrictions so that people know what is in the food and they don't have to go and see this micro print to try and understand what it is that they are buying and eating. So we were asked about, is there evidence that regulation works? And food fortification, there's no doubt that it works. You can go through all of them, but the one that is really, really very direct is folate deficiency, where you get neural tube defects and spina bifida. And if you supplement folate in communities and mothers who have reduced folate, you see dramatic reductions in neural tube defects and spina bifida. Sodium reduction, I think by now everybody knows that it certainly helps to reduce your blood pressure. And so if we reduce adding of salt and reduce salt in the food that you think you're buying safely, we can reduce blood pressure and therefore reduce strokes in later life, problems with kidneys and so forth. Trans fat regulation, there's plenty evidence that it results in healthier food, and we have been pushing for product reformulation because you really don't need to have trans fats being taken in your diet, and that regulation has reduced the trans fat load that people take in their diet. The health promotion levy has reduced purchases of taxed beverages, and so there has been product reformulation. I'm sure everyone knows when you now drink a can of a fizzy cool drink, you're not getting the sugar that you used to get in it. Front of pack labeling, of course, we believe that that is essential for the consumer to understand better what it is that they are getting. And there is evidence that people do look for this information on their food, or on the food that they buy and on the labels that they buy. And that then protects the children from the unhealthy food that is marketed. If we get our way and are able to prevent people from marketing in irresponsible ways, some of these nice things that children like will be taken away. So in looking at the life course approach that we're promoting now, I think I've addressed some of this already, so I won't repeat it, and the writing's pretty small, but you can see the elements of the program that are driven from the Departments of Health. There's the before conception, then the first 1,000 days that includes the pregnancy. There's the early childhood period, school-age children, but it doesn't end there. It goes into adolescents and young adults as they prepare themselves to become parents and to participate in life. And then in adults, we do a whole lot of irresponsible things, including feeding ourselves with things that we think are food, or things that are marketed as food, which aren't food. We have to continue promoting better health, avoiding chronic diseases, and treating them early and intervening early. And then, of course, for older persons, you become at risk again as you get older because you're not building your cells and you're not building your bone structure and so forth. So there's a whole lot of interventions that the health department is pushing for older persons. So what are our current challenges? I think across society, poverty and inequality continue to be a big problem. So we will focus together with the provincial health departments in communities that are particularly impoverished. Food affordability has become a problem. So helping people to choose within what they are able to buy and to get the best value possible for the money that they do have. Dealing with the commercial determinants of health, I've spoken about that. It's usually through regulation. Trying to intervene, and we have now got a bit of a thrust to develop climate-friendly programs within the whole health system, of which nutrition is part of it. The unequal food environments that people have, where we throw away tons and tons of food out of restaurants and out of shopping centers that potentially can still be nutritious for people who can't afford them. So we see that as a big challenge that we participate in from the health sector. And then the need to strengthen multi-sectoral coordination. You can see from everything I've said that not all of this is controlled in the health space. We can advise people, but if you can't afford the money and you live in an environment where you can't buy what you need to eat, we need to be working with other departments. So we're strengthening that relationship, social development, and trade and industry and so forth. So we do pride ourselves that in terms of policy and regulation, we've got one of the most comprehensive nutrition and healthy food environments programs in the continent, and we do well compared with other places around the world. But this is policy and regulation, and the implementation gaps and access to food remain a problem, even if we are able to get these good policies in place. So we, from the National Department of Health, remembering we work closely with the provinces and the services in local government, we take responsibility for making sure that we have evidence-based policies, that we formulate appropriate regulations, that we promote service delivery in the most constructive way within whatever the budget constraints are. We focus on health promotion from the national level, using whatever national means we have through media streams available to us, and collaborating across the life course with all the other departments in government. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I hand over to the evidence leaders. I see that Dr. Carter will start us off.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. Thank you so much, Minister and Acting DG. I'm Eileen. I'm from the Commission. I'm just going to ask you a few questions based on your submissions here today, but also based on the submissions that you have provided to the Commission in a written statement. Perhaps my first request, Minister, for comment is aimed at almost the admission of the department to say that there's an average of 28.8% of children stunted, and that in your submission, you point out that this has been, and I quote, unacceptably high for over 2 decades. And perhaps my question, Minister, is how do we justify an identifiable concern and that it has been unacceptably high in the departments for 2 decades? And why has it been so long for us to address this issue? Perhaps that's my first question to you, Minister, or Acting DG.
Yeah, thank you very much, Commissioner. As the acting DG has said, this issue is cross-cutting. is because of the political environment in which we are. It's a socio-economic problem. You can't cure it via the health department only because it's socio-economic. It's a result of gross inequality. The unemployment that you are seeing around, which is getting worse and worse. In the Department of Health, all we can do is to advise. For instance, in the school nutritional program, we advise them on what children must be fed with as the professor in the type of foods and all that. But then we leave it to them to supply that food. The other thing that we are trying, we trying in order to end this standing, which we have started advising other government departments about, is this gap that the DG has spoken about. Can you go back to slide? Yeah, number 8. 8. Yes. There is a gap there, which he has mentioned, and it worries us. And it's a social gap whereby whatever you do with a pregnant woman and a child until the first 1,000 days, if you look at that gap from 2 years to 5 years, you're just doing deworming and all that. That's what health can do. But nutrition wise, there is a gap because in the government program, the first program that is going to start after that is a school nutrition program. In Limpopo, when I was in MEC, we tried to solve it, and there was a lot of anger because we insisted that all the ECDs must be attached to schools because there's food in schools, and it was a big problem because it was against policy of government. But we're saying if you allow people to open ECDs as communities, very poor communities, run by people who are poorly trained or not trained at all. It's not going to be like in richer communities where they open ECDs, feed the children, etc. And we said the only way for them to survive is to get into schools. But there was no policies. Only now that government is trying to push it. So it's not really purely a health issue. It's a socio-economic issue. And when the socio-economic situation becomes worse, standing will become worse. And as the professor has said, it becomes a vicious cycle because standard people cannot run economies, cannot gain from education. And we even discussed with Minister Kwahubi, I'm sure she has just arrived here. She just spoke before us, understand, because I've been telling her a lot that one of the things that we're fighting, if the country ever introduces NHI, where sort of there's equality in healthcare, unlike now when there is such great inequality. One of the best programs we want to establish, number one, is that every pregnant woman must have an individual package. Every pregnant woman, not only those who are well to do or with medical aid. We need to draw a package and say, you are now pregnant. This is your package. This is what you are going to get from the country. This is what you are going to get from the healthcare system, etc., etc. This is how many times you must see a GP. This is how many times you must see a gynecologist. This is how many times you must be put under a scan. All those things are due to those who are better off, who are only 14% of the population. Then we said thereafter, after delivering, attention must then go to the child. And we close this gap that we've seen here. There is something very important on that. Can you move? Yeah, it's the same slide. On that issue of education, we've done it when we're doing pilots for NHI, trying to check 3,000 school kids for eyesight, hearing, and oral hygiene. We got shocked. I've been a doctor for many, many years, but we got shocked at the results of the number of children who go to school every day, but they can't see very well. The teacher is not aware. Even the child itself is not aware that it can't see because it has never seen well before. If the child cannot see on the board, the child believe everybody else can see, or he believe whatever he's seeing, everybody else can see, and it doesn't work that well. And the teachers conclude that this is a dull child. It's not a brilliant child. It's just dull by nature. Then hearing, we've got quite a number of kids who are hard of hearing, and these things can be correctable, but you need to have a program, which, as I'm saying, we do not have, except children whose parents have got medical aid. Go to specialists to get checked these things, and you are aware that people who correct that, like physiotherapists, audiologists, yes, you hardly ever find them in public hospitals. They are all in the private space to go and check these kids. So those are the things that needs to be corrected at that level, not just as a Department of Health clinically, because they are really socio-economic. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Minister. Also in your response, and I want to, perhaps because you have mentioned Limpopo, just highlight and read into the record, Chairperson, the stunting percentages as we received from the department in their responses. I did make mention that the 28.8% is the stunting average, but for the Eastern Cape, it stands at 33.3%, Free State, 32.1%, Gauteng, 23.9%, KwaZulu-Natal, 27.5%. Then, Minister, Limpopo at 14.9%. Perhaps your early efforts are clearly showing some movement and some successes. Mpumalanga, 21.8%. Northern Cape, 46.2% of 0 to 5-year-olds are stunted. Northwest, 30.3%. And then in the Western Cape, 46.4% of children between 0 to 5-year-old are stunted. Now, this is the data we received, Minister, from your department. So there's a clear concern here, but just with reference to Limpopo, that there's an element there that might need further investigation because something is working in Limpopo that is not being emulated by the other provinces. But Minister, to continue from you having indicated that there's a missing portion and there's an intervention lack in a certain age category. Now, you would also recognize that the National School Nutrition Program, as you have, is a very successful intervention, but that only kicks in at age 5. So from from birth, we have the child support grant that would be applicable to all 0 to 18-year-olds and sometimes a little bit more. Then from 5-year-old, we would have the applicability of the National School Nutrition Program. And perhaps, Minister, I need to test your thinking on this. Would you agree with us that there is a clear differentiated approach between the 0 to 5-year-olds and the 5 to 18-year-olds who are not only having access to nutrition support through the child support grant, but also through the school nutrition program, whereas that is not available for the 0 to 5-year-olds to the same extent?
Yes, that's exactly what is worrying us. Because that gap is not going to be reversed. Remember the development of a child. I don't know whether you have got a slide here, Prof, that shows that development. The stages of development. There is a stage of growth during which the brain grows. If the brain is deficient of nutrition during that period, damage is caused. It does not mean that if later then you get food, that damage get reversed. Like the neural tube defect here, which the Prof has shown, where children develop spinal bifida because they were short of folate acid. You're not going to reverse it later by giving the mother folate acid when the child has already got a neural tube defect. So the same thing, a number of children who suffered kwashiorkor even before they went to school, when they arrive at school and they got fed, the damage is already done. There's no way you are going to reverse it. They are not going to make it in life already. So that's why it's going to be very important for that gap to be closed. What do you do between that 2 years and the 5 year, 2 to 5 years apart. You can see here we are trying as a Department of Health. That's all you can do to give deworming, etc., etc. Because we don't have a budget for the school nutrition program. It is there in basic education, but they say wait a bit until you are older. And during that time when you are old, we are waiting, damage is really caused. Of course, if it was my choice, only that I can't make that because this is a public meeting. I'm even scared to venture. But if it was my choice, I would have preferred that children are fed earlier, much earlier, even if much later when they go to school, there are problems. But because their brain will have survived, I would have preferred that. But that's not how society looks at it. It's not how society looks at it, and that's not what it is. So, what you must do at the stage is to fill up that gap between ourselves in health, social development, treasury, etc. That's a very, very serious gap.
Thank you, Minister. I think we are in full agreement with that serious gap and that there are other role players that also have to come to the table. So my take from this, and even if it's your own personal view, Minister, is that you would support an increase to whatever mechanism is available for us to assist the 0 to 5-year-old cohorts to bring them up to the same par as the accessibility to basic nutrition that the 5 to 18-year-olds have.
Oh, yes.
Oh,
Oh,
yes.
yes.
Okay, thank you, Minister.
Oh, yes, definitely.
That's a good answer. Minister, then I want to take us just in terms of what you have highlighted here, that there's no catch up. And would you agree with me that malnutrition is not only a human rights issue, but also it's a significant driver of future health expenditure for your department?
Yeah, no, I do agree. I do agree very strongly for that matter. Yes. It just built up a problem for us in future in terms of healthcare needs.
So again, in terms of a business model, if I can use that wording, would you agree with me that addressing malnutrition at 0 to 5-year-old would in fact assist the fiscus in the downstream processes?
It will assist the whole country. It will assist the human resource development program. It will assist the economy. It will assist the fiscus. Look, there's no question about it. In fact, if you can just check uh, some of the countries where the human resource development index is very high, like the Scandinavian countries, they put a lot of heavy emphasis and investment in early childhood development. That's where they throw everything. And such children will survive the biggest hardships in future, even in terms of education. But as I'm saying, our gap is that we wait until I know this is sort of partly a solution of making grade R compulsory part of formal school. That means moving it a little bit backwards, but that's not enough because this gap still exists. So it's not for the gain of health. That's what I'm trying to say. It's for the gain for the whole society overall in terms of educational outcomes, in terms of societal development, in terms of economic development, etc., etc.
Thank you, Minister. Maybe then on that topic still, so you agree with us that addressing malnutrition at an early age, it's going to reduce downstream health costs. And I see acting DG for the record has nodded in full agreement. Perhaps my question would then be, has the department made a formal submission to National Treasury requesting increased investment in preventative nutrition as downstream it affects your department directly?
I am chairing what you call a social cluster, where you've got education, you've got health, social development, and all that. We discuss these issues there. And of course, we do submit budgets to Treasury, but obviously, you are aware that one of the things that health has suffered, and it can show now, is the austerity that we went through for the past 10 years. It has been very heavy on the public healthcare system of the country, which takes care of 86% of the people. So we that's why I'm saying is government wide, this program. It's not only for health. That budgeting must not only be for health. It has to be government policy. And we are pushing for that to be a whole government policy, not just a health policy.
No, I hear you, Minister. Perhaps, and I'll allow you to come in here, DG, is just to ask a pointed question. I want to know whether the Department of Health itself has made a formal submission. Because what the Commission is going to do and the panel is going to do, the Commissioners, is going to assess each department in terms of steps taken. And what we're trying to establish is who has done what. And Minister, you are not the first minister that has said as a cluster. And we understand that. And we understand the interlinkages there. But we are trying to establish who has requested what from Treasury and what has the express response been. DG.
Okay, so the direct answer is we've not made a submission to ask for health budget to be increased to feed children. We haven't done that. But what we have done is to motivate and push for various policies that make more household income available for food. Alcohol is the single biggest one. That's the Western Cape's problem, is probably almost entirely alcohol. It's a huge problem. Alcohol and drugs, if parents are spending on that and betting, two things that we are absolutely very unhappy about, that consume money that could have been disposable income for the families to look after themselves. So you don't want to create dependence. You want to be able to support. And in the health department, we have extended preventive measures, micronutrient supplementations, etc., which are direct health interventions. But we don't see ourselves as a department of nutrition. So we don't go, we're not a feeding school, if you like, or feeding whatever. Even in the old days, so Minister and I are both from Limpopo. In the old days, we used to run the feeding program from health, not from schools. But then we realized that it was the school children who needed to be fed, and because they were falling asleep in class and not being able to participate and so on. But it's not that there are no other interventions in that period or targeted at getting household income to be able to buy food, advising longer periods of breastfeeding, advising on how you feed your child, not just pap, but various other things that are available even in the veld. And that's one thing in Limpopo they do. They eat off the veld quite a lot. So it's not just about having more budget for us. But the short answer to your question is no, we haven't. And I'm not sure that that would be a direct function. In the Health Act, it's not a direct function of the health department to feed children. What we do is to advise and to make sure that people know how to feed themselves safely and to remove all the harms that make it not possible to do that. But if there are programs that could be available through other departments who are better geared for that, we would certainly support them to do that.
Thank you so much, DG. My next question relates to having referred to the policies that the country has available, and you also made mention of we have some of the best regulations and policies in the world, but sometimes it comes down to implementation. I just want to pause there. Has that policy that you refer to not expired in 2023?
Yeah. Yeah. So let me just. So we are reviewing all policies all the time. Things change. Technology changes. The way we communicate with the patients change. Our availability of our digital systems to get better integrated. Health record systems are being rolled out at the moment. So we are constantly having to review our policies. There wasn't all this betting before. We are fighting against tobacco. We are fighting against alcohol. We are fighting against. So all policies are constantly under review. But you can't be publishing a whole new policy every year. Well, I mean, if things advance fast enough, then I guess we would do that. But often there are periodic reviews where we would collect the evidence and the information. If it looks like there's a trend, then we may commission some particular additional reviews and so on. So there are many, many policies which are developed and managed by the department. They're not all renewed on on an annual or biannual basis. But I see Mr. Ntia wants to. You got the.
Thank you very much. Just to add that I'm sure you are referring to the National Food and Nutrition Security Plan of 2018 to 2023, of which is an intergovernmental policy that is looking at a comprehensive way, an integrated way of improving the food and nutrition security in the country. Yes, it was from 2018 to 2023, but the actions that are there or interventions that are there are still ongoing. And currently, a new plan has been developed, or an improved plan, because at the end of the period, actually just before the end, we put up an independent committee or research organization that evaluates the implementation, looking at the gaps with the view of addressing those gaps when we put up a new plan. That new plan has already been completed as we speak, and it is now going into consultation with all the various stakeholders. The new one. However, the actions and interventions are still ongoing. Thank you.
Thank you so much. But Minister, would you agree with me that there's not a single act of Parliament basically creating enforceable duties and obligations in terms of the prevention of malnutrition?
Just come again.
There's currently, we're speaking about the policy, the one that expired in 2023, but there's no single act of Parliament that speaks to addressing access to food or prevention of child malnutrition as we currently stand. And then the adjacent enforceable mechanisms. Perhaps that's where I'm going to.
Yeah, well, I can't be sure of that. In the Department of Health, no. I'm not sure whether it might be there in the Department of Social Development, but I'm not aware of that. Just before we move to another question. Oh, I want to emphasize on these issues of policies and regulations that we not to undermine them. For instance, the professor here spoke about the effect that alcohol has, even especially on child growth, even on intellectual development. For instance, the area around the whole world, not only in the country, which is regarded as the center for what is this? What you call that kids suffer from when their mothers drink? Yes, the fetal alcohol syndrome center of the world is in South Africa, in DR, in the Northern Cape. We are number one in the whole world. And what is fetal alcohol syndrome? Is the most common preventable cause of intellectual disability. You can simply prevent it. But there now, you need strong anti-alcohol policies. And I am here to confess that we have tried very hard. For instance, alcohol is advertised in abundance all over. We have tried our best. Then there will be stories like, you are going to collapse the economy. The alcohol industry has employed so many people, and if you take them away, so much is going to be lost from the economy. We are faced with such, but here you can see the damage. Then look at smoking also. We have been having this bill in Parliament. It's going to and fro, to stop kids from vaping and taking this electronic, what you call, it's dangerous. But once you do it, you have got results. If you move to slide number 10, Prof, if you can. Oh, it's dead now. Yeah. Yes. It actually demonstrates what happens when people are at one and they agree. This issue of sodium regulation and intake, which we started in 2013. It looks like a small thing, or when we started, it looked like that. But we were cooperating with industry. They cooperated very well, more than in any other sector where you used to fight, to reduce salt intake. Why were we doing that? Because South Africans were regarded as taking more than 4 times than their body needs in the form of salt. It's not that salt is useless in the body, but South Africans, research shows that they are taking more than 4 times than what their body needs, leading to what? High blood pressure, kidney damage, strokes, etc., etc. At the time we made this policy in 2013, in Gauteng province alone, there were 500 people, 500, who were on the waiting list of renal dialysis. And remember, renal dialysis means the person must get a kidney eventually. If he's not going to get a kidney, what do you put them on renal dialysis for? So sometimes in parliament, you get asked questions, why don't you have many dialysis units? Why, instead of saying, why don't you stop that which force people to be dialyzed, because dialysis is also very expensive. So we started with that issue of reducing sodium. But now, and we even were able, with scientists, to choose areas which will have an impact. Bread. Many people did not know that bread contains more salt than it should at that time. Soups. They've got a lot of salt. Brine in chicken. Chicken brining. In fact, brine simply means salty water, which is injected in chicken to preserve them. And many of them look very big in the fridges when actually they are just full of water and salt. Then spices, and then snacks. There were about 6 foodstuffs in which we said we must reduce food right from the factory. Because look at brine in chicken. There's no housewife or maybe I'm being sexist, a cook, a person who's going to cook that food, who will know that there's already salt in this. It's going to be added 3 times. It was added during brining, it's added during cooking. Some people, before they eat, they already add salt. I've seen that many times. So salt has already been added 3 times with detrimental effect to our kidneys, etc. So we asked industry to reduce, to regulate themselves. They said, no, we're going to cheat each other, please regulate us. So we said, because we learned that for the taste buds to detect that there's less salt or more salt in the food, it takes only 14 days. If you start eating salt free today, if you have to, it will be very painful, but after 14 days, your taste buds won't know the difference. But that 14 days can cause a riot in the country. And so we said, in order for there not to be a salt riot, we'll decrease it in 3 times. So we started the first time in 2013, decreased by a particular amount. Yes. And then 2016, 3 years later, we decreased again. And last time, 2019, we decreased. Many people in the population don't know that the bread, soup, what they eat now are no longer having the same amount of salt as it was in 2013. And it helped to reduce high blood pressure, strokes, and all. But the United Nations noticed this. So last year in September, during the United Nations General Assembly, we were given a prize for this. We won a prize for regulating salt from the United Nations, that it was one of the best practices in the world. Now we have got a problem of alcohol, as I'm saying, and it's a mountain to climb, because people will give you all these stories about how many people are hired by, beer making industry and all that, but it's not good for any nation. And remember, we are regarded as number 10 in the world in alcohol consumption, with the center of fetal alcohol syndrome being in our country.
Thank you so much, Minister. I think just on that point, I would like you to also visit the Commission's report on the Enyobeni tragedy, where we expressly called for the National Department of Trade and Industry and DSD to prioritize the legislative action and retabling of the Control of Marketing of Alcohol Beverages Bill and the Liquor Amendment Bill. And we will certainly, through the Office of Commissioner Makwasha and the panel, follow up with that, but because the findings and recommendations we made in that report is certainly in line exactly with your submission here today. And then also just a footnote, Minister, we are going to also look into renal dialysis services through an inquiry. So this is just also a footnote. We will be engaging in the future as well, Minister. Then my last question, perhaps, Minister, based on the previous submissions, we've also seen about the severe acute malnutrition deaths that have occurred in the country in the past 5 years. We know that the number is around 3,400 in the past 5 years, below the age of 0 to 5-year-old. Now, per annum, and does the department have, I would almost want to put it an acceptable number to allow for measuring of reduction and a target of allowing for measuring of reduction? And what is that number?
Well, look, children should not suffer and die from acute severe malnutrition nowadays. So to put a number and say if at least so many, it's a difficult one. It's like putting a figure or what is an acceptable figure of number of people who must die every year. It's like we would like it to happen, if you understand what I mean. So putting that number is always very difficult. It sounds very immoral, etc. It should basically be zero. Yes.
Thank you, Minister. I think that's DG.
Yeah, sorry, no, I'm desperate to add to that one because when I was a young doctor, the ward was full of kwashiorkor and marasmus and marasmic kwashies, and we spend a lot of time trying to look after them. So the question is, no child should get malnourished in the first place. That's the starting point. If a child is detected with malnutrition, they should not die from that malnutrition. We should be able to treat them. So I guess that's the question asked. Of those who come with acute severe malnutrition who are diagnosed as such, less than 5% is the target at the moment to die. But they shouldn't get there. You asked a question about, and it's been bothering me about nutrition and whether there's a piece of legislation. Commissioner, in fact, I opened Act 61 of 2003, which is the Health Act, and the definition of health includes basic nutrition and basic health services contemplated in Section 28(1)(c) of the Constitution. And there's one other reference to nutrition in the National Health Act, and it says that the health system is designed to protect, so that it is protecting, respecting, promoting, and fulfilling the rights of, and there are a few things, and 3, children to basic nutrition and basic healthcare services. So, I mean, that's what we are promoting and trying to do, but those are the only 2 references to nutrition in the Act.
Thank you so much, Minister.
If the Commission wishes to make a recommendation that will help us, I don't want you to choose only one area like alcohol. I want you to include it comprehensively as commercial determinants of health. It's a new concept by the World Health Organization. It's never been there because they've realized that commercial activities determine lots of health outcomes. And so if we don't look at commercial determinants of health as a class, of actions that need to be taken, and that includes the issues of alcohol, cigarette, salt, sugar. You know how we were fought when we did this sugar levy. People thought we were raising funds. That was not the main reason why we had the sugar tax. We were trying to reduce because Prof has already said something that is impending. We are a country which had the highest HIV/AIDS, what you call in the world, TB, HIV/AIDS, infectious diseases. We are moving away from that now. We are in the middle of a transition that is deadly. That is giving way to non-communicable diseases like diabetes, cancer, etc. And it's going to be very difficult to treat those, number one, because it's very expensive. Their treatment is expensive. Nothing like treating HIV/AIDS and TB. Just go and get women who suffered breast cancer or cervical cancer and look at the amount of money you're paying. It's far, far more than what you can do for HIV and AIDS. Number two, there's going to be no country globally. It's not only about America and Trump taking away his money. There's going to be no country that will establish any fund to help you fight cancer and diabetes in your country. They were doing so with infections because they don't know any borders. They won't do so with this because it's yours only, but also because they also have it in their countries anyway. So we want to get ready for that. And dealing with conventional determinants of health will actually greatly help us. And that's why we want it to be reflected there that the country must try everything. And I'm emphasizing here because business people, the commercial industry is very strong that are running this thing. I mean, by 2013, we learned that all the alcohol producing companies together spent 1 billion rand on adverts just to advertise alcohol by 2013, around 2013 14. They were spending 1 billion. You don't spend 1 billion rand to advertise your product only if you don't know that you are getting at least 10 times that in returns. The state is struggling to keep up. We are very much struggling. And when you want to regulate, they just say, look, you are becoming a nanny state. I'm sure you have heard that word many times. You are becoming a nanny state. You can't control us and all that. All you must do is to educate the public. In other words, you are saying, allow me to poison the public, but educate them about my poison. But allow my poison to go on. Just keep on educating them. I even give them an example. Can you imagine you are an adolescent? They are showing somebody you respect very much, very, very much. I've just seen an advert last night that shows some of the biggest icons that young adolescents will identify with, which is advertising beer during the World Cup. Imagine this young boy seeing all these icons, soccer stars and all that. And you know that there's nobody who will be a soccer star if they are into alcohol. But adverts want us to believe that. Alcohol has destroyed many of them, but they'll show this icon. And the kids are watching. Then the following day, you go to school, you educate them about the dangers of alcohol. Who do they think is mad? The teacher, or, obviously the teacher is mad because we have seen a world icon who is respected all over the world, praising this thing and its virtues. And you have got a very poor teacher who doesn't even have a car, maybe, in the classroom, who you don't want to identify with, telling you about the dangers of this. It's not going to work. So if the commission can look into commercial determinants of health, you will find that they are contributing greatly in that. It was a big achievement, by the way, when the World Organization, situated in Geneva, was able to fight Nestle, which is also in Geneva, to ban marketing of infant formula that have saved millions of babies, I must tell you, because mothers were not breastfeeding. They were just giving those formula. So that stand, I know it very well because during the World Health Assembly, when we were making this noise, these business people are there. They are lobbying. They are calling ministers. They are calling this. They are promising this. They are promising that. It was not surprising when during the World Cup in 2010, Nestle wrote to us they wanted to sponsor sports for younger children and all that. And we had to refuse and they believe we are mad, but we know exactly what it will cost. So such achievement must not be looked down at because they are very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Minister. I think that has brought me to the end of my questioning, but certainly from your submissions, we will commit as the Commission to expressly follow up with the findings and recommendations we've made in terms of the Inyobeni tragedy, because clearly in the bigger picture, we have to raise some concern about the lackluster manner in which the implementing bodies are treating these very crucial mechanisms available. So thank you so much, Minister DG, from my side.
Thank you, Minister. I just want to also focus on what you're talking about on the commercial determinants of health, because I think we've not really focused so much on it, except now in the last 3 minutes. For me, we do know that we do have this, like as the DG has started, that we have this severe problem of the double burden of disease, and actually we talk sometimes it's the triple burden, the hidden hunger as well. but and that consumers today do not know what is a proper diet, and mostly they are misled, and that I think is why it is so extremely important that we do have in place the proper legislation that can guide consumers and also curb industry. Just to talk about what the minister you just mentioned, where Nestle was pushing back against the infant formula, they found a new way now because they now pushing for growing up formula, and it's been pushed through Codex, and South Africa opposed it, but they are re-evaluating it, and we're pushing again that it must be removed because moms that can't afford it is buying these growing up formula. It just came back in a different form at an older age when the child actually can just have cow's milk. And they don't need that formula. They must eat from 1 year old, they can eat from the table. They don't need special diets. So, and that brings me to the fact that we have a draft revised labeling and advertising regulation R337, which propose a mandatory front of pack warning labeling system and marketing restrictions to children for products that exceed nutrient thresholds or contain artificial sweetness, including restricting marketing elements that appeal to children, like you were telling about the icons, drinking beer, and limiting misleading nutrition health claims on unhealthy products. So, what are the expected timeline for the implementation of this draft, and how will it be monitored? I think that is something that everyone is asking in South Africa. It's now been many years, and I do know part of the reason was because there was so many feedback from all players on the draft, but now we are really waiting for more than 3 years already.
Thank you very much for the question. Indeed, the country has been waiting for long. You are referring to the R337, which is an amendment to the labeling and advertising regulation R146. And indeed, the first hurdle has been won. That was a submission, which is sometimes one of the delaying tactics, where we received over 5,000 comments, and you may find that one of them is like over 500 pages. So it was a lot of time, and we need to consider each and every comment that has been received, and that has been done. It took us over a year, almost 2 years, to get to that point. We had to get extra resources, and we're thankful for organizations that help us, like UNICEF, to get to that point. However, now at this stage, we have been requested to table the industry as part of the pushback on that, because now they already anticipate or know that the consumers will now have information on what is healthy and what is not healthy at an easy with the front of pack labeling. They part of what they have requested is that this should be tabled at NETLEC, and that is what is now delaying. So that is the reason why we cannot even have a definite a timeline to say by this time the regulations will be published, because it will be tabled at NETLEC and will have to go through close by close in the NETLEC. Thank you.
Yeah, you mentioned about the pushback by Nestle that they are trying something else. That's not new. Cigarette companies has done that. We passed the act in 1999, the, against smoking, which worked very well. And you will enjoy when you visit other countries where smoking is allowed. You realize that you are enjoying very clean air because you can't smoke in public places, in restaurants, etc. But industry they don't fold their arms. They try something else. They tried all these electronic cigarette delivery systems, vaping, and they openly and stubbornly tell you in the ad they say cigarettes. This is not a cigarette. They tell you that, and technically they are right. You know that they are delivering nicotine and cigarette deliver nicotine, but they tell you no, in this act that was passed in 1999, it says nothing about vaping because it was not there. So they discover new things. So we started a new act, and it started a war because they lobby. They don't fold their arms. They lobby, they influence, they do all those type of things. And so it's not. Don't think it's just easy to pass this type of laws that are to do with commercial determinants of health, because there's a very big pushback and fight back there that is, is creating an environment which will be conducive to business but detrimental to health and human development. So that's why if the South African Human Rights Commission wants to help, they must enter that battle rather than just calling us and asking us questions whether we pass this or not. You must also fight and tell us so that we can be able to quote you and say, no, no, no. Even a chapter 9 institution here is aware that you are causing damage. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. To that point, I think we're fighting on the same side in this battle, and particularly when the health promotion levy, which everyone actually knows as the sugar tax, was introduced in 2018, we were very disappointed that it was not ring fenced for consumer education. And isn't that time that we now say this is the downstream effect of wrong diets and wrong dietary food choices? We need not this to be a fiscal income. This must go back to the Department of Health for nutrition education. Because where will the money otherwise come from? Because overweight and obesity in children is now also a matter of concern. Apart from the fact, and I'm sure you experience the same, if they put South Africa figures for overweight and obesity up in the World Health Fora, everyone turned to me. Why is South African women over 70% overweight and obese, and men are 35% and growing, and our children is over 10%? Isn't this now time to say, we want that funding to go towards education? Because companies, we can legislate, but how do we educate consumers in an attractive way that nutrition, the choices that you make every day, will have a long-term effect on your health outcomes?
I don't want to speak behind the back of my Minister of Finance because, but we have lost that battle many times because finance say it will be very complicated if they start ring-fencing money because of where it comes from. The argument is that any money that gets into the fiscus must be distributed around the whole system for budgeting. In other words, if you say this one is from health, it must work in health only. Somebody else will come and say, I got that money from the roads by charging speedsters. It must go to transport. So they say it will destroy the whole budgeting system. And unfortunately, we didn't win. We did push for that, by the way, that the sugar levy money must come back to health. And we have, unfortunately, lost that battle. And I don't think that will ever win it. Because as I'm saying, they'll just point to you, would you like so and so, who has raised this much also to keep it? Then they say there will be no fiscus in the country because everybody will be keeping up whatever money they've raised.
Then my last question on governance, budgeting, and intergovernmental coordination. We have already heard about the National Nutrition and Food Security Plan, so I will not revisit that. But since there are no consolidated national nutrition budget, which you state in your submission, how does the department ensure that provinces does not divert funds intended for nutrition specific interventions to other medical priorities? Because I'm sure everything is shouting at them. How do we make sure that they prioritize particularly if we think about the stunting figures mentioned earlier, such as the Northern Cape and also the Eastern Cape, and those specific provinces that have severe stunting and wasting.
Yeah, thanks very much. So very little of the money that's in the health system is ring fenced. We have a very complicated budget structure. Only 64 billion of the over 300 billion that goes to health comes through the national department, and 62 billion of that is conditional grants directly to provinces. So the national department's budget is 2 billion out of 300 billion. The provincial budgets go through the provincial legislatures, doesn't go as a health budget. It goes through the provincial legislature, and they allocate from their global provincial equitable share to health, to education, etc., etc. And that is deemed to be part of the constitutional authority of the province. So the national department has a limited impact on exactly what is spent on what in any health service. And that goes for capital, it goes for recurrent expenditure, goods and services of all descriptions, the medicines we buy and everything. However, the National Health Act does make it the responsibility of the national department to make policy and to coordinate planning and to monitor what goes on. And so we use that leverage as best we can to try and make sure that priority programs are not lost. That's how we get things like the HPV program to take effect. But sometimes we have to use money to leverage that, and that's when we motivate for conditional grants. Treasury is at the moment reducing conditional grants, not increasing them, and they don't like any form of earmark funding, which a conditional grant is. So I think that the only real route that we have available is for every single thing that we do in the department, one of our senior managers then has a standing committee together with the colleagues from the provinces. And then there are a number of ministerial advisory committees that they'll work with to help with the evidence-based. You saw on the slides, evidence-based and so on. Then when everybody's convinced that the way we deal with rehabilitation, nutrition, HIV and AIDS, cancer, etc., has got to follow those basic standards and norms that we put into these policies. But it's a long slog, and we don't win all of them, and we don't win in every single province. Some provinces inherited very little when they came into the new democracy, and they have not been able to play catch up. And there's been a lot of migration inside South Africa, and as you know, from around and about. So it's a constantly moving target. And I mean, the short answer is we cannot force anything, but we do monitor. We monitor stats. Where we see that a figure is moving in the wrong direction, getting worse, we will then intervene with that province. We collect the data down to district and sub-district level, and sometimes even lower than that. And we can go and we can actually, hold them to account, DG to HOD letter, and so forth. But it's a collaborative rather than a punitive or structured way of forcing people to do anything.
Maybe let me just, this issue of ring-fencing, I'm still not sure whether it's a good policy to do something like that. I'll tell you why, and especially because you are mentioning provinces. You know that there is something called the Presidential Health Compact, where the president meets with the sector and various role players, etc., to develop a compact for the healthcare system. One of the things on the Presidential Health Compact is that it was agreed that money for pharmaceuticals must be ring-fenced. And probably because obviously the pharmaceutical lobby was very strong during that compact, and this was agreed. Provinces that ring-fence that money for pharmaceutical, which may look good, you find that they owe EFROX for oxygen, they owe the blood transfusion services, they owe the national laboratory health services. I'm not saying pharmaceuticals are not important, but if you are able to pay for pharmaceuticals, but you have got no oxygen, just imagine what I'm trying to say. Who's good here? Or if you have got paid for all pharmaceuticals, but we have got no blood, not only oxygen, but or you cannot test. You don't have laboratory testing to know what the person is suffering from. So it doesn't work, and we went to the National Health Council to say we must stop a little bit with that because it's not working very well. And that's why I'm not sure whether it's something that we need to encourage.
Thank you, DG. Just to touch on the issue of ring-fencing, particularly for the health promotion levy. One of the reasons that we cannot insist on ring-fencing of the health promotion levy for health department only is particularly about the issues that you spoke about, the determinants of health, socio-economic, environmental, and commercial determinants of health, that the drivers of overweight and obesity in particular is not only about food, but you also have physical inactivity. And as a result, we would like parks to be there, environments to be safe for people to be able to exercise, to have walking path along next to the roads, to have places where children can go and play safely, being physically active. We like to have safe water, safe clean water available for people to be able to drink water all the time, even at school and so on. So it's good, like we're saying, it's a whole of government, whole of society approach where all government departments are able to tap into the levy to improve the infrastructure to allow for physical activity, for safety, for prevention of crime, where people are not robbed when they go and run, because we need the street lights and all those things. So obesity, the drivers are not only residing with health. So each and everyone should do their part. So perhaps it's a good thing not to reinvent, so that we can all have a piece of the cake. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner. Over to you.
Thank you. I saw that Ms. Mulombo had a pressing question. I'm going to ask, are you covered, or do you want to still ask?
I would like to ask Commissioner.
You may
No, I was
proceed.
just nodding to Haiti. Haiti. May I proceed? Um, Commissioner, it's for the education because you've been discussing it with my colleagues. But what I would like to request, Minister, is that in your written submissions, you refer to the educational programs that you are running on nutrition to enable the public to make better choices. If we can just get more detailed submissions on the types of education programs that you are running, how many, where, because in the first round of this inquiry, it was raised to say there needs to be public education. And when we ask who should be responsible for that, they say the Department of Health. So perhaps in terms of further submissions, if we can get more detailed information on the education program. And also, as part of maybe that additional submission, to get clarity on the content of the program, because there was an issue about indigenous foods as well that was raised. Is that part of the conscientization, that goes out to members of the public? Because we learned from the first leg that yes, there are people who don't make good health choices because of affordability, but we know that also others don't make good health choices because we're socialized to say, if I eat KFC, I'm doing well. But if I eat mabele and morojo, I'm poor. So people, to show that they have arrived, they'll rather be seen with debonairs and KFC. So is that part of your education package? It's just for me, just to wrap up the discussion around your education program on good nutrition.
It is there. We'll present. They'll present it to you. But I also want to be allowed just to express myself about
Yes.
that. Yeah, it's there about the various education programs. And I've just said in that situation where we don't control the commercial determinants of health and we rely only on education, you don't usually win, if you understand what I mean. And I've actually given the reason. And perhaps my own, the department is doing that, but my own view and attitude about education is because of what I saw when I was a medical student. That when a child arrives in hospital with kwashiorkor, that child just needs food. As you know, malnutrition is food. Basically, you are in a hospital to be fed. And after being fed, there's a young nurse there who has been educated. They will tell the nurse, please educate the mother on what to give the child. Because kwashiorkor means they were eating only carbohydrates. Meaning we are assuming this mother doesn't know about proteins. She just doesn't have, if you know what I mean. But we assume that no, she doesn't know that she must give eggs, cheese, proteins, and all that, which you know are all expensive. And the most easily available food is starch. So the young nurse will sit there and teach the mother, and even give her a list and say, these are the things which you must feed the child. Now, I went to Nongoma for 2 weeks. Nongoma, Benedictus Hospital in Nongoma, when I was doing final year. I spent 2 weeks there. And one day, the nurses surrounded a woman and they were laughing. And yes, they were laughing and saying, because what that woman was doing, her daughter left her with a child and rushed here to work in Johannesburg. And obviously, she must have been a domestic or what, not sending a lot of food home. And the granny couldn't just feed the child. So the child was suffering kwashiorkor. And you bring the child to Benedictine Hospital. And after getting discharged, getting that small note, she's not going to be able to buy any of those things which are there. How is she going to do that? The child will just suffer kwashiorkor again and be brought back. So they were shouting at her. There's no way she'll go back to the same hospital where they say, you don't hear, we told you, this is what we said you must do, you didn't do it and all that. She just simply can't. Then she'll go to other hospitals. And after surrounding them, she then believed that no, they must have forgotten this child. I'm going back to Benedictine because it's not my home. And write a child with a new name. So that noise is because the nurses caught her. They actually realized, well, this child is so and so, has got the file here because she was opening a new file. Those are some of the hardships, if you understand what I mean. Because their concentration was on educating mothers, not realizing that it goes beyond education. I just wanted to add that.
Yes. And I think it is we do appreciate that it's not just education, but also education has a role. Hence, we have an interest in knowing, particularly for those sectors that make choices not based on affordability, but because of stigma of certain food groups and things like that. But then that dispenses of the one issue. The main issue I wanted to engage you on, Minister, is the issue of malnutrition. You had a discussion with my colleague, and we do appreciate that it's not the Department of Health that can solve nutrition problem in the country. And also from your submissions, it's clear that the department knows which communities are most vulnerable to food insecurity and malnutrition. And the information or statistics you've provided aligns with statistics we also received from Stats SA, which highlight these three provinces you've mentioned, especially Northern Cape, Northwest, Eastern Cape. I see from your stats, even Pumalanga is shooting up on some indicators. And also they tell us that women are more vulnerable than men, rural communities are more vulnerable than urban communities. So we know where the vulnerabilities are. And as I look at your submission, Minister, the department speaks of a nutrition program that you run. But as I read your submission, it appears that this program is reactive. If a child is tracked and they are malnourished, then you provide the support in terms of supplementation. And we know how good that program is, because I remember growing up during the height of HIV and AIDS. There were people you could see that they are at the death's door and they get this shake. I don't know what it is from the clinic, and the person will literally rise from the grave. So we know that there are solutions that are at the disposal of the Department of Health. But my question then is, why are we limiting those solutions to only reactive measures? Why can we not ensure that in those areas where we know children are vulnerable, as a preventative measure, they receive that supplementation program or package that you are already offering to HIV positive patients and other people who have been diagnosed with malnutrition?
Well, your answer is, I mean, it's about vulnerable people. When you say those areas, yes, we target people because they are vulnerable. But Prof has already given an answer. We are not primarily a department that provide food. Yes, those who are providing is because they are already sick, they are vulnerable, and it so happened that treatment is food, and that's why we have to provide it. But basically, if the Department of Health has to be the one that provides food, I'm sure the whole budget will go there, because there are so many people who are starving. But anyway, let me allow my team to come in.
Thank you very much, commissioners. I just wanted to touch base on the issue of the department being reactional about those who are vulnerable to malnutrition. I think in the submissions we do speak about routine interventions. Our starting point is the use of the Road 12 booklet, which is a health record that seeks to screen children for acute malnutrition as a routine service. But over the years, we have made concerted effort to scale up active case finding for children with malnutrition in all communities. To this effect, our community healthcare workers, they screen for acute malnutrition using a simple color-coded mark tape, which is able to detect forms of acute malnutrition. So, with the data that we have now, that we are also reporting through our data systems, we have managed to screen about 3.5 million children at household level, which is done by community healthcare workers. So, this is not based on whether you have malnutrition or not. All children are being screened so that we can actively find those who are sitting at home with malnutrition. So with this, we're also trying to scale up, partnering with caregivers to teach them to use that simple tool to screen their children for malnutrition. So we are busy working on a scale up in various districts where we consider those as malnutrition hotspots, so that we target our interventions to the most vulnerable. But in a nutshell, we do routine screening for growth monitoring and promotion as a key preventative strategy.
Okay. Maybe before you come in, just to clarify, the reactive approach that I'm referring to is the dispensing of the supplements that you give to people that you actually find to be malnourished. And the question is, why does a person have to be malnourished before they can have access to that supplementation package, especially when you have data that is already showing you these are the communities that are vulnerable? And we understand maybe because of the economic condition in the country, it may not be possible to roll it out in all communities, but you have data that are giving you hotspots. Why can we not give that package to those vulnerable communities? I just wanted to clarify that the issue that I was raising.
Thank you very much for that clarity. The issues around malnutrition, it's a cascade. You don't wake up today and you have malnutrition. Some children, they go through a process where they move from not being malnourished. So we can't routinely give supplements to all children, because these are targeted evidence-based nutrition interventions. For communities where they are not really acutely malnourished, you start supplementing those children. you're also going to push them into overweight and obesity. So we need to screen and identify those who are eligible to be supplemented. So it's a specific, these are foods for special medical purposes. It's not like normal food that you give. We're trying to promote for everyone to get equitably. So these are targeted, they are therapeutic, there must be an indication. Thank you.
Yeah, my understanding is that you want to say, because we already know in this village, yes, in this village, this is where, or in this district, this is where you get the number of children who are standard or malnourished. So we must take supplements and rush there and give to everybody in that village. I understand you to be saying that. Now, she answered that our intervention is targeted. What we do in the cluster, if we discover such a district, is to go to social development, also to the Department of Agriculture, because the primary aim of feeding people does not fall with the Department of Health only. Those will, for instance, it might be that the Department of Social Development found that a lot of children there are not on child support grants, or there are a lot of grannies there who are not getting their pension, etc. They might solve it that way, but agriculture can also come in and find that there's a way in which they can teach them to do gardens, etc., etc. I actually ran such a community health program when I was a GP, yeah, in Skukune in Tlhatulanang. When it started, we were calling it the Kwashioko Center. That because hospitals were tired, as I said, of children with Kwashioko. There was already Operation Hang, I'm sure you remember it, already in Skukune at that time, because of the levels of malnutrition. That was in the 80s, the middle 80s, etc. Then we said, no, let's build a Kwashioko Center. We got one of the, developmental gurus who said, how is this Kwashioko Center going to help you? Because we are just going to bring children here, feed them, send them back, feed them, send them back, And she changed the program to say, let's train people here who go out in the community, teach people to do gardens, teach them, yes, chickens and all that. That is the program that works. Because if you just say the Department of Health will give nutritional supplements, it's also not a very progressive thing. Yes.
Yeah, no, in the interest of time, I just want to move to my last question, Minister. As I've indicated, I started the conversation by saying we appreciate that the Department of Health cannot solve all the problems. So, but I wanted us to really look at what is within the reach of the department, not because the Department of Agriculture was here, rural development were here, education were here. So that meaning each department to account for themselves. But now, when we are having a conversation with the Department of Health, it cannot be an answer to say, look at others. We are engaging with others, but we want to see what are the interventions that are within the purview of the department that can help address this matter. So it is in that context, but I'm not suggesting that a child can only live on a supplement. But I thought maybe this is something that has a role that it can play, particularly in communities that are identified as vulnerable to malnutrition. But let me move, Minister, now. I just wanted to ask the last question is on pesticides, the use of highly hazardous pesticides. I wanted to understand the role of your department in the regulatory framework around pesticides. We know that there's a register that is responsible for the registration and approval of these pesticides. But I just wanted to understand what is your input, if any, in that process, particularly in view of the concerns that have been raised around the health outcomes of the continued use of this hazardous pesticides in South Africa.
Yes. Firstly, you are aware that not only pesticides, all the environmental hazards were dealt with by people when I grew up who used to be called health inspectors. Unfortunately, our constitution and the National Health Act took that job away from health and put it into districts. That's where health inspectors were supposed to be hired who will detect these things. And unfortunately, the district, I'm talking about municipal districts and metros, believe it was an unfunded mandate. And it led to the problems that you saw. We immediately formed a ministerial committee on foodborne illnesses, which is chaired by a professor of public health, yeah, Professor Leslie London at the University of Cape Town. She's chairing that committee of several experts, and their job is to advise us on what to do to deal with environmental pathogens, especially foodborne, which leads to foodborne illnesses, like pesticides, as you say. And remember that organophosphate were generally identified as the ones who were killing children. They did so, they did a research around the whole world, what are the good practices, and it's an interministerial committee which is co-chaired by myself and the Minister of Cogta, Minister Tlabisa. We co-chair that. The team came to present, and one of their recommendations was to give pesticides which must be banned. First on the list is Tebifos. And as I'm speaking now, it's not us who could ban Tebifos, it's the Department of Agriculture. Yes, they started by resisting a little bit, as I'm saying, just like commercial determinants, that farmers, are using this for this and that, farming will collapse and all that. But we're able to show countries that safely banned Tepifos. It has been banned now and is gazetted. What we are doing in the committee is to do a follow up to see whether the ban is being implemented very well. And that ministerial committee, they are continuing. For instance, they were able to show us that while we complain bitterly about the kids who died in Naledi, etc., there are farm workers who are suffering in silence, who are touching these pesticides and applying them and getting sick and dying very silently. So we are very active in that field. But we also realize uh, this anomaly of not having environmental care practitioners or health inspectors, who are the people who must detect this thing quickly. And so one of the things the committee is doing, we have put what you call a request from Treasury to make sure that at least each municipality has got a certain number of environmental care practitioners, because if you just leave it to them, they won't hire them. In fact, it's a very painful thing because some universities who train environmental health practitioners, I think there are two of them at the moment. It's Cape Point Peninsula University of Technology and Mangosut University of Technology. They're already telling us that they are about to stop that training, because if people get trained and they pass and they don't get hired, they don't see any need to give that course. And we're asking them to wait a bit. We believe it's an anomaly brought by the Constitution and the national health. It's something that we should not interfere with. We should not have, because it was working very well. But then there are many other areas where we thought we must evolve functions only to find that it's wrong. Maybe you may also remember the question of listeria, which was an outbreak, which the NICD helped us to trace it to Tigerberg Laboratory. I mean, Tigerberg, Tiger Brands factory in Polokwane. And one of the discoveries was that the district there did not have any environmental health practitioners who will have visited these centers to inspect and detect immediately, even before this happens. So that is in motion. But the issue of pesticide, we are looking at it very, very closely and very carefully.
Thank you so much, Minister. Maybe that report, to the extent that is it possible that the Commission could have sight of that full report that was submitted on pesticides? the interministerial
Oh,
report.
yes,
That will
definitely.
be of assistance. And beyond that intervention in response to the crisis that we had, as a matter of course, when a pesticide producer wants to apply for permission or license, I don't know what you call it, to start selling or making that pesticide available in the South African market, does the Department of Health play any role? Are you consulted at all to also provide input on the possible health implications of the particular pesticide or any other technology that may have potential impacts on health? Do you play any role in that process? Are you consulted by the registrar?
Well, if they have to pass an act, they'll consult us. Yes, they will consult us, and throughout the whole world, even though that was happening, we soon saw the gap. That is why the new move now is what is called One Health. And yeah, it's One Health where four sectors must work together. And I attended a meeting in France where all the DGs of the four sectors were present. The DG of the World Health Organization, the DG of the World Organization for Animal Health, the DG of Food and Agriculture Organization from Rome, and the DG for United Nations Environmental Program. If you put them together, all those DGs, they constitute One Health. And when they make these policies, they will make them together. Yeah. For instance, you are aware that in terms of United Nations environmental program, certain chemicals are banned. For instance, persistent organic pollutants. So the Department of Environment will have to circulate to other departments to make inputs when they make that policy. Even on this one of Tebifos, the Department of Agriculture, being the primary department, did circulate, because then we show them that these are the chemicals that are no longer allowed. Because we were able to pick up, the team was able to pick up that there are pesticides that are banned already, which are less hazardous than Tebifos, which caused the recent problem. And we were able to confront them. How did you ban this one and leave this most dangerous one? And so they had no way out, and they had to unban it. So the issue of One Health works very well because we are able to check each other. Because diseases don't just happen from one area. Like now, the diseases that we call zoonotics that are traveling us, like the hantavirus that scared people, the Ebola now, they are all zoonotic, meaning they were diseases that previously belonged to animals, but now they are commonly coming to human beings because we are interacting with animals in the environment. And so that's why we then have to have the One Health system so that we pick these things quite earlier. Thank you.
Lastly, is on food labeling, Minister. We've done very well as a country in terms of the labeling of processed foods, but I just wanted to gauge your thought on extending this labeling regime to also cover fresh foods, because to for people to know whether my spinach was the pesticide used in producing the spinach, and just to get your thoughts then on just extending the labeling regime to cover fresh foods so that people have choice and know exactly how their food was produced to enable them to make more informed choices about what they consume. What are your thoughts? Will you support such a call, Minister?
I'll go to them. But before I came back to the department, I was an organic farmer. And we are very, very proud about putting that organic sticker on our produce. And they are extremely strict. You know, it's like years you can't have any pesticides. Do you want to answer the question? Very difficult, she says.
Yeah, but hopefully this is more. Yes, you can
It's
come in.
something that
Yeah.
would be good to have, but it's a very difficult process that can take very long. We have started that process with the industry. We had what we call the healthy food options initiatives, where the industry, it was voluntarily to say we will, even in a restaurant, you'll find that they will label to say this, because it's unpackaged. It doesn't have a label, but at least even at the on the where they show their menu to show how many calories, how much salt, and so on. So that will go with that, even at the back where you find ingredients. But in an unpackaged product, it's still something that is a bit difficult, and we need to apply our mind on how best to do it. Perhaps maybe putting it to say this spinach not at a point of sale, but not on each and every batch. So it's something that is possible, but yeah, we really need to think of how best to do it. Thank you.
Yeah. Getting tougher and tougher now. Yeah, look, in an ideal world, some of those things can happen. For instance, the prof is telling you here about organic food, which they were very proud of. But there's no chance of feeding the masses with organics only. It's for rich people because you produce very little. The same argument uh, about what you're saying is there about GMOs, where we argue that they must be banned. Some countries have banned them. I mean, like I know in Russia, there are no GMOs. So when you eat their bread, you enjoy it very much because our our bread is a GMO. So when you argue this at United Nations, they tell you, how are you going to feed the masses, the burgeoning population that is growing so fast without pesticides, without those and all that? So it's still a very big argument. I don't know how they are able to feed the masses in Russia, but there are no GMOs. Here we have got them. So the pesticide issue, they're just going to tell you we will not have produced so much if there are no pesticides because we won't kill the pest that kill the plants. And so I think the emphasis we must put is how to regulate that. How is it used? And how is the food harvested, cleaned, and be taken out? Because the moment you label there and tell people that there was a pesticide in this, you are telling them don't eat. What choice will they? You mean they will choose to do what? They'll say, "Oh, but in a poison." No, no, no. Put it aside. That will be their conclusion. In other words, you are discouraging them to eat those vegetables, even though some of them might have been cleaned very well under very hygienic conditions. So it's something that we need to be careful about.
No, thank you, Minister. I think this brings my questions to the close instead of in the interest of time. But I would like to challenge you, maybe, Minister, as I close, to say it should be the consumer's choice. So I think um, blindsiding consumers into eating food that they will not eat had they really known what goes into the food it really is inconsistent with a consumer choice. But I do understand the difficulties, and it perhaps is a debate that can be taken forward. Thank you so much.
No, no, but we've just argued here that consumers in some cases don't have a choice. They eat what is available. A majority of consumers will not have a choice. I agree with what you say. You are talking about me and you, who will check and say, I'm not going to buy from Checkers, I'll buy from there. I won't buy this one, I'll buy that one if it's double the price. Ordinary people don't have such choices, unfortunately. It's like when we talk about obesity, we know that rich countries like America are dumping chicken sun side here, like the thighs, the wings, and all that, because they are able to afford chicken breast in order to reduce obesity. Can you imagine coming here and educating people that they must not eat chicken breast? I mean, wings, high sides, and all. That's what they survive on. So that's why I'm saying it works in an ideal world. In a real world, many consumers don't have any choice. All we can do, the best we can do, is something that does not poison them. Yeah, just to make sure that they don't get poisoned. Food is safer. Yeah, food security and safety. We can only go up to that level. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Minister, and thank you to the evidence leader. As you're talking about the choice and not poisoning them, I'll hand over to Commissioner Ntuli, who's quite interested in issues of pesticides, and she's got key questions. Commissioner Duli, your questions?
Thank you so much, Minister and your team. We've kept you here for quite a while. Thank you very much for an engaged discussion. Firstly, congratulations to the IMC as well as the Ministerial Advisory Committee led by Prof. London on the banning of tuberculosis. We recognize the advances that you have made in that area. We are also equally appreciative of the engagements that you've had, Minister, in your capacity as the co-chair of the IMC with the Human Rights Commission on the banning of tuberculosis. As you are aware, we have also played quite a prominent role in the advocacy towards the banning of tuberculosis. Now, in our previous engagements with you, we also raised the question of awareness. The problem with tuberculosis came to national attention as a result of the alleged deaths of 21 children in Naledi. And related to that were then issues of the right to a clean environment, because many of the people who are using tuberculosis in poor areas and townships in particular are using it to kill rats. And children, some not necessarily are consuming snacks from spaza shops, but because children are inquisitive, they are touching areas in their house where tuberculosis might have been placed to kill rats, and they are touching their faces and their mouths, and as a result become poisoned. Now, post the banning of tuberculosis, a related responsibility for the IMC and government as a whole would have been public education, where particularly in the so-called black market, tuberculosis in the form of haliperimi is being sold. To what extent can we say that people in the informal market, in townships, in the informal settlements, are aware of one, the relationship between haliperimi and tuberculosis, and the information that this haliperimi has been banned, and the health hazards that go with the use of haliperimi?
Well, our approach was rather to look at the source. Why are people using Tepifos? Tepifos is actually halipirime. It's one and the same thing. They call it halipirime because if you ingest it, the sun, no, you will be gone when it sets. There are people who say the sun will not set. It's going to set, but it simply means by the time it sets, you'll be gone. That's how fast Tepifos is. People are using it because they are killing rats. Now, rats are household pests, and all the household poisons by law should not kill people. That's a law of the country. I think not only of the country, everywhere in the world. For instance, the commonest rat killer is Ratex. Yes, Ratex won't kill a human being. Yes, Ratex won't kill a human being. I know when I was a GP, I used to have a hard time when a child eat just one small piece of Ratex because it looks like sweets. They believe you must treat that child. There's no treatment given because nothing is likely to happen. Because Ratex is a warfarin effect. Warfarin is a drug that is used to make blood not clot. So the rat must eat lots and lots and lots of loads of Ratex before it bleeds inside and die. A child will have to read maybe 100 times than the rat because of the weight of the child. So it's not going to kill children. But why people are leaving such safe things to go to organophosphate is because the rats grew so strong and so big that Ratex was no longer killing them. It was no longer effective. And what was causing that? Refuse removal. So instead of going to educate people, we moved in the interministerial committee. And of course, you are right because we want to see it. Last month, we're still complaining about it. Municipalities that are not removing refuse. Remove refuse from all the streets. It's not supposed to belong there. And once it's removed, they won't see a need to go and buy Tebifos from the street. Because don't think that people who are selling Tebifos are not aware that it's dangerous. They are. In fact, one of the presentations that the ministerial committee did, when we present that report as they've been requested, you will see that the number of people who commit suicide with Tebifos, adults who eat to commit suicide, they are aware, in fact, or if I eat this, I'm going to die. But they want to die as quick as possible. So we are not saying we shouldn't educate people, but we thought the biggest solution is to remove refuge, no rats. Then if there are no rats, people won't find a need to buy Tebifos because they were buying it only for that reason. Before there was a lot of refuse in our street, we didn't have so many rats as they that forced people to buy Tebifos. So firstly, it is banned. Secondly, remove the refuge. Then the problem will go away. The issue of education, of course, will go on with it, but it doesn't help to educate them. When they wake up, they found bundles of dirt in the streets and rats as big as their cats, which the cat runs away from actually. When it appears, it's not going to help. They will still go for Alipirim.
No, thank you, Minister. We appreciate the problems of refuse removal, particularly in informal settlements and in townships. You look at the problem with the Juske River, for example. Now, we also appreciate this intervention of saying you ban Tebifos, then you intervene at the level of refuse removal. But you and I know that that problem of refuse removal has not ended, neither is it going to end tomorrow. Now, in the interim, are we going to accept that we are not going to educate and bring awareness to the public and the vulnerable communities about the dangers of Tebifos on the basis that one, we are addressing the issue of refuse removal, and two, that because some people use Tebifos to commit suicide, therefore we can assume that people know about the dangers of Tebifos. And we ask this given that we have 21 deaths of children as a result of this Tebifos, and these children did not commit suicide.
No, Commissioner. I've actually said it before. If you teach people, we won't stop teaching people in health. We teach them about all. I was just talking about where you put emphasis. If you put emphasis about teaching people about the dangers of Tebifos, we are teaching them, but we can even use more resources to do that. The children in Naledi who went to a spaza shop and bought Zimba chips, that teaching about Tebifos, how does it help them? If you understand what I mean. Yes. Even if they know that there is something called Tebifos, which I'm not supposed to use. The spaza shop owners who also made use of Tebifos, they were not putting it in the food deliberately. No, they were not. It was because it's readily available everywhere. It contaminates packages, it contaminates counters. They were packing it on the counter. They were not even aware that there is something called Tebifos. So that's why I'm saying we will educate, but we believe the biggest win ever is to make sure that I don't necessarily agree. I don't necessarily agree that, in fact, I agree education will take much longer for it to stick in. The biggest win is to remove Tebifos. And I don't necessarily agree that after banning it, it may take that long to remove it. It's because people were selling it in the streets because they were not aware that it's illegal. A lot of these Tebifos were sold in the street. Now, in going to remove it and arrest people, but also after banning it, we learned that there are few companies that bring Tebifos in. We learned that because in many countries it's banned. We also learned that if you want to import Tebifos, you must inform the department, and they were not doing that. So now that all those things are happening, we are not saying we want to educate people, but we believe they are the low-hanging fruits to removing that which is poisoning people.
No, thank you, Minister. I'm going to stress on this point because we appreciate the efforts of the ministry, but there's a gap in our understanding and appreciation of this problem. The Tebufos that is particularly dominant in informal settlements and townships, because Tebufos is a highly hazardous product. You are right. In order for you to import it and to trade, you have to report on the trade. But the Tebufos that is prevalent in townships and informal settlements is acquired through the informal market and it's not even labeled. Through our monitoring exercise, we can tell you now there's Tebufos in taxi ranks, on street corners, in clear unmarked bags. And the communities who are buying this Tebufos are not making the link between Tebufos and Haleperimi because they don't know that Haleperimi is in fact Tebufos. And unless you educate the public that one, this Haleperimi that is still in the market is in fact Tebufos and it is banned. Therefore, if you are selling it and if you are buying it, you are buying a banned product. So you are not educating the children who are buying the snacks, but you are educating the public, particularly the elders, of the dangers of this product and the information that it is banned. This is why it is important to us to understand the education and public awareness programs that are intentional by the IMC to ensure that you follow up the banning with information programs to the public so that they can understand that you have banned this product.
Yeah, Commissioner, it's not either or. Absolutely, it's not either or. Some of the pesticides that have already been banned because when we give you this report from the Ministerial Advisory Committee, they actually show figures, how many die from what. You'll realize that after this one has been banned, death from it completely disappeared. It's no longer there because it's not available. That's why we want to put emphasis on removing the source of the danger. We are not saying we won't educate people. We will, but we don't believe that that is, in terms of percentages, that is the biggest solution that we must put to this. I've already said it before. When alcohol companies sell alcohol, we want to reduce it availability by banning adverts. Their argument is that no, just educate people and the problem will go away. So all I'm saying is educating people will happen, will educate them, but as long as you educate them when this source of this poison is still there, it won't really help us much. So at the moment, our concentration is we've banned Tebufos. Who orders it? The people who sell it on the street, they got it. They got it from the companies that order it from outside the country, and some of them we caught them at the borders. So it's also to work very hard with the BMA, the Border Management Authority, to make sure that such things do not come into the country. But education will do. But I can assure you, even if we take the whole budget of health to educate people about these dangerous things, but the dangerous things remain in the environment, it's not going to help us.
No, thank you, Minister. You are right. It's not an either or. Neither is the Human Rights Commission saying you should use the majority of your budget for education purposes. You banned Tebufos in June 2025. And we are asking you, have you complemented this banning with education programs? And your response is, we will. It is now July 2026, which is a year and a month after the banning. Our interest is if you understand and appreciate the importance of education, at which stage, if you are saying we will educate the public, are you able to commit to that education program, even if it doesn't take the majority of your budget, but appreciating the importance of that education?
No, Commissioner, I need to correct. Tabifos was not banned last year. The Gazette only came, I think, 2 months ago. Yes. Last year it was an intention. I think it's when was the when was the publication? Yes, it's very, very recent. Yeah, it's about 2 or 3 months. In fact, it's less than three, Prof. I remember in that meeting.
Cabinet approved on the 11th of June 25, but the proclamation was the 28th of February 2026.
On the mic activity.
So Cabinet approved that it must be banned on in 11th of June 2025. We continued to fight with the Department of Agriculture, and they finally published it on the 28th of February 2026. So yeah, but I mean, your question is still valid, commissioners. At the time, GCIS was coordinating the communication campaign. This is not a health alone problem, as we've said. Agriculture department was the department that was mostly responsible for the use of these chemicals. So they also needed to contribute to the education campaign. And at that time, GCIS was communicating. But whether there's an ongoing program,
Remember, Commissioner, it's not that there was no pushback. Part of the reason why the Department of Agriculture took that long is because farmers were resisting.
Yes.
And they were standing with them. They were resisting ferociously. And we had to fight the department in the face of that resistance, which means they were not saying this thing is not a poison, it's not to kill people. But they were trying to argue with us that it's so effective in killing pests that are killing their plants that they threaten that agricultural produce in the country will collapse and there will be famine. Those were the arguments that were being said. But unfortunately, we've already won. Now, what we are concentrating on in the next meeting about this is to find out whether the ban is taking effect. We want proof that the ban is actually taking effect and tabi force is being reduced in the country.
No,
Thank
thank you, Minister, and thank you, Acting DG, for your responses. We are interested in the protection of human rights, particularly of the most vulnerable communities, as you equally are. Without education programs, many of our communities are not going to be aware of the dangers of the products that they are buying. Given, of course, that Cabinet announced this in June 2025 and it was gazetted in February 2026, which we are very much aware of, the IMC becomes responsible. Yes, GCIS has a role to play, but the IMC has a central and key role to play to liaise with GCIS to ensure that those education and awareness programs are developed and that they are rolled out to the vulnerable communities so that we prevent another death of another 21 children after Tebufos has been banned because they were not aware of the problem. So it's an in-principle commitment that we are requesting from you, Minister and ADG, that through the IMC, working together with GCIS, that those education programs will be developed to ensure that our communities are aware of the dangers of this program.
Well, we've already said it's not either or. We will do both. The banning and the education will take them together. So there's really no argument there. As far as I'm concerned, I'll ask the commissioner that we move on because otherwise we'll go in circles about which one is better and all that. We will do both. We are agreeing.
Thank you so much, Minister. Now,
they call it notifiable in the law. It was not a notifiable disease, but it is now. In fact, we said the death of any child beyond a particular age group must be notifiable so that we check if it's happy force. So yes, that decision has been taken.
Thank you. Are you able to indicate when that decision was taken?
I can't remember off.
Is the DG able to indicate?
Commissioner, I'm just looking to see if I can find it.
When children started dying, the president of this country held a family meeting. And in that family meeting, he came with a series of pronouncements of what needs to be done. One of them was the establishment of the Ministerial Advisory Committee, which we did. The other one was about notifiability. which was announced on that day. The question is, at what stage did we start being able to implement it? Because he was making a policy pronouncement which is subject to the laws of the country. They have got to look. So the president actually announced it that day as a, an immediate measure that must be taken. But if you go to the president's speech on that day when he addressed the nation, I'm sure you'll find it.
The reason that the date is important to us is because we are interested particularly in the vulnerability and the exposure of farm workers. And we would be interested in the extent to which pesticide poisoning amongst farm workers would have been recorded by the department and also addressed at a systemic level. Do you have that information, Minister?
About
the exposure of farm workers to pesticide poisoning?
Well, no, the Ministerial Advisory Committee, remember that people like Professor London have been dealing with these farm workers for a long time. They've been called. So we will give you the report about the work that they've done as a Ministerial Advisory Committee. Then they'll show you the extent to which farm workers were exposed and all that. It is one of the reasons why they fought so hard for it to be banned, because they are aware that over a number of years, farm workers were actually forced to touch pesticides with their own hands without protection, etc., and getting problems. So experts, not necessarily Department of Health only, experts like public health experts like Professor London, do have that information. It's one of the reasons why we brought him in as the chairperson, so that he applies all the things he has seen.
Minister and ADG, Professor London is not before us. Professor London advises the interministerial committee which you co-chair. So whatever information on the exposure of farm workers to pesticide poisoning he would provide to you. So the minister cannot then tell the commission that Professor London has the information. If the minister does not have the information at hand, the minister is at liberty, together with the ADG, to make a commitment to submit that information as part of supplementary submissions. But the commission is not engaging Professor London.
But I never said you must engage her, honestly. I think you are being unfair, Commissioner. What are you fighting for?
No, we are not fighting.
No. Because I am telling you that the reason that we brought Professor London, they were doing studies on these things and they submitted. We'll give you that report. I'm just telling you where it comes from. That is not originally from us. We'll definitely submit the report because they show figures and numbers around the whole country where people were dying, what was happening, what happened. We will give you that report. I was just trying to tell you the source, that it's not sourced directly from us. We got it from this Ministerial Advisory Committee.
No, thank you very much, Minister. The Ministerial Advisory Committee advises the IMC. It is sufficient for the Commission and for the purposes of this exercise for the Minister to inform us that he will make a commitment to submitting the report to us via the MAC, but not for the Minister to then make reference to the fact that the report is with Professor London, because that on its own, without fighting you, Minister, with respect, does not assist this exercise. What does assist is for the Minister to make that commitment. I'd like to move to my last question, Minister. Since the banning of Turbifos, the announcement by Cabinet last year, as well as the gazetting in February, have any inspections been conducted, particularly in farms, on the exposure of the farms themselves and the continued use of Turbifos by the farms themselves? And that is my last question. Thank you so much.
Done by the Department of Health or by who?
The IMC.
Well, I'm not aware of that because, yes, I'm not aware that the committee has done any inspections. All we did was to inform the Department of Agriculture that now that we have banned herbicides, go and make sure that it's no longer available, especially for commercial use by farmers. And we have not yet got that report. We'll get it most probably in the next meeting, because I don't think it will be reasonable to ban it and within 2 months and say we want a report. We are giving them time to do that.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you so much, Minister. ADG, do you want to
Yeah,
add?
thanks. Just for the record note, I was just checking if it still is, because when I was a practitioner many, many years ago, organophosphate poisoning was a notifiable condition. It's still a notifiable condition. But I can tell you, back in the day when I was in clinical practice, we used to see hundreds of farm workers poisoned with organophosphate poisoning. It was routine that when we heard the aeroplanes, I was in the Letaba district, we would start lining up the atropine to treat them. We would get the plastic bags for putting the clothes in to dispose of the clothes. So we all knew the routine very well. But nobody, even if we notified it, never got reported through the system. So it is still a notifiable medical condition. It's required in that way. We don't see the reports of the kind of things that I experienced when I was a young clinician, but it's not to say it's not happening. And we will definitely follow up and we'll find what's there. I already found a report on the internet while I was looking. So the information is freely available and we will definitely submit it to the Commission.
Would appreciate that. Thank you so much, ADG, and thank you, Minister.
Thank you so much, Minister. We're about to release you. I just want to check with Commissioner Gwynn. Any questions?
Thank you. Thank you so much. Honorable Minister, mine is just on how do we go back to the olden days? I'm one of those who also advocate for that. You know, there are a number of things that we used to benefit from the olden days in terms of the Department of Health, being even in the schools for children. You know, one did not have to travel to clinics in order for them to be able to just access medicine. Has there been talks around that? Are we thinking about it? Is it something that we can possibly do? I know that you've referred to some of the laws that we have changed as a country that are probably the ones that are impeding us from going there. But do you think we can be able to do that?
There's no law that impedes us from going there, Commission. It's resources. The good olden days you are talking about is when healthcare was not yet commercialized. Healthcare in South Africa is highly commercialized now. It's a commercial entity, which accrues to 14% of the population who got everything and leaving 86% of the population to suffer. We even know the figures. The World Health Organization has recommended that countries use 5% of their GDP on health. If they do so, you are likely to cover all the programs. That covers everybody, just 5%. Now, the problem in South Africa is that we have far exceeded that 5%. We are at 8.5% of the GDP on health. Now, if you ask people what the problem is, those who are benefiting very heavily and highly subsidized, they'll tell you of corruption, which I can't challenge. They will suddenly said, no, if you did not allow money to be stolen at Tembisa, you'll be able to do this. They'll say that. They'll talk about mismanagement. They'll talk about etc. etc. We know all those facts. But the main thing they will never mention, which is what? That 8.5% of the GDP, if we divide it, 51% goes to 14% of the population. And the remaining 86% remain with 86% of the population remain with 49% of the expenditure. That is where the problem is in South Africa. And now people have argued that no, but that's private money. And I was at pains to show them the money that is feeding a commercialized healthcare system in South Africa is not private. It's not private. Take, for instance, the state. Everybody who earns their salary from the state, starting from the president of the country to the lowest public servant, if they are on medical aid, the state pays heavy subsidy for them. It is 70 billion. That subsidy doesn't go to the public healthcare system. It's not available to 86% of the population. It's available to us who fall within the 4%, because I'm sure all of us here fall within that, not for 14. We fall within that 14%. We are heavily subsidized. It doesn't end there. It doesn't end there. Anybody who is on medical aid get heavy tax credits from SARS, which amount to 33 billion. So it's 103 billion rand before the new budget came in. After the new budget came in, it was increased. It's 103 billion rand. That make 14% of us comfortable. So what happens? The public healthcare system is getting hollowed out. The things we used to do in the past, we can no longer do. When I was a medical student, that's just 40 years ago. That's just 40 years ago. Public hospitals were very highly resourced. All the specialists and all that will be there because there was no private healthcare. Or if it was there, it was called convenience store. You go there to do something if you want to be very fast. If it's something that is serious like heart operation, you used to go to public hospital. Things have turned around now. Things have turned around. I'm sure you may remember last year when I went to do my cataract operation. It was a big story all around that I went to a public hospital. Didn't you find that funny?
Straight.
That the minister is not supposed to go to a public hospital because he has got a medical aid, and because their definition of health has now changed. It is that which happens within the four walls of a private hospital. If you go anywhere else, you are not regarded. In the area where I come from Skukune. When we want to gauge the success of a businessman, we check when he's sick, where he goes to. If he's found in a public hospital, where goes around to that man's business is collapsed, man. He can't even take care of himself. He was found in a public hospital. But 86% of the population goes there. There was even an article which was praising me for going to cataract at St. John's Hospital, which is public. But then the article also said the minister is so intent on promoting public health that he is prepared to risk his own eyesight. Meaning, yes, just by going there, the chance of getting blind are very high. Now, the institution I came from is operating 3,000 people every year, which means those 3,000 people are likely to go blind if you follow that type of logic. So that's where our problem is, ma'am. So we are unable to send out school nurses as we used to do in the past, because the little number that we can hire have to be in the hospital. So there are areas where we do have school nurses. For instance, the healthcare, in every province, but they differ in number. The healthcare system in KZN is not doing very well. But I must tell you, they've got more school nurses than all the provinces. And it can show. You can see the results in terms of immunization, in terms of, for instance, the mother-to-child transmission of HIV has gone down dramatically because of KZN. Because in 2004, 70,000 children were born HIV positive in South Africa. Now it's less than, I'm sure we are at 400, not 400,000. From 70,000, we are now at 400. And we are about to eliminate it. And when you check where it's happening the most, that's where we have got a lot of community health workers and we have got a lot of school health nurses. So at the moment, we have just hired 22,000 community health workers. They will also help. If I get money now, I told you when we started this meeting, we will start 2 programs. Or if we implement NHI, we'll start 2 programs immediately. Number 1, we'll make sure that every pregnant woman has got a package. Yes, every pregnant woman has got a package for the first 1,000 days. From time of pregnancy until 2 years after delivery, we'll know that this is your package, this is what it must be paid for, and we'll be able to cost it. Secondly, every child who's going to school, every child between those ages until they go to school, they will have a package to check their eyesight, to check their hearing, to check their oral hygiene, to check their speech, and not only to check, to correct them. At the moment we can check, but the correction, only those with medical aid can. That's why when you go to some of these rich schools, you'll find kids with spectacles. Many cannot afford them, but will be able to give them. So in that way, we'll be going back to the olden days. At the moment, no, not in a commercialized health system. It's very tough.
But my ultimate question is that, are there talks to go there from yourself?
Talks to go there.
Are there
Can I,
talks?
if I may, Commissioner? So
Please, not a long speech.
no, not a
Minister.
long speech, but we'll talk from experience. We both served in Limpopo 40 plus years ago as doctors. I was the only doctor in a 200-bed hospital for more than a year. When the minister, in the same year, he was the only doctor in Masana Hospital when I was the only doctor in Shilabana Hospital. Now there are 20 doctors in these hospitals. When I was HOD in Limpopo, we built 150 clinics in the 5 years that I was there. So to say that things are worse than they were or they're not so good or whatever, you need to give us the evidence. We will show you how infant mortality has dropped, how HIV incidence and deaths have dropped, how TB has dropped, how immunization has improved lives of everybody. The health services are there. And yes, there are long queues in the public service, especially because the expectation of the public is more. We didn't have hip replacements back in those days. When I was a 6th-year student working in Princess Alice Hospital in Cape Town, it was a laminar flow theatre and you might do one a week and it was a big thing. Now everybody goes in and gets their hip replacements and so on. The world's a different place. Do we hanker for the past? No. I had a whole ward routinely kept just for children with measles. 40 kids at a time in the hospital. Now you don't see measles. So don't hanker for the past.
Thank you, Prof. Thank you, Prof. Prof, you're not answering my question. I stand by that. You have not answered my question, but it's fine. I'm going to go to the next question, which is possibly my last one. It is also around older persons and how they are also able to as well be accommodated. Whilst you have said that we can't go back to the past, that I accept, but of course there must be room for improvement. Similarly, you spoke about, or in your presentation, there's something about coordination. I'm trying to fit everything almost together for the chair not to take the mic from me. Coordination of departments becomes very important because really what we have seen is that departments are working in silos, and that is why we find ourselves where we are. The departments are not talking to each other. But we also appreciate what we had earlier this morning to say some ministers are chairpersons of this and chairpersons of this, which then says there must be a linkage at some point with regard to these issues. So from where I'm sitting is let's strengthen that. Let's have more coordinated effort in order to ensure that there is talks around what is it that we want to see happening. And also to ensure that this right to food is realized everywhere in the country. But most importantly, people must know, must be learned on what is it they need to eat from the health department side. They must be learned. They must be taught. If not, then really you are missing the point. Thank you so much.
Honorable Minister, and as well as Acting Director General, please perhaps comment on that from Commissioner Kunene, and then I'll come in.
Thanks. So this is where I get to punt the national health insurance. Without the national health insurance, we can kiss the health system of the country goodbye because the medical aids are busy going down the tubes and it's becoming more and more difficult to coordinate the public health services. Each province is autonomous. They get their own budgets separately. And Section 32 of the National Health Insurance Act will allow us to bring those budgets back together again. It will make it easier to facilitate even within the health sector. Section 33 will enable us to start, together with 49, will enable us to start getting coordinated financing of the health services so we can service everybody. But even now, we are able to use some of the resources to purchase services where currently over 90% of all oral health practitioners, over 90% of all rehabilitation workers work in the private sector. We can't access those services. Prices are not regulated by us. We've been prevented from doing so. So even in the health sector, we are battling to coordinate because of the fragmentation of the system. We do coordinate with other government departments. We have regular and routine meetings with education. Our school health program and the education department work very closely together. We work with the Department of Home Affairs all the time on who's where, how do we get to know that their records and the information systems are built together with the Department of Home Affairs. We work together with the presidency on monitoring and evaluation all the time. And now with the new digital rollout, we are part of that digital rollout. So we have regular relationships with environmental affairs and agriculture. When we do the World Environmental Day, which is coming up again now, we do it jointly with them. So I think to have a perception in the public space that we don't talk to one another is wrong. We do talk to one another. It's just the magnitude of what we are dealing with is huge. And to get to everything, it just doesn't happen. So we pick the priorities. You know that you can get bigger impact with a certain intervention. That's the budget you've got, then that's what you go for. So right now, the big thing that we are pushing is to get rid of cervical cancer in women. And we know we can do it because there's a vaccine that will enable us to do it, but it takes years. You're vaccinating 9-year-old children so that by the time they get to childbearing age, they won't have cervical cancer. These are long-term games that you have to coordinate with the other departments. And then, of course, our One Health program with pandemic preparedness, with everything. So I really do want to set your minds at rest that, in fact, the collaboration between departments is way more than the public's aware.
Thank you to the minister as well as I'm going to I would have liked to speak about the Free State and the fact that the Free State has won an award in terms of the use of technology, and they also then providing that education, given the fact that we are we're monitoring in terms of my focal area in health, and we have interacted with the minister. And thank you, Minister, for your responses. You always respond when we write to you. I would have also liked to speak about the Mom Connect and how it works, and also issues around, because I also then hold business and human rights, the commercial determinants of health, and how do we then, what are the recommendations? We're noting you're focusing on alcohol and drugs, but also then the new pandemic, betting and gambling, and how people think, it's always, if you open your app, it's there. So those conversations that health, to get it right, there's a number of stakeholders need to be played. But also because I'm from Limpopo, and there's something that you mentioned, I think it was yourself, Minister, that people from Limpopo eat from the veld. We are quite comfortable with indigenous foods and indigenous access to that. Perhaps in the campaign, can we speak about that? How do we and how do we get the Limpopo way right? But that is how did we get Limpopo right to only be 14.9% of issues of malnutrition? And then I'll close it, and thank you for being with us for more than the 2 hours, but I'll just allow the ministers yourself just to comment on those issues.
Yeah, thank you very much. Obviously, we want good practices all the time. For instance, on the issue of cervical cancer, that's why the prof was getting heated up when you say we need to go to the past, commissioner, because the past was not necessarily good. It might be that we were not aware of it. Maybe let me make a small correction. I was not alone at Masala. There were 15 of us. 4 of us were from here, the other were Swiss doctors. A 19-year-old boy arrived with an attack of asthma at the back of an ambulance. An oxygen mask was put on him. When I touched him, he died. And of course, it was an attack of asthma. I was angry. If you put an oxygen mask on the face of somebody with asthma, it doesn't help, because asthma means the tubes, the airways are closed. So there's no way oxygen can enter. And I asked the nurses why. They said, no, we have only one doctor and he's on leave. So the hospital is run by nurses only. That was not Chilubani, was where you were working. That was the hospital next to Shilubane. I forget its name. No, it was not CN Patuli. It was Sukororo. Yes. I asked the superintendent to release me to go to that hospital. I said, we can't leave a hospital without a doctor. I then discovered there are many hospitals who were run without doctors during that era. It just never happened now. You can't find a single hospital where there's no doctor. I went there for a week. The first day I arrived, there was a woman in labor who couldn't deliver. She needed a Caesar. We even attempted those years to do a Caesar alone, which was illegal. You make the person sleep, you go and wash and come back and all that. So I was very reluctant to do that one alone. I took to Shiluban. There was another doctor there who was alone, who was my classmate. And we joined together to do that Caesar. That's how people used to live during those olden days. But people are not aware of that. The hospital where I used to work, coincidentally, the deputy minister also worked there. They've got 52 doctors now. There never used to be more than 4 of us at best, but there are 52 now. So those improvements are there. Now, the issues of what have we improved in the public service? Firstly, there is no chance that life expectancy to increase in South Africa with a collapsed health system, as people are preaching. You are aware that the life expectancy has dramatically increased to an extent where one of the eminent scientists, Professor Salim Karim, said the effect of that is like the abolition of slavery in 1836, when you raise life expectancy like that. In 2010, 240 women, yes, 100,000, that's maternal mortality. 240,000 per 100,000 births were dying. We are now at less than 100 because we are dropping all those things. On the issue of cervical cancer, there used to be wards in every hospital of women suffering from cervical cancer. In 2014, we started an HPV vaccine. If you check 9-year-old girls at school, 6 million of them have been vaccinated. They'll never get that cancer. We are now working towards making it 90% of every girl between the ages of 9 and 15 will have to be vaccinated. So we can go on and give you these improvements. What we are unable to do is to match a commercialized healthcare system where you go in, you have got your own ward, you have got your own TV, you have got your own what. We are not able to match that one because we don't have money to do that. Nor is it desirable maybe to do something like that. So we are concentrating on provision of public health. And up to so far, we believe we've made quite a number of inroads and will continue making them. That is why we dare, at the moment, we dare look people in the eyes and say, we would like to eliminate HIV/AIDS as a public health threat by 2030. And on the 5th of June, the president launched this Lenacapavir. And within that small period, we have already got 16,000 people who took Lenacapavir. And we want, in the next 2 years or so, we must have covered more than 1 million people on Lenacapavir. We'll be able to do that at the moment. So there are things we are failing to do, but there are others where we are very successful. But they are not recognized because people have got a new definition of health. Are you able to enter a private hospital? No, no health for you. That is the general belief among people, which is very unfortunate.
Thank you so much, Minister. And I know that you and your team could speak about the progress that you've taken in healthcare in South Africa until the birds come. Halipirim, as they say, we could speak about it. And I think when we're having these educational programs, Minister, I always say South Africans don't know Tebifos, they know Halipirim. Yeah. Maybe when we are talking to them, let's talk to them about these Alperim and get them there. But thank you so much for spending the afternoon with us. Colleagues, I do note that we are actually 2 hours and 30 minutes behind schedule. I want to thank the Minister and duly release you from the podium as well as your team. I would like to then perhaps call CropLife if they're there and just also note that they've been with us since 2 o'clock. May they just come forward? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner.
missed all my meetings. Trying to cancel everything. Well, evening. See it properly. We need a proper chat before 0.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. I must again acknowledge that we are running 2 hours and 30 minutes behind time and thank CropLife's representatives for bearing with us as we had to go through the other stakeholders' presentations as well as the questions. Again, I am Commissioner Sandra Magwasha. I'm the chairperson of this inquiry. I'm joined by Commissioner Pili Lintuli, who is a fellow panel member, and then Commissioner Nomashlobi Kwinana, who then also forms part of the panel. We have two of our evidence leaders who will take you through the questions. I will then ask you just to introduce yourselves as well as the role that you play at CropLife.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Commissioners and evidence leaders. Thank you for inviting us. My name is Rod Bell. I am the CEO of CropLife South Africa. I will be doing most of the talking this afternoon. If my voice lasts, apologize for that. And my colleague, Ms. Alriza Teron, is our strategic partner and operations manager. So if my voice runs out or there's some points that I don't have the answers for, Ms. Teron will be taking over. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Perhaps then for the second part of the process, may I then ask that you stand, so I swear you in, then I'll also then swear her in afterwards. Once again, sir, your full names for the record.
Rodney Stephen Bell.
So will you be taking the prescribed oath or affirmation?
Affirmation, please.
You consider the affirmation to be binding on your conscience?
I do.
You affirm that the evidence you're about to present before the commission is the truth, nothing but the whole truth. If so, state that you confirm.
I confirm.
Thank you so much. You may sit.
Thank you.
Full names for the record, ma'am.
Alriza Teron.
Will you be taking the prescribed oath or affirmation?
Oath.
You consider the oath to be binding on your conscience?
I do.
Do you swear that the evidence you're about to present before the commission is the truth, nothing but the truth? If so, raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you so much. You're both duly sworn in. The floor is yours for the presentation.
Thank you. Firstly, we really do appreciate the opportunity to participate in this very important process concerning our country's food systems, food security, and the constitutional right to food. CropLife is a not-for-profit voluntary industry association, and we represent companies that are involved in the agricultural remedy and biotechnology value chain. For the record, CropLife does not produce, process, manufacture, distribute, market, or retail any food products. Thank you, sir. Rather, the association promotes responsible product stewardship, regulatory compliance, professional development, innovation, environmental sustainability, and science-based agricultural practices that support agricultural productivity and food security in our country. For the record, and in case there is some confusion, both the subpoena that was issued to CropLife South Africa on the 5th of May of this year, plus the invitation letter to appear today, were addressed to a Mr. Matthew Kossi. There is no such person working for CropLife South Africa. We did an internet search, and there does seem to be an individual with that name with CropLife Australia. So it does not matter at this time, but please, we would like to respectfully request that the Commission's records are corrected as per our written request as well, and so that should we engage with each other going forward, at least you come to the right people. A little bit about the association. As I said, it's a not-for-profit voluntary industry association. And as such, CropLife South Africa is committed to the principles contained in its code of conduct for our member companies. We strive to continuously contribute to an industry that in turn itself is committed to the safe, secure, and sustainable food production, the protection of human health and the environment, responsible stewardship, scientific integrity, skills development, and continuous innovation. We also operate under strict anti-competitive laws. So we do not collect, discuss, or maintain commercially sensitive information relating to individual member companies, and that includes market shares, their pricing structures, their profit margins, any supplier arrangements, or other competitively sensitive business information that they have. All CropLife South Africa meetings are prefaced with a reminder that all of our member companies must in no manner talk about such anti-competitive matters. As I've already mentioned, our members are companies. We do not have individuals as members, and they are all operating in what we call the primary agricultural space. CropLife South Africa member companies are involved in the value chain that handles agricultural remedies, whether they are traditional synthetic products, plant biotechnology technologies, or biological pest control solutions. To give you an idea of our membership, we currently have 186 companies that are members of CropLife, and we have 3 categories of membership, namely supplier members, distributor members, and associate member companies. To give you a bit more detail, supplier member companies are usually those companies that have registrations for agricultural remedies issued by the Department of Agriculture, and they are also generally the companies that are manufacturing the end product, that is the product used by farmers. And generally, the supplier members do not sell directly to the end user, the farmer, but their products get to the end user via a distribution network in the country. That then takes me on to our distributor member companies. They source their agricultural remedies from multiple supplier members and in turn sell their range of agricultural remedies to the end user, being the farmers. The third type of membership is associate member companies, and these are companies that provide services to the main 2 membership categories. And examples of these are independent companies that conduct, for example, contract efficacy trials on behalf of registration holders. We have grower associations who are associate members, and we also have companies that compile registration dossiers for our members as contractually entered into. I just want to take a few minutes, if you don't mind, talk about terminology, and not only what we're going to talk about this afternoon, but also in our written submission. So according to the Fertilizer, Farm Feeds, Agricultural Remedies and Stock Remedies Act, CropLife South Africa member companies are involved with agricultural remedies. That is the definition that we operate under as per the definition of the Act. However, we also know that globally there are other terminology that are more often used in everyday discussions, and that is the term pesticides. And pesticides is a collective term for herbicides, fungicides, insecticides, nematicides, rodenticides, molluscicides, etc. Also, with new technology introductions, another term that is starting to get used more regularly is that of plant protection solutions. Some people prefer this term because they feel it is more accurate, as it includes any external intervention that is used to control a pest and that which is involved with integrated pest management, or IPM. So again, I apologize for any confusion if we interact between agricultural remedies, pesticides, or even plant protection solutions. Further, I have a respectful request that relates to our written submission. In both the subpoena as well as the invitation letter, There were questions that we asked clarity on, which we did not get. Firstly, the subpoena was issued jointly to 3 different entities, whilst the invitation letter references a different company altogether. So when we compiled our written submission, we had to make a few decisions and assumptions as to which questions were actually relevant to us and which were not. So if there are any errors in those assumptions, and you would have preferred we had answered a question which we did not, this is not us trying to avoid any questions. We just had some confusion as to which were applicable or not. Finally, Madam Chair, Commissioners, evidence leads and other stakeholders, I would very much like to confirm the following. CropLife South Africa is very pleased to have been invited to take part in this important process and to provide other stakeholders with an accurate view of what the CropLife South Africa Association is all about. The association commits to being available for future engagements in this very complex matter, and as we have followed along on the last few days, as well as in the first round, it certainly is a very complex matter, and we do believe that collaboration through all stakeholders is going to be required going forward. Further, we never assume that the association and its members are always correct about everything. So we are certainly open to suggestions for improvement that we as the CropLife South Africa Secretariat can take back to our membership for their consideration. And thank you for indulging me with making my introductory remarks. We'll keep it short there given the time, and we are more than open to field questions that you are going to have for us. Thank you.
Thank you so much. May I ask the evidence leaders who will start the process? Ms. Lombo, is it yourself or is it? Oh, thank you so much, Prof.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Bell and Mr. Ron. Appreciate the lateness of the hour, but we do have a few questions to ask. So I'm going to ask questions under 4 areas, which are covered more, to a greater or less extent by your submission, your written submission. And these areas are health, food security, responsible use of pesticides, and crop life's links to the Department of Agriculture. Let's start with pesticides and human health. I'm going to use the terminology of pesticides because it's familiar. On page 2 of your submission, you write, quote, CropLife SA promotes practices that contribute to the protection of farm workers, surrounding communities, and water resources. As you know, 116 highly hazardous pesticides are legally registered in South Africa, despite being banned in Europe due to their unacceptable health and environmental risks. Most of these HHPs are manufactured and distributed by multinational members of CropLife SA, such as Bayer, BASF, and Syngenta. These organophosphates are proved to damage women's reproductive health, contaminate water, and cause respiratory diseases, neurological disorders, and foodborne diseases. Also on page 2, you write, decisions relating to crop protection technologies should be informed by robust scientific assessment, and you make that point several times. So my first question is, do you dispute the scientific evidence on highly hazardous pesticides? And if not, can you explain to this inquiry why pesticides that are too toxic for European citizens are safe enough for South Africans? Isn't human biology the same everywhere?
Thank you, Mr. Evidence Lead. Firstly, CropLife South Africa absolutely accepts the FAO definition of highly hazardous pesticides. That is an absolute. We also accept the guidance, from the FAO on how HHPs need to be handled in countries around the world. Namely, firstly, understand what has been used, where it's been used, how it's been used, and then also do localized risk assessments to understand if the continued use of an HHP can in any way be justified via mitigation standards. So we are 100% on the FAA process. In terms of primarily only European companies that have got registrations in the country, I would dispute that. We have a very robust industry in South Africa with the so-called off-patent industry. So anything that is off-patent has multiple suppliers of different active ingredients in the country. So I don't think we should be pointing fingers just at companies with a European base. They could be sourcing products from elsewhere. On your question about why do we still have highly hazardous pesticides available in South Africa? We're not in the European Union. Again, I refer back to the FAO guidance on handling HHPs. FAO does not automatically call for a ban of an HHP. It does recommend that the local conditions are taken into account via a risk assessment. And we do believe that the regulation that the Department of Agriculture introduced in August of 2023, it introduced two new criteria. The first one is substances of concern, and the second one is restricted agricultural remedies. And the definitions that the Department of Agriculture have for both those two new criteria match perfectly the 8 articles or 8 criteria that the FAO guidelines uses for identifying HHPs. So it is not an automatic access into our country. And in fact, the substances of concern, that subsection of the HHPs, there are actually very few of those HHPs that are still commercially registered and available in this country. And the few that are still there are primarily rodenticides and wood preservatives for obvious reasons. The risk assessments that the Department of Agriculture looked at, we certainly still need rodenticides and wood preservatives. But a significant number of substances of concern have already been removed from the market in South Africa due to that regulation.
Thank you. Do you accept that CropLife SA has a legal liability and a moral obligation towards farmers and farm workers to ensure that they are not harmed by the use of HHPs on farms?
I don't believe that a not-for-profit industry association has a legal liability, no. We certainly have a moral liability, and that is what we absolutely, as part of our everyday activity, is promoting the responsible use of any agricultural remedy, not just an HHP, because even so-called lower risk chemicals or even biologicals need to be treated in a responsible manner on a farm. So we absolutely promote at all levels through the value chain the responsible use of an agricultural remedy.
Some critics argue that selling poisonous chemicals that are banned in Europe for profit in South Africa is a double standard that amounts to environmental racism. How do you respond to this accusation, and where does CropLife stand on ending this double standard?
So again, I think if we are talking HHPs, we support 100% the FAO guidelines on phasing out HHPs around the world, where there are no alternatives or where risks cannot be mitigated. That does not change. So we absolutely support those products being phased out in the long term. In terms of double standards, this debate has been flying around for a while. There are crop pest combinations that other parts of the world outside of the European Union are different. There will be pests that they don't see in Europe. There are crops that we grow in this country that Europe does not grow. So we don't believe it's fair to make a blanket decision and say because a product is not currently used in the European Union that it should be automatically removed from the market in South Africa. We believe the new regulation supporting Act 36 from 2023, its definition of HHPs and a mode of phasing them out is absolutely a great way to follow. It follows the FAO. Additionally, as the industry association, we would support the voluntary and early phase out of HHPs should alternate products come onto the market sooner, and absolutely where perceived risks or measured risks cannot be mitigated.
This takes me to my second theme, which is about food security. When the former Minister of Agriculture appeared before this commission in March of this year, he argued quite passionately against banning highly hazardous pesticides, saying that this would cause crop failure and a national food security crisis. Does CropLife agree with the former minister?
I won't say we agree with the former